6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. The kickoff hour is live, and we thank you for being with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. I am Speedy. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and we are excited to have you as part of the Rick and Bubba Show. You can always text us, 866-932-3244. I feel like that feature is really helped the show because it gives us immediate reaction. Some of them, like when we did the new half-head version up in Nashville, that was a little disturbing for some of the pictures y'all were sending us and information. But mostly it gives us instant feedback when we maybe can't jump out to the phone. So that's something there for you. That's 866-WE-BE-BIG, by the way. But you can text that, 866-932-3244. Bubba is off today. Should be back tomorrow. Said he needed some handle some things. So he's off today. But Rick will join us. Adler will join us. Greg is sitting right over here to my left. So welcome in, my friend. How are you?
What up?
I see Mr. Don Day brought us peanuts to the Bible study yesterday.
No, he brought me peanuts. I don't know about you.
And let me just tell you.
About them. If you didn't talk bad about them, I'd share them. But nope, you're anti-peanut, I've noticed.
Yeah.
Well, watch this.
Yeah, I bumped into Don Day, and I said, has Greg reached out to you just to talk to you about how much he appreciates it? You have?
And when I see him here. Don't worry about Don. Missed a couple.
Right.
Thank you, Don. These are really good.
I got to tell you something.
Dead on, brother.
I got to tell you something. You and food own me. Anything about food, because, and we mentioned this the other day. You're like a little dog that has a bowl of food. It keeps looking at it, and unless he starts eating it, he's going to bother you. The dog, he's going to whine. He's going to sit in front of the bowl. And so you've been off in those peanuts today. Good gracious. And I hope you enjoy them.
It's a good way to get the day started. A lot of people don't know that.
All right, a lot to break down today. As I said, Bubba off today, should be back tomorrow. And so it'll be everybody but Bubba today. Scott Dawson is with RBU this week, and we cannot wait to have him come in studio. And I do want Rick to, if he doesn't mind, let's bring back up the Gunnersville Treaty. That was a discussion yesterday.
Yeah,
about who's in it, who's not in it. And I do think Rick was accurate when he said that the prank gone bad in Chilton County that involved Gary and Mark Garnett and others, and Scott Dawson that had 911 called and all that.
Yeah, that's a little. When that happens, you need to call everybody up.
Right. I think he was entered into the Gunnersville Treaty after that, and that was really
should have been.
Don't you think that was just to save a friendship? I think that was probably
plus
it.
To go, look, I didn't mean for it to go that far, so I'm gonna do this so you don't have to worry about it anymore.
Right, but they'll be anytime Scott appears, it seems to be a future best of moment on the main show. But with RBU, they'll be talking about Strength of Stand Institute and other things, and so looking forward to that. And always fun to see him and his staff, the work they do, and the Institute, and how successful that's been. That'll be a great conversation with Rick today. Bubba will not be on RBU this week because he's not here today. We record it today, and it publishes on Saturday mornings on all audio podcast formats. If you get your podcasts, certain streaming services and all this kind of stuff, platforms, it'll be there Saturday morning. Also, the video version will be out as well, and Adler sends that out on @Rick&Bubba, and so you have an audio and video option there.
Video.
I saw last week's guest yesterday afternoon and on Fox News. I was like, wow, and he had appeared on there a number of times, but
he gave you a shout out.
Yeah, but they were talking about the issue with border crossings and crime and different things, and they said, and when we come back, we have former chief of the Border Patrol Agency, Chris Clem, coming up next. We'll be right back, and I'm like, what? That's old Clem.
That's your friend. And y'all's buddies, because you hooked him up on the Zoom.
Yeah,
Couldn't
and he texted with me a little bit Saturday. He absolutely loved. He said, man, the time I spent with those guys, they asked great questions. It was a good conversation, and I hope it helps. But he had a lot of fun with the guys on RBU. So if you missed that was last week's guest, and so there you go. All right, so as we continue and roll on, we do have an NFL game tonight, Mr. Greg Burgess. and it has to do with your buddy Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron.
It'll be the Patriots and the Jets tonight.
Probably won't watch. Boy, the Jets are getting. I mean, I know why, but every time I turn the TV on, they're playing.
Yeah. They had the Monday night game and stuff, but it'll be that weird Prime Video, Amazon game.
Yeah, everybody's gonna get on what's his name, saying he ain't fired up enough. The announcer.
Oh, Al Michaels.
Yeah. You know, Al's no spring chicken.
Touchdown.
I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't know what everybody was.
But we brought that up last season. We said,
I mean, he's no Gus Johnson. I get that.
Do you know what I think some
Gus
of it is?
Dial it back a little.
And I don't know, but you know how sometimes some networks, they kind of pipe in the crowd noise a little bit more than others. And with the Prime Video, even though, you know, the video portion is awesome, but I feel like sometimes the crowd noise is kind of deadened, so it just seems like they're sitting in a room.
Maybe that has something to do with it.
I don't know. I feel like if they could bring in the Nat sound a little more, it might add to the excitement.
It may not be him, really. Yeah. It may be the fact, like you said, that you're not getting the crowd sound, and it sounds kind of, you know, flat.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to help Al. And Kirk Herbstreit will be with him with his dog, so you'll love that.
Yeah. Did you see, what's the coach from Missouri? Drinkwitz? What's his name? Some funny name. The coach from Missouri.
Yeah.
He, you know, Herbstreit has his dog, and, you know, Lane Kiffin brings his out too. Juice.
Yeah. Yes.
So the Missouri coach came out, and he had one of them robot dogs with him.
Oh,
you know, the robot.
Oh, really?
And it was like,
oh, that's good. That's great. I wish you were a coach.
You wish I was a coach.
And Mr. Buddy, the way the way he is right now.
Oh boy.
Not trained, just farm dog. Okay. Yeah. I wish that he was running around making, I mean, just havoc on everything.
He'd be jumping up on people with his
jumping
feet.
on things, peeing everywhere. Yeah.
Biting tires.
Oh, sure.
He'll bite tires.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, just bring him on.
Here's my little buddy.
And everybody dread him. Oh, here comes Burgess with that dog.
One of my favorite things is when you were fixing a portion of your very long driveway, and the concrete was wet. Concrete? And so now his paw's still there?
Yeah. I took a picture of him. It was like he was posing beside him.
So every time you run down the driveway or drive, you see his paws.
I see his paws.
There, it reminds you of
I knew
Mr.
he would
Buddy.
do it. I knew it.
I love it. I love it. Well, he's so well trained, Greg.
Well, yeah. Well, it's tough to train to keep him out of concrete.
Also,
he doesn't do anything well like that.
I know. Bless his heart. He's
got a lovely personality.
He gets it honest from his daddy. Also, if you're into college football, maybe that's your thing. You're like, I'm going over tonight and see what's up.
I've told you I'd give it a pass
on Thursday. South Alabama's at App State tonight on ESPN, 6:30 p.m. Central Time. And Boone, North Carolina.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
App State, they've built a pretty good, respectable program, and South Alabama has too.
Yeah. They both are in the Sun Belt, of course. South Alabama is 1-2, and App is 2-1. So that's a big game tonight in the Sun Belt Conference, 6:30 p.m. on ESPN. If you'd rather do that than watch the NFL.
I guess they got their buses back from.
I guess so.
New Mexico.
Yeah, I guess so. We'll be right back. Greg's going to eat some more peanuts and blow his nose. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe. You've heard me talking about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out because they just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like optimized gel tips for custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com. A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link.
family.
In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for a specific sleep position and comfort preference. With 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, and a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep Quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 25% off your mattress order. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not the millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. Call 1-800-780-8888 or visit tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. Find the link at rickandbubba.com. Feeling secure in your own home shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing protection and peace of mind to all families. With LiveGuard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm. Visit simplysafe.com/bigbox to save 50% on a new system with a free indoor security camera. Find the link also at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without.
All right, we got 19, leaning on 20 minutes past the hour. It's the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. I am Speedy. There sits Greg Burgess. Eddie Van Adler on his way in. Rick is here. Bubba off today. And Greg, I will tell you this in preparation of the crap run that we got. I brought my calf stretcher in that Hobie got me.
You gonna stretch your calf?
Yeah, I am. I'm going to demonstrate it and let you
I
see
won't
it.
see it. I won't see it.
Yeah.
Even though my calf's okay, I wish I had a stretcher for something.
Right. As we detail every day, I guess, how we feel. Because when you're old, that's what you do. I don't know if that's, you talk about the weather and how you feel, what's hurting,
That's it.
what's aching. As we try to get ready for the 5K, which a lot of you could probably just get out of the car, put some shoes on, and run it. Whereas we have to train a little bit. We have to, and when I say train, I don't mean like we're out with some professional. I'm just talking about we just try to go run a little bit and do
It
it.
ain't looking good.
It's not. Your knee and my calf. Good night. If we is yours left side or right?
That'd be left.
Boy, it's my left side too.
Yeah.
We just need a
What's
new
that
left
all about?
side. What's
That's
that
it.
going on? Huh? All right, Snotty, what you got?
Listen, yesterday I got a little funny story.
Uh-oh.
Yesterday, Lisa keeps my daughter's kids. Pace, he's 3.
Yep.
Mary Hollis, she's 1.
Who live right by you?
Yeah. So she keeps them 3 days a week. So I'll stop by there on my way home, and play with the kids and all that and give her a break.
Well, that's fun.
Well, I walk in yesterday, and I walk in, I see Pace sitting in the recliner, and also around the corner, Lisa is sitting in a chair against the door with a wiffle ball bat. I thought, boy, he must be in trouble.
Oh.
But come to find out, I said, what are you doing? She goes, you ain't gonna believe they got a dog. It's a beagle, Cleo.
Oh, okay.
So
old dog. They've had the dog. New dog.
No, they've had it ever since they got married.
Got it. That's no. I remember you telling a story about that.
They got it like the first year.
I remember that. Did it bark or something all the time? I don't know. You've been told
it's a beagle.
Yeah.
No, it would come up and steal your food off your plate.
Okay, that's what it was.
Yeah. But anyway, so she'll let Cleo out to go to the bathroom and stuff like that. She's an inside-outside / combo. So she said, I'm sitting here, and they got a glass door, on the back with like the little blinds built inside of it, so she'll shut it. Well, when she had it up, she goes, I heard the awfulest noise, and I look, and Cleo has run a squirrel up them stairs, and he's got it in his mouth against the glass, and he's going crazy. And anyway, so
on the deck,
the steps right outside the window.
Okay, yeah,
it goes down to the backyard.
Got it.
So she, of course, Lisa panics on stuff like that. Anyway, she didn't want to see Cleo eating it. Anyway, so the squirrel gets away, but is lodged up on the brick, hanging on under the eave of the house.
Scared as heck.
Scared, won't do nothing.
Oh, yeah.
So the dog's going nuts.
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's the problem here. The baby's taking a nap, and Lisa don't want her to get woke up. So she brings the dog in, and every time the dog tries to run and look up under where the blinds are towards the squirrel, Lisa will hit it with a wiffle ball bat to make it back up. The key was, she said, first of all, I like to never got her in the house. She wouldn't come in.
Yeah. Because the squirrel's right there.
So I go, I'll get it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I got this.
I can't wait for this.
And so I went outside. I got a broom. I thought, well, it's really high where it was at.
I'm picturing the squirrel from Ice Age right now.
Look at it. It's just hanging on.
Right.
So we got to get it out of there because the dog will not do anything until something's done with that squirrel, and it's going to wake the baby up.
Sure.
And the baby don't like to be woke up.
But she's got a wiffle ball bat.
She does have a bat to hit the dog so it'll quit going to the door. So I get out there, and I got the broom, and it's not giving me a lot. I can't quite reach it. So I get up on this table, and I look, and Riley's got an electric blower out there. So I said, let me get that blower out.
That's not bad.
That's good. So I get on top of this picnic table.
Picture it.
And I got the blower, and boy, when I go towards it, it didn't like it. Well, here it goes. It takes off. You know how they'll just dive.
Yeah.
It would have been great if it would have landed on me, but it didn't. But it dove past me.
Okay.
So
over you.
Yes. Hits the ground, and I'm like, and Lisa's looking out the window, and I'm like, I got it done. It jumps in the swimming pool, and it's swimming, and it can't get out.
Oh, no. So, that's the little skiing squirrel?
Yeah. I know they can swim that good. Yeah. Them son of guns can swim. So Lisa's looking at me doing this. Like, what are we going to do?
That's in the water.
Now it's running laps in the pool. No. And it won't get out. And finally,
that poor thing.
So I'm getting over there, and I said, well, I'm going to get that dip net, and I'm going to dip him out of there.
Oh, you got your plan.
So I'm trying to get the dip net put together because they had the attachment off. But anyway, and it's just a swimming. Well, it sees the ladder, and it jumps up on the ladder.
Okay.
Jumps over the top and takes off. Listen, they got a chain link fence. It ran through the fence. It
No.
didn't jump it, and it went through the hole in the fence, out into the woods.
Gone.
But the best part is I thought I'd solved it, and that son of a gun fell in the pool. It was so panicked, it didn't know what to do. It just went nuts and just kaplunk right off in the pool. And I'm like, what am I going to
do? You turn.
And you know if I'd have got it in the net, I'd never got it out of that net.
Yeah.
It'd been clawed in it.
Oh, yeah. No way.
I was so
no
glad.
way.
I got to give it credit. It swam by that ladder about 3 times. Finally, it was like, hey, I think I can do this.
That is resilient. So you mean tell me you looked into the house like got it, and all of a sudden,
yes, and then here we go, and it's going around the side, round and round. Like, what am I going to do? But it saw that ladder, and it.
Think of the story it told when it got back to its buddies.
They wanted out of there so bad.
Y'all ain't gonna believe this.
It was scared to death because the dog at one point had it in its mouth.
Yeah,
and it got up there on that brick and just froze. It wouldn't go.
Right.
And of course the dog's going nuts and. Anyway, but yeah, that was quite the adventure.
So
The only thing would have been better if it would have jumped off the wall and landed on me.
If it could have landed
I
on
knew
you
that was a
and
possibility.
just stuck to your chest,
Yes.
that'd have been great.
Yes, but anyway,
or to your back when you turn.
But what I want to know, how did it know it could fit through that little hole in the chain link fence? I mean, it went wide open, never checked it, went whoosh, right through the fence, out in the woods.
Golly.
Never seen a squirrel that was completely wet like that. Like a little rat.
Well, look, they really are with that fluffy tail. But for some reason, we give their tail a break.
We'll get them as pets. We don't care.
Yeah, if it had a rat's tail, you'd be screaming and running.
Oh, that's what hurts the possum.
You wouldn't have got to blow her out for that.
No, I wouldn't. It'd have been a whole nother world.
Yeah.
But anyway, I was.
So at one point you're standing on the table with an electric blower.
Yes.
Did Lisa think about maybe rolling video? Do you know if there's anything like that?
There's not. She should have.
Yeah.
Oh, we missed a great opportunity.
Oh, Lisa. I bet you she does, and she's holding it.
I thought I'd done something good.
And then it jumps in the water.
It was so scared and panicked. It didn't know. It fell in the water. Just fell off into as it was running by.
Yeah. Well, so
and then all of a sudden you got a little head there.
Just a little head. So you bring up a great point, though. If, let's say, it couldn't have gotten out on its own, and you did get it in the net, it'd have been stuck in there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So I thought about that, but I thought, well, there's no other way to get it out.
And then what do you do? What do you just go lay the net down
I don't
and just let it work its way
bite
out?
me. It's scared to death.
Oh, yeah, and then you running.
Yeah, I was crying. I like Chevy Chase on Christmas Vacation. Remember that? And get in the tree, and then run through the room. It's on his back, and you don't know it. That's what I felt like.
So yesterday, right there, I'm pointing in the production room. We have right outside. There's the window. There's some bushes and shrubbery and all this kind of stuff, and it's pretty built up. And we have a full window that is leading out on the exterior, and I hear the god-awfulest noise hitting the window. And I thought, is it raining or something? Is the rain hitting the window? I look out, and it is the biggest squirrel. And he has got something, and have you ever just watched a squirrel get up on its hind and just
with their little hands?
Boy, and they're just working something. And he had him a snack, and he was throwing stuff everywhere. That thing was huge.
It's funny when they take their hands. I had a mushroom in the yard, and they got that mushroom. it turned it. It's tearing that mushroom up. I mean, it loved it.
I sat there, and then when I moved, it saw me and took off. I was like, I like to sit here and just watch this.
See, we got a bird feeder out the back because Lisa likes to look at the redbirds, which we have unbelievable amounts of redbirds. I don't know where they all come from.
Okay.
But anyway,
red.
But here come them squirrels. They'll get on that bird feeder. And they'll swing.
Yeah.
They're so agile. They'll run up and be like a one leg on top of it.
Yeah.
Balance. Their balance is incredible.
You ever been hunting in the hardwood and see a squirrel come by and go, I wish I was that squirrel for maybe 30 minutes?
Not really, but
no, okay.
Not you say. I would like to be able to jump. And even yesterday, it was pretty. They can fall from way up and hit the ground and not be hurt.
That's it.
How do they do that?
I don't know, but you ever seen one running a log like a dead tree that's laying down, running and then jump here and then jump there, and then next thing you know, it's like 7 trees over, and you're like, now that'd be cool.
So I didn't realize you sat in the woods and wished you were a squirrel.
Every now and then.
I learned that today.
There's some long hunts out there.
There are, by the way. You need some kind of role playing.
Now, I don't like them when they come hopping on those dry leaves, and I know it's a squirrel, but I gotta look anyway.
I gotta look.
That's it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So you owe back taxes, right? Here's the question. Why is the IRS targeting you and not millionaires who owe a fortune compared to you? Well, wealthy people have tax attorneys. You probably don't. Tax Network USA are patriots you want on your side to solve your IRS tax problems quickly and painlessly. Their attorneys, strategists, and expert negotiators employ brilliant strategies designed to solve your IRS problem quickly and in your favor. They have a preferred direct line to the IRS. They know which agents to talk to, which to avoid. And by the way, you should never talk to the IRS yourself. Plus, Tax Network USA learned of a limited special IRS offer. The IRS is willing to forgive $1 billion in tax penalties. Do you qualify? Find out by calling 1-800-780-8888 or going to tnusa.com/bigbox to find out. They are the team that we recommend to solve your IRS issues and get your life back. Go to tnusa.com/bigbox for a free consultation. You also find the phone number and the URL at rickandbubba.com. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere!
Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Feeling secure in your own home, that shouldn't be a luxury, it should be a given. That's why Simply Safe Home Security is dedicated to providing advanced protection and peace of mind to all families. Now, right now, you can save big on your award-winning Simply Safe system for 50% off and claim a free indoor security camera. When you order today, this offer is not going to last long. With exclusive Live Guard technology, Simply Safe's 24/7 monitoring agents can act within 5 seconds of receiving your alarm and even speak to intruders in your home, warning them that the police are on the way. With no long-term contracts or hidden fees, Simply Safe earns your trust every day by keeping you safe, satisfied, and never locked in. That's why Simply Safe was named Best Home Security Systems by U.S. News and World Report. Join countless listeners who found peace of mind with Simply Safe by going to simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 50% on a new system and a free indoor security camera. There's no safe like Simply Safe. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox and save 25% off your mattress order. Plus, you get a free gift. Or visit rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. I can't start another day without him, brother.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. I'm Speedy. There's Greg over there tearing up some peanuts. He's fired up, ready to go after his battle with the squirrel yesterday. Please tell me they have security cameras on the exterior in the back. Because if so, I'm going to go around you. I'm just going to text Chandler and get it. Because I feel like you're probably going to hide that from me.
Oh, no. I wish you could see it.
Oh, yeah, I've got to. Just the information the squirrel probably went back with to his crew Hey, man, you ain't
He
gonna
was out-
believe it.
he was getting
So I
out
had
of
this
there.
crazy dog. It was after me, and then this man came out, and he had
got
this
a blower.
a blower monster came
But
after
I
me.
tell you what, but he was just. She said he'd been up there over an hour.
Yeah, just frozen,
Just
stuck
frozen,
like
stuck.
Spider-Man to the side.
Yeah,
just looking
I thought,
around,
my
big old
goodness,
eyes.
won't he just gone? What's his problem? Why have I got to get a blower out to make him move?
I don't know if we can do this every day, but I know for the last couple of days we have. Today, if it's your birthday, happy birthday. But the Florida man story for you today is a guy trapped inside a Corvette when he was trying to steal the car.
Okay.
That's when the owner caught him and called police.
So he's locked himself in the car?
Yeah, but then he starts begging the owner for help of the car that he was trying to steal that he's locked in.
And I'm sure the owner said, "Oh, yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Hey, look right here."
And we've got audio of
How goofy are
Julio Solano found
It got me a vet.
found the would-be thief inside his car and was talking to him about why the guy got trapped. He couldn't get out. And so he starts, the would-be thief then starts begging the owner for help.
Hey, man, I promise I won't do this again if you'll just let me out.
Hey, will you let me out? I'm stuck.
I can't get it to go. I can't get the doors unlocked.
What am I
How
thinking?
that happens? I mean, I don't own a Corvette, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. Good gracious alive. Let me hit this real quick.
I remember when I was a kid, I thought Corvettes were so sharp.
This will be just a guess here. Let's see what we got.
My brother, this is not your car. This is my car. But why are you in my car? No, you can't get out because we calling the cops.
Was able to break in the car, but that particular Corvette, if you're in the car and you don't have the keys, none of the electrical components will function. But little did he know that there's a manual door handle underneath the seat that, thank God he didn't know. Just be alert. You know, when you're getting in and out of your car, be vigilant, be alert of your surroundings.
Yeah, so the guy got trapped because he details
So he
exactly
somehow
what
broke
happened.
in it, but then the feature that you don't have a key with you,
Correct.
it locks all the electronics shut off.
Yeah, and that's coming out of Miami Beach, Florida.
But you do have a lever on the seat but he didn't know
But he
that.
didn't know that. He didn't know that because he's just a good thief.
Could you please help me out here?
No, I cannot. So anyway,
I'm in your
if it's your
very
birthday,
expensive car.
no reason to play the Florida man game and look back in history. We got one for you today. So there you go. I have a story here that was kind of shocking to me because it's a household name and it just shows you where we are. You get a lot of the, this legendary restaurant or something in this area of the country. It's been around for 50 years. It's closing its doors or whatever. You've been hearing some of that, especially with the economy the way it is. And a lot of folks are trying to get to the election and hope and pray it goes a certain way or they're going to be closing doors. And it's really a situation that we're in. But I was surprised by this one. Tupperware.
Oh, the great Tupperware. We all grew up with Tupperware.
Files for Chapter 11 bankruptcy after 78 years.
How does Tupperware struggle? They got good products.
Golly. 78-year-old company has been battling for years to revive its fortunes amid debts, I should say, of more than $700 million.
Oh, man, they were the walking dog of
Oh, yeah.
resealable bowls. You remember when your mom would have a Tupperware party and all the women would come over and they would order Tupperware?
Yes.
Oh,
Golly. Come on. It
you
says
cut up
here,
a cantaloupe and put it in there and seal it up?
the sales slumped in recent years as the company was struggling to place more of its products in retail stores and online sales platforms and stuff like that.
The great Tupperware is on its way out.
Chapter 11 bankruptcy has been filed.
Wow. I do. I remember as a kid.
Golly.
We
all do.
Hey, get that Tupperware out.
Uh-huh.
See, because, you used to have to, put aluminum foil or something like that over to cover it up. But, boy, Tupperware, you just snap the lid on. There you were.
Golly. They said they're going to still try to operate some during the bankruptcy proceedings and all that. But last month, the company
what's the world come to?
raised doubts about the ability to remain in business after flagging the bankruptcy risk several times.
I was raised on Tupperware.
Man. And so it's a total. The company has about $812 million in debt. Yikes.
Wow.
But I don't know. That one jumped out at me.
It's a
Tupperware.
resealable bowl business.
Tupperware.
It got kind of tough.
Tupperware party.
I guess not. Yeah, you become like a dealer, and people come to your house. You put on a show, and
Have you ever done any like direct sales like that, where you hop around, go to houses, and
I
a part of
haven't,
some club?
But
or
I've
whatever?
been invited to a lot of stuff
Yeah.
like that. And I usually try to avoid it.
You know,
I did let a guy give me a vacuum cleaner presentation one time.
you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
We first got married, and then he told me the price of it, and I was like, no, buddy, you should have stayed outside.
Yeah.
Appreciate you vacuuming my carpet and all, but I mean, this was like in early '90s, late '80s, and they wanted like $1,300 for this Kirby. I was like, nice. I mean, it's a nice vacuum, but.
I did Cutco knives for a little bit.
Oh, did
like
you try
one
some?
summer. I did.
All
I did
them college kids do that.
Yeah, during college. Just a little summer something.
Everybody does it. Or
and,
the books. They would come and they would sell like dictionary and all that. Because Lisa bought a bunch.
I was all about the knives, man. I could come and cut a penny up with the scissors.
So you had
and do all that. And now being
what about the ShamWow?
and now being old and knowing what I put my parents through and their friends, because I called on all their friends from like church and stuff, and
so
I would
you
go.
Went.
Oh yeah.
Tell me, out of 10, how many bought one?
I don't know, but maybe 2. I don't know. And of course, they were all they're great knives, and and the company's still very successful.
Most people have knives,
right? But not these.
That's
not these.
You cut a can in there,
and you definitely don't have their scissors.
You remember the Jinsu?
Yes. Wow.
I'm picturing you doing a presentation.
Yeah, picture me, red mullet, freckles, pulling up, and my red Prelude, or at that time it was a doo-doo brown Pinto.
Oh, not the great Pinto.
Yeah.
Please,
my
tell
dad's
me.
work truck.
You thought at the time, I'm onto something here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna make a fortune.
Yeah, sat through the presentation. I went, well, hey, if I could just sell 1 or 2 of these a month, I'm rolling.
That's all I'll need.
That's all
Rest
I need
of my
in
life.
life. I might just
I can feed my huskies.
Yeah, I
rent.
might just walk away from everything and do that.
Yes, I'm Calvin. I'd like to do a knife demonstration for you.
I do remember I did get to one church member, and they just looked at me and said, "I'm gonna buy some knives from you. You don't have to do all this."
Okay,
you
appreciate it.
And I did. I appreciated that,
Said,
but I still try. I still
I've been
wanted,
working on it, but
I still wanted to show what I could do to the penny with the scissors.
Cut it. That scissors stout. Huh?
Oh, you kidding? Sure enough, goodens.
Oh my God!
But anyway, that Tupperware story, it just jumped out at me.
That's surprising.
It kind of hurts deep.
It's an iconic business.
It kind of lets you know where we are. Tupperware filing for bankruptcy after 78 years.
It was one of those companies. Their product becomes, and I've even heard Moultrie talk about this, is where you want to be.
Yeah.
No, even if it wasn't Tupperware, if it looked like it, people referred to it as Tupperware.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
You know,
you're right.
It didn't matter if it was Tupperware brand or not. It was considered Tupperware.
Right. With the economy the way it is, prices up, families struggling, and that's because a lot of the businesses that support the families are struggling. So it just trickles on down, and people are looking at monthly budgets and what we can cut, and maybe we don't need to spend this. Let's just focus on what's important. And so you see companies, struggling that are like, we used to do pretty well. But when people are like, hoarding their money because they don't know what's coming, it's tough.
I bet the knife industry is just struggling.
Yeah.
I bet them college kids are just like you.
Talking about Cutcos?
That have been trying to do it.
Now, if you want a good pair of knives, I mean, if you need some good knives, that's it.
I mean, they're good knives.
I mean, we sold you the little nice block that they all sit in.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, somebody it means business when you go into their kitchen and you see Cutco knives.
How quick did it fade? Would you do about a month?
Probably, I think so.
You fired up.
You know what it was when I had to go out and keep? Oh, you mean I got to keep doing this?
Oh, I got to go like every week.
So I can't just do sell one set
a year,
and then I thought I was done.
Quota? What do you mean quota?
Oh, so you still? Oh, okay.
And if you don't sell it, you got to buy it back.
I need to sell a certain amount. I didn't know. Okay. Wow. Hey, Dad. Who else can I call on?
Yeah, you got any friends?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care. And that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE, 855-51-BIBLE.
You've heard me talk about Raycon's everyday earbuds before, and you may have thought, wait a minute, the same audio quality I expect from the big guys, but about half the price? Sounds pretty good, but if you haven't pulled the trigger on a pair of Raycons, now is the time to check them out because they've just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. Now, this means you get the features that you know and love. Optimized gel tips for a cozy custom fit and 3 customizable sound styles, but now you also get active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's new everyday earbuds are available in a variety of vibrant new colors. My favorite, I love the one that I like in those neon colors. That's my favorite because, look, I like a little flash. Seriously, if you've been waiting to check out Raycons, there truly is no better time. With a 30-day happiness guarantee, what are you waiting for? Get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigbox. buyraycon.com/bigbox or find the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio! Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
All right, we got 10 minutes until top of the hour. What's up? We thank you for being here. It's the kickoff hour.
it off.
I am Speedy over with Snotty, and we're ready to go. I got a story for you, by the way, I need to bring up.
Nope.
This portion of the program is brought to you by Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA. When I say IRS, does that just make some of you nervous? Maybe you're in a handle with them. You owe them back taxes, and you're like, okay, I'm in over my head. They're coming after me. I need help. Well, Tax Network USA says, we got you. Tax Network USA, their website is TNUSA, altogether, .com/BigVox, B-I-G, V as in voice, O-X. They're patriots that want to go, hey, look, we'll get beside you here and let us handle communicating with the IRS. If you've got tax problems, we'll help you get that quickly resolved and painlessly. So check it out. They're attorneys, they're strategists and experts in negotiating for you. They know who to contact, how to talk to them, what to do. So make sure that you contact them today. If this is your world and this is something that is keeping you stressed out, let's contact them. TNUSA.com/BigVox, or you can call them at 1-800-780-8888. Tax Network USA has resolved over $1 billion in tax debts, and they offer a best-in-class client satisfaction guarantee as well. So get your life back. Again, the number 1-800-780-8888, or you can go to tnusa.com/BigVox. And let's see if they can't go to work for you like they have so many others. All right, as we roll on back, the one story, just because you're a snotbox a lot, I wanted to throw at you real quick, and let me go grab.
You're going to tell a story no matter what.
Mm-hmm. Man 20.
That's gross.
Constant running nose. You want to know why? He thought he just had sinus issues. His brain was leaking.
Well, that's nice.
Okay, I just want to throw that at you.
Thank you for that.
Uh-huh.
What would cause that, Rick?
Well, I could go into it. I was just going to throw that at you.
No, I'd rather you not.
Well, I just want to make you
like
aware.
Brain or leaking in the same sentence.
Yeah. He had
any story that involves those two
words.
words.
Wow, his brain was bulging through his a hole in his skull is why.
Okay, well.
I just want to let you know that.
All right, thank you, buddy.
That's kind of gross, kind of like that guy walking around Nashville with no skull.
Oh, that was whoever brought that up yesterday. That's a foul.
I have a story here that I don't know that you'll even let me get through because you're going to object to it, but I'm going to try. It's a British story, and so I'm going to kind of move around kind of the way it was written and everything, but we've got we've got let me see here. I'm going to go through this. We've got a kid, it looks like here.
All right.
A British school child.
Okay.
I'm going around some of the story here.
Crazy Brits.
Who's been officially allowed to identify as a wolf.
All right, stop you here. You think this is legit?
I don't know, but they claim he suffers the pupil, it says here, the child.
Now, this pupil and his family or whoever, they came up with this diagnosis?
I guess so, and I don't know in here if it says he or she. It just says pupil.
It doesn't matter. They think they're a wolf.
So I'm going to go with he right now. It says they suffer from species dysphoria and is going to identify as a wolf. And the secondary school pupil, it says, is said to suffer from that condition. And that's when someone claims their body belongs to a different species.
But see, it doesn't.
Right.
I mean, of course, we can talk about the same thing with the gender thing, but let's concentrate on the wolf right now. So
teachers are said to be supporting the youngster too.
Oh, they are.
And a growing number of school children are said to be taking on the personalities of creatures, including foxes,
you know why?
Dragons, birds, snakes, sharks, and even dinosaurs.
You know why? Because they see the other one doing it. Well, I'll do it too. Well, you know what? How about say no? You know what? Everybody involved, the wolf, and any adult that's signing off on this needs their ass whipped.
Oh,
that right there is ridiculous. If you took time to waste paper to present to them, hey, this kid's got this species dysphoria, and I think we need to address it, you're an idiot. You know what? So people just need to ignore them when they walk in with this stuff. Just go, I'm sorry, we're not doing that, and move on.
Ridiculous. So now look, this isn't going to be popular, but we actually have a doctor weighing in. okay, a clinical neuropsychologist insists that there's no such condition in science as species dysphoria.
Thank you, sir.
It's not surprising that we are seeing this in an age when many people want to identify as something other than what they really are. But there's scientifically, there is no condition that they're saying these kids have.
You know what's called an imagination, and children have it. And like we were talking earlier, when we were children, we would pretend to be things. My grandkids pretend to be stuff, but they don't. Pace was chasing me like he was a lion the other day. He's got a pretty good rundown with all fours, by the way. But he's not, and he doesn't think he's really one. He's pretending. He's having fun. He likes chasing his sister and making her cry.
Yeah. Well, you want to know why, Greg? When we were young, we kind of played pretend. Like, let's, I know you played house a lot, but we played pretend. Where hey, let's pretend this. But we didn't really
war. We'd have guns. Like we were fighting.
We would do all kinds of stuff. But now we've
Cowboys and Indians.
Now we've got a council. Okay, which appears to accept
well, they all need to be fired.
At face value that a child identifies as a wolf.
No, they need to be fired. Everybody involved in this.
Rather than being told, hey, let's snap out of it. If they're confused, let's get them help. Let's be compassionate for them. But we're not going to run around here like they're a wolf.
No, because they really don't think they're a wolf. They really don't. You're telling them they can, but they don't.
Confirmation of the first known case.
There's nothing about them that is any wolf-like.
Right.
And we can go on with this argument about all kinds of stuff nowadays we're accepting. I mean, it seems extremely bizarre, but just wait a year or so. What we're acknowledging now as far as gender, that seemed, bizarre years ago. But now, so we laugh about the wolf. It's just the beginning.
So so Daily Mail is where this story is coming out. I think it's out of Scotland too. They have confirmed through official documents that this is actually going on. Because the first thing you think of is this story is made up.
It's a prank, yeah.
The local authorities said that the pupil belonged to a group, the Furries, and identified as the wolf. And it's just bizarre. And you hear rumors about. I've heard rumors, and I'm like, okay, is that real or not? Like you hear like, hey, this little middle school student is a cat.
Yeah, they let them use litter boxes. I'm not sure I believe in that.
No, but we've had teachers that have oh no, you don't know what we're dealing with.
I'm not buying the litter box thing yet. I keep hearing it, but I'm not buying it.
But if
I don't think we're that crazy.
I don't know. If you're a young child, it used to be that parents at home would kind of deal with that and go, hey, look, little Johnny, I know you think you're a wolf, but you're not.
Yeah, you're pretending, and it's okay to pretend.
I'm not going to make the teachers and the principal at your school deal with this and let you go to school as a wolf. So
what do you carry raw meat to eat for lunch?
Right. So I'm going to deal with it, and son, you're not a wolf. Okay.
Yeah. You would go if the kid was trying to be a wolf 24 hours. You go, hey, we're going to have to back off the wolf stuff.
Right. But instead, the parents just let him go to school and be a wolf, and the school has.
How do you treat a person like a wolf? What kind of?
I don't know. What do you do?
Like I said, do you feed them raw meat? Do you?
Do you think everybody's scared of them in
let's
school?
Just say,
hey, there's a wolf coming.
I'll say this: if a real wolf showed up, we would all panic, right?
Golly.
But yet we let the fake wolf.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And what are your characteristics? What do you do? Okay, I think I'm a wolf. Okay, we're in class.
Right. What are we doing?
You obviously can't do your work because wolves can't do work.
And I guess you don't sit at the desk, right?
Yeah.
Are you sitting on the floor? And who's the prey? Who's the prey?
Smell everybody's butt when they walk in. What's that about? That's how canines identify. So I guess you have to do that.
Guys, y'all come on.
Kind of like you do, Rick.
I was waiting on that. Snot box. Seriously, this guy's brain was leaking.
I'm not going to hear that.
Huh?
I'm not listening.
If you don't clear up, I'm going to have you go to the doctor.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour, another hour, on another day, on another show. We start with the national anthem. Here we go. Here we go, 7.5 minutes past the hour. Hey, get the headgears on, folks. Well, maybe the headphones. All right, here we go. Let's don't be too dramatic. As we step out onto the field for another show, and we're glad that you are here today. As we will roll through another one. Speedy and Greg have knocked out the kickoff hour for you. Eddie Van Adler now settles in. Hello, Adler. The YouTube experience now enhanced as we all go forward. If you're listening to us on America's boldest radio stations, thank you for that. We thank them for being bold enough to carry this show. If you don't have an affiliate, maybe you've got the Rick and Bubba TuneIn app. That's a streaming option that is live. Just go to TuneIn. That's a free download. Search the Rick and Bubba Show. Or maybe you're watching us, as I mentioned, on YouTube. Hello, tubers. How are you? Thank you for being with us today. Then you have the archive options. These are options where you go and get the show just whenever you have time, or you pick up parts of the show that you may have missed. Those two options include the YouTube channel. Go to our YouTube channel for a daily archive. It also includes our podcast channel with audio archives every day. So you should never miss a moment of the show unless you just don't want it. Speaking of archives, yesterday in the Wednesday Bible study, we wrapped up the book of Hebrews. So Hebrews 13, that archive is available for you if you so desire on the YouTube channel and the podcast channel. Starting next Wednesday, we'll start a brand new series as we take on the book of Daniel. So there you go. You're updated. We'll give you some other updates as we go. Bubba, if you're listening to the kickoff hour, you know that Bubba is not here today. He texted us last night. He's not sick or in trouble or anything like that. He really just had a conflict. There was something he needed to take care of, and there was no way to get it taken care of and do the show. So he should be back with us again tomorrow, and he's just getting that handled today, and he hated to miss. So we've got a lot to cover on the program today, and we want your phone calls to be part of that. One thing I will go ahead and lay down before the guys here today, it's been well documented. This is nothing new. Totally documented. And I mean, really clarified. I am not handy. I'm not even remotely handy. Even people who aren't handy are more handy than me.
Right.
I'm a level of handy that would be like if there were a special group of people, who go, well, they've got challenges that, that they can't seem to overcome. We must understand that. Mm-hmm. There's certain limits there. So had something happen yesterday that we may attempt on the show today.
Okay,
because I think, Greg, you're somewhat handy. Speedy can be resourcut. I'd say that more than handy.
I can just go to YouTube and watch the video.
Adler can be surprisingly handy. He wishes he was as handy as his dad, but he's not. but I mean, he wishes he was. And at times he probably, is a disappointment to his dad in this area. But
that's fair. All of that's fair.
But you know what? Compared to me, you're like, you should have your own home improvement show.
I'm Bob Vila.
Right.
You're customizing a van.
You really are.
Oh yeah.
And built a deck that was impressive.
Thank you.
And some kind of bizarre play area / Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu training.
Yeah. There's that.
The
So
G-Lab. It's
I've been
called
trying
the
to work on
G-Lab.
my
G-Lab.
So
I've been trying to work on my 4-wheeler, and now it's to the point where I've just got to take it somewhere.
You're trying to
Give it
fix a
up.
4-wheeler?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
Yeah, I've tried to get in there.
Yeah.
Terry will come in there, and I'm like halfway under the 4-wheeler, and yeah, I just
Not
want.
sure what
I
you're
think I
looking
just
for.
want to look sharp.
So you're
What are
trying
you
to-
doing, honey? I'm under the 4. I'm working, honey.
I'm checking this.
More
facility
you-
with
trying to
little
fit-
So you look sharp. You're just not getting anything done.
Nothing done
I
at
got
all.
you.
Nothing done
You
at all.
trying to fix a 4-wheeler. I tell you what. I think I'm going to remodel the kitchen.
Right.
But anyway, so if you recall, several Wednesdays ago, we have the Wednesday Bible study, and in this room, like yesterday. I don't know that people sensed, hey, I want to hear the last installment of Hebrews, but we were sold out yesterday. We probably had, what do you think, Adler? We probably had 40-something guys in here, don't you think? And so we usually have a pretty good gathering here, and it varies from 25
Put a
to
cap on it.
for 45. Of course, all Greg cares about is that one of the men bring him dry roasted peanuts.
I was getting worried about Don.
He was back yesterday, Greg, and
I know.
he paid his penance to you like the mafia, the peanut mafia. And had a look of fear on his face, like, I had to get here. I was like, boy, I was hoping you were
I'm
coming.
glad to see he's doing good. I was getting worried about it.
But one of the guys, who will remain unnamed, in the Wednesday Bible study, broke the mirror on my truck.
Yeah.
The side mirror.
Yeah, backing in, he came in, and he confessed
That you
it.
didn't recognize.
No,
that he broke it.
Matter of fact, he doesn't mention it. I still don't know. Okay, so anyway,
Something looks funny about that mirror.
very kind of him, because he's got a heart of gold.
Right.
He got the model of the truck and all that, and actually ordered the replacement mirror.
Yeah.
He told me that he would install it.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
oh no.
Yesterday he approaches me with one of those shipping envelopes, with the padding in it, and he says, "I have the replacement mirror." And I said, "Great." And I thought the next thing he would say was, "And I'm going to go out there and put it on for you."
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was kind of pulling for.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't happen. He said, "I just had shoulder surgery, so I don't feel good about popping that mirror off and putting the other one on."
Oh, my goodness, I don't think it's that big a deal.
Well, Greg, thank you.
Please look at him.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. That's not what I said to him because I was grateful that he had bought the other mirror. But
he destroyed your vehicle.
Okay, destroyed strong. But anyway, so he left it with me, and then he said the words.
That didn't help you at
Well,
all.
listen, he said the words that people have said to me over the years, but they don't understand. They don't understand how far removed from being remotely handy that I am,
Mm-hmm.
embarrassingly so.
Yeah.
But they don't know it. They think to themselves, anybody can do this, but they don't know that wouldn't include me.
No.
And so he says, all you do is just pop the other one off, pop this on.
What do you mean pop it off?
I'll show you. But I have it in there on my desk. We'll get it out next segment and look at it.
Well, it must take a lot of stress because of his shoulder. He can't do it.
Greg, don't be like that about the guy. He clearly
He's
said.
a little out of control.
Here's what he said, and there was another side of it. When you keep something up.
He couldn't have brought a friend that had two good shoulders.
Yeah, you couldn't have hired it out.
Right.
Let me.
He really felt bad about it.
Let me finish.
I can't do it, but I brought Earl with me. He's going to do it.
He's good at it.
Let me finish while the relationship with this man is still somewhat intact. Okay. So he said to me, and this is, I think, the bigger deal. He you know how sometimes when you keep something up, it shakes you up a little bit?
Yeah.
You kind of feel like you don't want to mess anything else up.
Oh, he thinks.
He said, I'm and I think there was a side of him said, if I now mess up the attempt to fix what I messed up, it's almost like you couldn't take the pressure of that.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't want to
I
get
thought
out.
there wasn't nothing to it.
Well, Greg, thanks.
According to him.
Okay.
Then, he went and faked the shoulder injury.
That's the part that people get upset, that last part. According to him, you didn't have to add that. You could have just simply said, well, I thought it was easy.
Did he at least open it up to see if it's the right item?
He ain't fighting a bear.
Yes, he had opened it.
Okay.
Yeah, and now
Is it the whole piece?
Is it the glass?
I'll go get it here in a minute.
Good night.
How about this?
We don't have any tools.
When he handed me that, Greg has said this 1,000 times. When he handed me that, as Greg has talked about looking at Kamala Harris trying to be president and other examples, he might as well toss me the keys to the space shuttle and walked out.
Hey, fly.
Yeah, and so,
I borrowed that from the great Creeper Jackson. That
did
was
you
one
really?
of his, yeah.
Creeper Jackson, that was one of his?
That was one of his.
When we come back, we'll bring the envelope in.
He could come visit you in a year, and it would still be in your office sitting there.
Exactly where Rick said it.
You know why? Because what he did has not impacted my life at all.
Exactly.
If something's messed up and it's impacting me, I'll work to get it resolved. If I'm not noticing it, I'll just keep rolling. All right, we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
golf me around here, you fucking... Greg, you're staying in there.
Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it
21 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. Bubba not here today. He has decided that he's done with the show and go ahead and end it now and not be here for the big year enders. So that's his decision. I'm just kidding. I'm just
heard what you were saying.
I'm just messing with you.
You've done it now.
Bubba just had a handle he had to deal with today, and he should be back tomorrow. That would get all the rumors going out there. All right. So as we work our way back, as I've just said, and I really had, and you know how you start something and you regret ever starting it? That's why I feel right now about this thing with the truck. So several weeks ago, someone in the Wednesday Bible study, one of the guys accidentally backing in, our mirrors hit in two big trucks, and mine's not huge like the big lift kit of old. This is me back to a regular Ram 1500 now. But a guy cracked my mirror in the Wednesday Bible study. He's a very kind guy, and I was kind of hoping to come on here.
He should have done is kept his mouth shut.
Thanks, Greg. I was hoping to come on here today, keep the relationship with this guy intact and just simply find a way to replace the mirror. Now, it's starting to feel like that's not going to happen. But anyway,
he just handed it to you and left.
Well, Greg, he said he didn't want to mess it up, but the problem is the odds of messing it up now, I think, have increased unless a combination of you, Adler, and Speedy can do this. Speedy has gone to the parking lot. So the guy did order the replacement mirror, and he said you just simply pop the old one off and pop this on. But people tell me things like that all the time, and it ends up being so much more than that. Yeah. Speedy, come in. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
And boy, this looks a little more complicated than just I don't know what to do here. So this is if you're watching. This is the situation here. So I don't know.
Why easy? Don't cut yourself.
Well, but if it's as easy as popping it in and off, then why didn't he do it?
Well, but
he's got bad shoulders, man.
Guys,
I don't think he knew how. Hey,
how about this? He had shoulder surgery, and I think also I will acknowledge it was beyond that. I think he had some angst about what if he went out there and made the situation worse.
But when you make the statement, hey, ain't nothing to you, just pop it in, pop it out. That was his original statement, correct?
Didn't say it exactly like that.
You don't have to use his own words against him, Greg.
Yeah, right. He didn't say it exactly.
I say leave it just like it is.
I agree.
Huh? I'm afraid to. Boy,
just pop it out.
This thing's really on.
You need a screwdriver to pop it out.
Adler, what do you think about it?
Yeah, pop it.
No.
I need to get something back there.
Adler, please don't. Hey, Speedy, please don't leave me without a mirror. I like your crack.
Well, I mean, so now it's going to be my fault that he just got apart and handed it to you.
Guys, please don't. It's not this guy. The guy's trying to be nice.
This guy's a little out of control.
What if I just went to the dealership and said, I have the part, will one of y'all pop this off and pop it?
And they'll look at you and go, all you got to do is pop it off.
I know, but they don't know who I am.
Hey, do we have anything that can get back there where I can pop it off?
You got to have a screwdriver.
Yeah, I got a screwdriver.
You do?
Speedy, yeah. I wish you'd almost. Okay, I'm starting
to get the
I'm starting to wish you would stop doing that.
Here's the bad thing. Once it comes off, then we can't get it back on. Now you are inconvenienced.
Right. See, right now I just have a cracked mirror that doesn't impact me at all.
Right.
But Bubba told me, and y'all told me though that.
Look, Rick.
Thank you, Adler. Appreciate it, buddy.
Adler, are you warm in there?
Adler, those of you that are listening, Adler just delivered the screwdriver to Speedy shirtless.
Yeah.
All right, Speedy,
I
wish you would be more careful.
Good.
Keep in mind, there's gonna be something electric because it moves around. There's some kind of plug in there.
That's that little plug. Ain't nothing to that.
It does, Speedy.
Yeah,
boy, I think you're making it work. I think you're making it worse.
Oh no, he's going.
Speedy, I see pieces of glass falling off.
Oh,
he's going to break it.
Falling off, Rick. Why didn't this guy just fix it?
I don't know. Please stop. I think you need to stop.
Wow.
Get on that other side. And pop.
That looked like a kid playing
right
with
here, like
yeah,
this.
Get in there. And
should I send Adler out there?
Speedy. No, don't do it. Don't do it that way.
Okay, Speedy, just stop.
Why is
Hey,
it
ain't that
Speedy's fault?
just popping in?
Here's what we're
popping
going to do. This is
Y'all acting like I'm the one that broke the mirror.
No, I didn't say that. I'm the one. You're the one who's breaking it worse. I will say that.
Ooh.
You got it?
Pop.
You got it?
Greg, go help him. You go pop it, Greg.
No,
What if
Greg,
I'm
I
the one
don't
that
need you.
breaks?
All right, here's what guys, everybody stop.
I don't want to be the one to break.
Here's what I think. Speedy, stop. I think what we need to do.
What about that? Just that right there.
This has worked for years. There's men listening right now to this show that can come by this parking lot and solve this in 5 minutes.
I would do it, but I'm busy with camera stuff.
I know you are. So I think
I feel like
Me
I
too,
could
but
do
I'm
it if
busy
y'all would-
drinking coffee.
we're in over our heads, and we need to back out.
Also,
I
Speedy,
feel like you're scared to let me pull it. That's what the guys that know how to do it are going to do. They're going to pull it out.
Yeah, you're going to have to pop it loose from them little connectors.
I don't feel good about it, Speedy. I don't want you to get cut. I don't want you to tear up the mirror to the point now I don't have a mirror, because currently I'm not being bothered by this at all.
this is a two-hand job, Speedy, and you're holding the phone with one hand. You need to use two hands.
Okay.
Use
that's
two
good.
hands
Okay.
on it.
All right.
Put two hands on
So
it.
we're going to still keep doing this?
There's pieces all over.
I wish you would
here.
stop.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it anymore. There's pieces of glass everywhere. How'd that happen?
Somebody
Clearly made it worse.
Well, you're the one that knocked that. I saw glass
I gotta
falling
go
off
look
while you
too.
were messing
So
with it.
now this has turned into my fault. I feel like you're my wife.
All right, let me be clear on this, Speedy. The original problem is not your fault. What's happening
Okay.
now? What's
it's
happening?
moving. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good.
I
We're good.
Just pop
It's
it
in there.
out.
Somebody Google it and put it up. I'm sure there's a YouTube of this. Is there anybody
Let me
out
go.
there? You know,
Oh, Speedy, just pop it out.
no, Greg. I'm just telling you. And Adler's
feel
right.
like
He's
I
trying to
could
do
get
this while holding the phone.
It's a two-hand job.
I really feel like I could get it if I could get two hands in it.
Well, put your
Everybody's
phone down.
saying there's got to be a YouTube video that'll show us exactly how to do it.
Yeah.
Stop it, Speedy.
Yeah, you're going to cut yourself, friend.
All right,
That's good.
People
pop it
right
out.
now are saying, look, just back out. We should be looking at the back of the replacement. Rick, please just go to the dealership and tell them, hey, can you change this out?
That's a great point.
I
What
feel
does the
like
replacement,
it's
the
not
back
as
of the
easy as-
replacement look like? What does the back of the
I feel
replacement
like
It's got it obviously snaps in. It's got
It's
little.
like a ball and socket type deal?
No. It's just a circle with a little plastic snap that's going to. It's like the mail. Snap it into the finger.
Don't get
Oh, my
graphic.
goodness.
Don't get graphic.
Here's somebody said they had a cracked
Oh, look at
mirror.
that sweet van.
Right there's what we're looking at.
Yeah, but the centerpiece stayed on that one.
Right.
Looks like
This is a different one.
they didn't pop it out.
I love how Greg does. Greg work at a body shop now?
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, Speedy, it just looks bad. It looks like things are going bad when you're out there. It looks like it was going downhill. Hey, this is Rick and Bubba's show. You're on. Go ahead.
Hey, this is Chris, Mississippi.
Yeah.
I can give Rick a little bit of guidance on his mirror.
Okay, you're on the air right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're going to end up having to pull the door panel. Well, let me ask this first. Is it just the glass itself?
Yeah, it's just
or
the
is it the
glass.
whole mirror assembly?
Just the glass.
Oh, yeah, you're going to have to go to the dealer on that.
Okay.
No, I got it.
Hey, thanks. Hey, thanks, guy that messed you up. You just hand me the part and leave.
Okay.
Well, he's got a bad shoulder, Speedy.
Right. It's okay, guys. The point was
Just
not
pop it in, pop it out.
to say that the Wednesday Bible study guy should have just completed the task. It was me
Oh,
asking.
he
y'all
never
for
should
help.
have said a word.
Greg. So you want a guy in
I
a
feel
Bible
like I
study?
could pop this off and take this off and then do that and then take that
No,
off.
No, stop it. Just come back in.
there.
I wish you didn't even know where I parked.
Have you
I'll
held
start-
a
I'll start doing
screwdriver?
this
Have you
right
held
now.
a screwdriver?
I wish you didn't even know where I
Don't
parked.
put that in that gap.
Right, and you're trying to fix a 4-wheeler right now?
Yeah. Well, it's something us guys do.
All right, we'll be back.
Just pop it in, pop it out.
That looks like Ruby tinkering on her Power Wheel. My goodness, Speedy.
All right. Sorry, guys. Okay, thank y'all. Somebody says we need to add this to the show in 2025.
Look.
We come up with car issues and we try to work them out on there.
Look what he's doing.
That's sweet
Bubba,
van.
Rick and Bubba.
Want to cover the email about the guy from Florida who owes $1.5 million? Right.
No, there was a movie. There was a big fat guy that was teaching it.
And he kept going, I can't believe how graceful. He was just,
Right.
he just flowed.
They were making fun of him to start with, and then the guy kept going, man, he's fun to dance with. He's so natural.
Yeah, well, what's that? What show was that?
Drive me crazy.
Hey, that was Friends. We'll be back.
That was a movie.
Rick and Bubba.
Want to cover the email about the guy from Florida who owes $1.5 million?
You know, we're still getting people sending in their amounts. We had a gentleman from Florida, $1.5 million. We need a clarification because we had someone check the Florida website, and some of the information he was giving us is not on there. Like, said there's never been a $120 million winner. Except, well, there was one. It was won by a group of 6. No, I'm sorry. There's never been a $120 million winner. There was a group of 6 that won $104 million, but there's never been a single winner of over $43 million. Is that right? He said none by the name of Greg, so I don't know. We'll have to check into that.
I don't know. Maybe he won it in another state,
Right.
just lives in Florida.
Maybe that is what it is. Rick, you ready for just another quick tax quote?
Oh, yeah,
today?
yes, please. Keep them coming.
When you wake up in the morning and you drink that first cup of coffee, you pay a sales tax. When you start your car, you pay an automotive tax. Drive to work, you pay a gas tax. At work, you pay an income tax and a payroll tax. You get home at night and you pay a property tax. Flip on the light, you pay an electric tax. Turn on the TV and you pay a tax on your cable bill. Make a telephone call, you pay a utility tax. Brush your teeth, and you pay a water tax. Even when you die, you pay a death tax. We are an overtaxed nation, and hard-working Americans deserve a break. Would you like to guess who said that?
Bill Bussey.
You know, I wish I had, but that would be our senator from Mississippi, Trent Lott.
How about that?
Trent?
Boy, Trent.
My dad probably discussed that in Key Club.
They probably did when they were in the Key Club together.
Probably felt that way.
That's right.
Happy Tax Day to you. Keep those calls and emails coming, and we will decide who actually owes that. Greg, let's see, what was his name? Greg had called, said he won $120 million in the Florida lottery, is what I understood, right? So
I think
that is now controversial. We'll have to find out. Well, we talked with Greg, and
that's what he said.
Said he had to write a check for $1.5 million today, which is our walking boss, if that is accurate.
Yeah, there's kind of an honor system here. It's kind of hard for us to know whether you're...
Yeah, I know.
To the phones, let's go to Bridget in Locust Fork. Okay, Bridget, how you doing? Welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show.
Monkey grass.
Hey, Bridget, I think you said monkey grass. You're kind of in a bad spot.
Yes, you said grass.
Yeah.
All right, Bridget?
She's gone. Bridget, sorry.
Let's go with Leslie in Tuscaloosa. Leslie, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing fine. Monkey grass.
Hey, Leslie.
Thank you.
I was just wanting to say something. I've met Cassio several times out, and I think he's very graceful. I think he would be a great ballroom dancer.
Well, you saw, if you had the TV on, I don't know if you get it in the part of Tuscaloosa you live in, but he was very graceful with Fonda there. I wish
Yes,
I
he
could
was.
remember the movie where the big fat guy was very graceful and they all couldn't stop talking about it.
I don't remember.
That is going to
But
drive me crazy.
I just wanted to tell
He
Cassio.
kept picturing himself dancing with him all the time.
Right.
What was that?
That was a funny scene, too, and I cannot remember what movie. I got to thinking Married with Kids may be the one where it was a...
Wait a minute. I've got it. What was that movie you and I watched in Montgomery the week of the inaugural ball? And we went out with the wives, we went out to eat and went and watched a movie. And remember? That was it.
Y'all can't remember what movie.
No, I cannot.
But you remember the movie. It was about...
I just barely remember going to Montgomery.
Remember the thing about he got caught with the underwear, and they called down the store, and the guy covered for him. He said it was just a guy thing, and the guy was getting married, and there was the...
Right. And then everybody started...
Thank you for being with us. Yesterday, we had Dr. Jerry Mixon on the program. It was good to talk to Doc. Hadn't talked to him in a while. He's one of the scientists that research what is now Relief Factor. And he did a good job yesterday, if you get a chance to go back and catch it in the archives, explaining what Relief Factor is doing compared to the over-the-counter stuff, which really is just masking pain. It really isn't getting to the root problem of pain. And he also openly said, if your problem, is a nerve on a bone, then Relief Factor is not going to help that. But if it's tied to inflammation, and so much of it is, then Relief Factor is the answer. Now, and it's also not going to happen overnight, because he gave that explanation on how these botanicals work to eventually remove the pain completely, and by dealing with your body's inflammatory response. And he said there's so many botanicals that have shown, promise, but he grabbed the four with the most promise, put them all together in one pack, and I take it twice a day, and I'm going to tell you it's a game changer for Big Papa. And a lot of you out there say the same thing. We get emails, and I just love hearing that Relief Factor has relieved you of the pain and is doing that naturally. So we've got 3 weeks for $19.95. You're going to need that. Now, some people get relief within the first week. But for most of us, you're not going to really see the results till about 2.5, 3 weeks in. And if you're not seeing them, then, it may not be for you. But for the majority of us that have used Relief Factor, it has been the answer. And it's a natural answer, so that means you can take it every day. And you're not, the over-the-counter stuff. First of all, it's just masking the pain, but also it's not good to take those on a daily basis. They're not designed for that. So go to ReliefFactor.com. or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors and get your 3-week starter pack for $19.95. So let's review where we are. Okay, so I'm now holding the replacement mirror. And
let me look at that.
And then we'll move on. But I just want people keep pointing out, and I keep bringing this up as well. Greg, you keep saying to me that you wish that a guy who attends a Bible study every week would have just broke my mirror and never owned it. And that way, I would have just moved on and never noticed.
You'd never know.
So you're advising him not to come in and
I know he thought it was the right thing to do, but he
didn't know
who he was dealing with.
Right, but he didn't think that actually is the right thing to do.
Well, yeah, probably.
Okay, all right. So there.
I'd like to see that.
Hang on, you've had.
No, I mean, because after pulling on it, I want to see what's holding it. I think we can pull it off. I'm
think these just snap back in.
Right.
And here's you unplug your plug and plug it back
Good
up.
night. Here we go.
There it goes. But there should be, you pull it. I'm like you, though. You go to pull it on the other one, you don't want to break it, and you're holding half of it. But I believe this just lines up with the holes.
Greg.
See the little snaps here. And you push it in. Pop, pop.
I think the taking it off is where we're all scared.
And in case y'all are wondering, objects in the mirror are closer than they appear.
Mm-hmm. Look, by the way, also a song by?
Who did say
Meatloaf.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right.
Look, they're using a dent puller in this picture right here.
I like that.
Now that's good.
A dent puller to pull the old mirror off.
Yeah. A lot of YouTube videos being sent to us.
Pat told you just pop it out and pop the other end.
By the way, that's a funny picture on the text, by the way.
It's like a pop and lock type situation.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Can I go do it? I think I got it.
Speedy.
It's just right here. This is what's holding it down, right?
No, I got that, but you
got to yank it.
Yeah, you do. You have to open the mirror to where it's turn it all the way in to where you can get your fingers by. And I didn't do that. Behind it, and then pop, and then turn the mirror back the other way. Get your finger behind it, and pop.
Yeah. But don't forget to hook your little cord. You got to unhook your cord and hook it back.
Yeah, that's right. Right here, this little cord right here.
Yeah, it's just a plug in.
This is so easy, Rick.
Yeah, it looked like it when you were out there a minute ago.
Yeah, I got
when you were 2 blocks out there in the parking lot.
Well, yeah, I two little girls.
Don't do it. Don't quit pulling.
Adler, people are saying that's actually a glass suction cap. It's not a dent puller.
That's what the video called it.
Okay. So,
so you tried to claim what they called it like it was your own.
According to this thing on YouTube, I can do it.
Listen, some people keep texting and all that. They're talking about it in 2025. They're saying when you guys come back, y'all have got to have a recurring segment where there's a very simple automotive issue.
Watch us try to get through
and y'all try to work through it. Let me ask you guys this, and I know, Greg, you're not as far gone, and Speedy, for some reason, tries to pretend. Is there a little bit of embarrassment in your life, the fact that we don't know anything about cars? Nothing.
A little bit.
Does it embarrass you a little bit? It embarrasses me, but I'm not willing to do anything to correct it.
Now, I had a run
right,
where I worked in a garage. at the power company for probably nearly 2 years. I wasn't a mechanic, but I would assist them. I was a helper.
Right.
And when I first got hired, they used to do that. Now they don't. They just throw you out there. But anyway, and I got where, of course, now technology, everything's computers and all this back then. But I got where I knew a little bit that I could get you basics.
Really?
But like again though, nowadays
Have you lost
it's
it?
all so different. There's
Right.
no.
This is where Bones taking over his dad's business, it really hurts us. Yeah,
See this guy right
there
here.
was a day Bones would have been all over this.
I
and
work
it'd
at a
be
Dodge
done.
dealership. It pops off, unplug the heater plug the new one in, pop it back in.
That's what it is.
That's so simple.
Okay, so he's telling us in Kentucky that we really, I think you were, which I am thankful for. You were afraid to be as rough with it as you need to be, and because you were like, if I make this worse, then that's me, the butt of the show, the rest of the day.
Right. I have some work gloves in the truck because I have a truck and I feel like you need to have them, even though I don't use them a
Roll a
lot.
good set of work gloves.
Yeah, I can throw some work gloves on, pull
You
on.
think
it.
I have any idea where my work gloves are?
No.
Rick,
Okay.
you've never owned a
I
but,
have some down at the farm.
Well,
Oh, wait,
they're Sherry's.
I can see that. Oh, really?
Because
Yeah.
she does gardening.
Oh, okay.
You know, I plugged a tire a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, you don't hear about it, Rick.
Yeah.
Plugged his own tire.
Well, how about that? You know how many things I've done like that? None. I'm still living off those TV trays that I put together with an Allen wrench.
Yeah. So you just let me know. I know you Burgesses, you can't sit on anything. You say all you think about is this mirror. And
No,
so,
I'm done.
So you just let me know if you want me to do this or if you say pull back.
I would like to actually do a quick poll.
Okay.
And I want the audience to decide whether we're going to let Speedy try one more time, or do they think that I should just walk away from this, and I mean right now. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, all right.
Everybody's got one personal opinion on the Rick and Bubba official quick poll.
All right, so you can quick poll one or two ways on the text line 866-932-3244 or on the phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. It's a simple quick poll. Do I walk away from this right now? All right, the texters are saying Speedy tries it again.
Yeah, I think we're
okay,
worried
okay,
about breaking
all right.
it now. He's
All right.
got a better handle.
How you on the Rick and Bubba quick poll? Send him back out or walk away? Go.
Send him back out.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba show. Welcome to the quick poll. Send him back out or walk away?
Look at all those do-its.
Do it.
All right, okay.
The texts
Do-its are
all about it.
overwhelming.
Baker, what do you think? Send him back out or walk away?
Good night.
You better walk away and go to Hendrix.
Wesley, do I walk away or send Speedy back out?
Good night.
Send him out.
Barrett, Speedy, send him out or walk away?
Pop it, Speedy!
Pop it.
Hey, Rick and Bubba show, send him back out or walk away?
Send him back out.
Rick and Bubba show, send him back out or walk away?
Send him out.
Rick and Bubba show, send him out or walk away?
Send him out.
Josh, send him out or walk away?
I think we got to
Send him out or you lose your man card. Send him out.
All right, Shane, what do you think? Send him out or walk away?
Speedy needs to pull out.
Too late for that.
Okay.
Tom, send him back out or walk away?
No, you got to go for it.
Okay, there. All right, okay.
Got one
Everybody, look. I mean, the text, you don't even.
Trade it in.
quick poll.
All right, so the
I'm
quick
surprised you
poll.
ain't got another truck,
The
Rick.
quick
You just said, I'm
poll.
gonna trade this one in.
I did love the person on text that says, "Rick, just trade the whole thing in."
Well, no,
All right,
he's
so
not above that.
I love that one. It's a mirror, not brain surgery. But again, y'all don't know who you're dealing with. Now I'm not going anywhere near it because there is.
Won't you do it?
I don't think
There's
this
no way I
one.
could do it.
I don't think this one, and I'm pointing at Greg. I don't think he's going to let me do it. He's going to get out there and want to.
No,
do
I'll
it.
hold the camera.
Would it bother you?
I would like to
got
do
it.
it without
Hey,
y'all even watching me.
Hey,
'cause
what,
y'all-
No,
would it
that's
bother
the whole thing.
Would it bother you if I sent Greg out there and if he thinks that you're in over your head,
I can step in
he
at
can
any
put the
moment.
phone
No,
down and
no,
help you?
this one here is going to think that immediately.
I'll tell you what you need to do. You know, I was a pole climber. So all right, we're coming
I also
back.
used to mount tires on rims.
The quick poll is overwhelming. The text is overwhelming.
You worked in the meat department too,
I
at the
did.
grocery store.
Send him out. Now there's a few people, and I respect you, that are begging me to walk away from this. But I'm sorry, you're in the minority, and I do realize the majority of the folks are just saying we think this could go poorly, which would actually be a better show.
Yeah, it's already broke, so let's just try it.
All right.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah.
What was that movie?
I have no clue.
You remember what I'm talking about, though?
I remember that scene where he called and goes, yeah.
Didn't Kate Hudson play or the girl who looks like Kate Hudson, but it's not really her, and she was with Save the Last Dance for Me, and she's that actress, and her and Kate Hudson look alike, and she was like a tiki dancer at his bachelor party, and he wanted no part of it, and he's a real funny guy, and we think he's funny.
Right. And he woke up with her there.
It's a guy thing. Is that what it's called? Was that the movie?
Was that it? Was that it?
Huh? And it was the guy who
and his fiance was coming over, and he was trying to hide her.
Yes.
And everybody hated his fiance because she was kind of,
Right.
And everybody was hoping he'd hook up with this girl.
Yes.
Was that the movie we saw?
It was, and the guy who was the main actor was also the lead singer in the band where the guy's a young writer for Rolling Stones.
Boy, I tell you, a lot of disjointed memories here on this.
So you want to dance with Cassio, Leslie? Is that the bottom line?
I would love to. And if he wasn't dating Megan, I would love to go out with him. He knows who I am. It's, I just want to say hey to him if he's still in there. I'm driving down the road, not watching on TV.
I'll tell you, the Bachelor has made Cassio a hot ticket.
He is. How about...
Does Megan know how lucky she is?
Leslie in Tuscaloosa. I tell you what, he'll have to answer some Leslie in Tuscaloosa questions today. Thank you. Thank you, Leslie.
Thanks, guys.
She said
that may have been the plan.
He knows who I am. I just want to give him a shout out as he's in there trying to save his job again. TV, thanks for being with us.
Love ya.
Bye. See y'all tomorrow. If you have more radio, hang on.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right. Against my better judgment. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Bubba out. Should be back tomorrow. Because of you, the audience, and let's face it, I mean, your family, and we go to you. And
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got tools here to pull this off.
All right. Greg has now left with Speedy. We did the quick poll. Overwhelmingly, the people have demanded that Speedy go back. Greg's gone with him this time, and that everybody thinks that they can pull off replacing this mirror that was accidentally broken. The person who broke it was kind enough to get a replacement mirror, but felt a little angst about them trying to actually repair the mirror. He told me, not knowing who he was speaking to, not knowing the level of how inadequate I am when it comes to anything like this, he said it's not a big deal. You just pop it off and put the other one on, which, of course, Greg said the man would have been better off just to have never told me that he broke the mirror. Don't forget, this happened during the Bible study. All right, so Greg and Speedy are now out there because of you, the people. So if my mirror gets broke, it's because y'all are all those people we grew up with. Do it. Man, come on. I'll tell you one thing, that mirror wouldn't do after me. That's what y'all have become, and we love you for it. So now Speedy and Greg are back out at the truck. They have the mirror, I think. And Anderson, are they there? What's happening?
Speedy was just there, but then he turned his...
Speedy's gone.
Speedy turned his audio and video off.
All right. That's probably not a good sign. That means they broke my mirror. Do you think it is? Do you think, and they just don't want us to know?
I don't know why he would do that. We just had him.
Okay. All right. We don't know what to do now.
Okay, he turned his audio back on. Maybe we can hear him.
Speedy?
Yeah.
All right. So we lost y'all. I don't know why.
I think what it is. Give me 2 seconds. I think I'm fighting against the Wi-Fi and cell. I just turned my Wi-Fi off. And
okay.
Because I think we're on the perimeter. Give me 2 seconds. I'm out. I'm coming back in, Ad.
Okay. He's going away, Adler, and then going to try to return.
Okay.
Adler, your prediction.
Well, I mean, he can't handle this Zoom, so I don't think he can handle this mirror.
Right.
Hey, Adler, I heard that, buddy.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know you were back.
Okay. All right. So,
Yeah.
Speedy,
All right, here we go.
Y'all please be careful. I mean,
now, you're probably going to see a lot of Greg's fingers because he doesn't know how to hold it.
My goodness, Greg. Hold still, buddy. Show us the action.
Greg, worst cameraman ever.
I was putting something up.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
all
I got my work bag and my work.
Yeah, look at this.
Oh, look at
he's got
Speedy.
his bag.
That looks like my wife's purse.
What?
Okay.
Let me see here.
Is that a Gucci bag?
It does look like it does.
I don't need the ratchet. Okay, yeah, I don't need the ratchet set.
You don't need
all
to-
you got there, Speedy.
All right, so here we go. All right, so
he doesn't need gloves.
Well, the people said because of that broken part, he needs to.
He's like a pit crew member.
Yeah. All right, so now Speedy, he does have a new. I wouldn't call it confidence. I'd almost call it reckless abandon.
Yeah.
It seems like he's willing to do anything now to get that mirror off, and that concerns me. All right, so
Got to pop it, Speedy.
Yeah. Here you go.
Oh, he's going in.
Huh?
Wow, hairy arms.
Greg, what's happening? I can't.
I'm trying to get around where I can see.
Okay, I mean, it's this,
Hold on. All right, so I'm.
He's in the broke glass, Rick. He's in the broke glass.
That's what I was worried about. This is going to be worse. They're making
Guys,
it worse.
I got to tell you, I got to really pull. Do I have clearance to do this?
I guess.
Yeah, you might as well because that mare's done.
All right, go ahead now. Y'all have messed it up.
Making it so much
Hold
worse.
on.
This is what regret feels like.
Hold on. Boy,
Okay.
Well,
All right.
my fingers are so big. I
Wait a
can't get
minute.
back
Wait a
there.
minute. Is that
They're not
on
that
the
big.
edge there? Is that like something you need to push?
I don't know. Hold on.
Oh my gosh, Adler.
All right, we need to.
Thank you, the audience. This is you know what? This is so much trouble I got in the '80s with this same kind of peer pressure where people were just saying, "Go ahead, man, it's fine."
Yeah.
This is exactly what happened.
He looks like he's like a burglar trying to break into a house. He doesn't
does.
look like he's doing work on a car.
I do feel like I don't know what to do. How you doing, sir? We're just pulling mirrors.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Comfortable there.
I'm back to wishing y'all would stop again.
Go to the other side, Speedy.
I'm
Try
back. I wish that guy had never admitted it.
I know, Greg. You made that
it's
really
broke.
clear.
It won't even turn now.
Thanks,
Broke.
man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it still works.
Hold on. Let me get up under it. I got to get up under it, Greg.
Speedy,
Talk to me.
Speedy, I don't. There's no way on my schedule
don't pop
today.
Right out like everybody said.
There's no
it
way.
does pop out.
There's no way on my schedule I can go get a mirror fixed today. And there's no way.
Well, you can
I'd
drive
rather
it.
have that mirror. I'd rather have that one.
Oh wow, this is there's.
All right,
I didn't do this part. There's like
all right,
wires.
All right, step
Yeah,
away.
it stuck to where the mirror was broke at.
All right, step away. Step away. I think we got to step away. I don't feel good about this at all.
Oh, there it comes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's loose. I can see it in there, Speedy. Let's see it. Look,
Oh,
crack
gosh.
that other one off. Yeah, you got it.
Oh, Speedy got it off. Okay.
He
Can't
broke
go
it.
back on, but yeah.
Greg, don't.
Got going
All right,
here.
you guys,
That's
just
good.
so y'all know,
I'm
I
going
think
to plug right here.
They did get the old mirror off.
Plug right here, and that goes with the old.
Okay, there.
Okay,
Look,
plug that
it
back
looks
in right
exactly like it. That's the new one that Speedy's holding. If you're watching, Speedy has the new one. The old one
you
now
gotta
has
put
come
those back
out.
on it.
All right, Greg's there.
Oh wow, they've
okay.
got wires they have to unplug and plug back in.
Yeah, but I think it's only one, right, Greg? How many?
There's 3.
Yeah, well, we got 3.
3?
Stupid gloves off.
Yeah,
now.
take the gloves, not the glass.
Undo that wiring harness.
Okay.
It's called a wiring harness.
All right.
Remember which one goes where.
Gosh, y'all.
They're gonna put the wrong ones on the wrong one. It's gonna short out.
Greg, are you keeping up with what you're unplugging?
Yeah, blue stripe is on the left.
But this isn't right. What he
Right
gave
here,
me.
buddy. Right.
No, I know, but I'm talking about. Okay, right
Yeah,
there. Okay, so that's going to come.
This goes. We pull this off and put it over.
That's right. Yeah, we got to take this off. Hold that, Greg. Okay. Oh, I should have put
a little more to it.
I got dirt on my hands. I wish Terry was here.
All right. So Greg, you're telling me the guy's saying you pop it off.
Oh, he got it off.
All right, it's off. It is officially off.
Wow,
Greg,
Speedy.
do you feel?
Here,
all right, here comes the new one. Here comes the new one, guys.
My hands are slippery.
If you're just joining us, Speedy is fixing Rick's
get around the
mirror
other side,
on his
Greg.
truck.
Sort of.
One with the blue stripe. There you go.
The guy brought in the replacement mirror yesterday to the Wednesday Bible study. I won't say his name. I think he's been through enough, and so now.
All right, that's in. It's in. Where's that piece?
Is everything plugged in right, Greg?
But the other side.
Oh,
Yeah.
Why does it have even? Is that for heat? Do you have heated mirrors?
Greg.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's heated mirrors.
I'm gonna close your eyes.
I don't even have heated seats.
I'm gonna pan down after it does.
All right, so let me see.
That doesn't look right here, Greg.
It doesn't.
It does. I don't like the way that looks. Hold on. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. I got to blow. Hold on.
Okay.
What do you say?
So we got to blow.
Of course,
you don't want to know.
Of course, Greg is.
He opened up himself for a lot of jokes. I'll let it go because he's working.
Yeah, but I appreciate you giving us a close up of that, though. You didn't help him any there. All right, so.
How does it line up? They snap into something.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna pan down after it does it.
All right.
That's the problem.
Greg, is it the wrong mirror?
No, it's the right mirror.
Okay.
We just got to get it lined up.
I don't know.
I don't know how it lines up.
This is.
I don't know.
I wish
Speedy looks like Curious George working on this
I wish Greg was helping.
Hey,
Is it in?
It's in.
It's in.
I think we did it.
Does it work? I don't know.
I didn't have anything to do. Come get
in. Hey, look, Terry, my hands are dirty, Terry.
Right.
I wish I had camo on.
Wait,
just calm down. My goodness.
Something about dirty hands? I think she'd rather your hands be clean.
Right. So Speedy.
Hey, check this kid out. Look at that guy.
So Speedy, when you go, how long will you talk about this today when you get home? Yeah, let me tell you what I did today.
I'm gonna talk about this a lot. Of course, it's probably when you get up to speed this afternoon, it's probably gonna fly off. But I mean,
no. I tell you what we can do in the break is I've got the fob in here. We can actually get in there and get over to the controls and see if it responds.
Hey, check it out.
Yeah.
May not.
Yeah, I like it. I like it now.
Hey, they look glass clean.
Yeah, we need a little Windex here, but that's fine.
Little Windex wouldn't hurt anybody.
Hey, y'all, let me get my work, my toolkit here.
Okay, man. Hey, well done, guys.
Yeah, I think we're in.
I think you two should do an auto body podcast.
Yeah. Greg's got the bad piece, Rick, that your buddy broke and didn't fix, and he'll bring it in.
Okay.
Wow.
Hey, my shoulder was never in. Speedy's shoulder was never in the bind.
Greg, the guy just didn't want to mess it up. All right, top of the hour.
Wow.
We'll come back. The mirror, it looks like it may be fixed. So thank you, audience, for encouraging us on. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
been dominated pretty much this morning by the earthquake.
Yes, and the fact that Bubba, who loves natural phenomenons, especially anything involving the weather or the sun, the moon, and stars, he did not feel it and should have at his wife. Even his wife Betty calling saying she felt it. He was in the shower, didn't know who he was.
Yeah, Rick, we're asking everybody to hold all jokes, and
I know,
apparently I was. And I go through a period each morning that I really don't know who I am.
Yeah,
the fortunate thing is I have trained myself. As a matter of fact, this is funny. I even sleep on the side of the bed closest to the shower. And the night before I try to lay out, because I won't do it in the morning, I simply stumble into that shower to try to begin my day.
Let me say this. What has happened at my house has really caused me some nightmares. Let me just say this. One thing that I really hate is when you work hard to have something new. Do you hate ordering things that take forever for them to come?
What do you mean? Instant gratification, Bubba? Sure, Rick,
yeah,
sure.
Well, let me tell you this. You know, if we had ordered all the furniture for the new house, because thankfully, thank God, we did not. We actually went and purchased some at a place who, it's a strange concept, actually had it and brought it to your house after you bought it.
Right.
This ordering, in our bedroom right now, there's 2 night tables that we ordered. My gosh, in my mind, it was 3 months ago. I'm sure it's been like 6 weeks or whatever. So my clock is in the floor. So imagine that handle of trying to find it. Get, look, and then get it up here and try to find all the buttons on where am I at, and all this kind of stuff. And by the way, if anybody knows where those end tables are, would they ever be in? Ever?
Rick, some poor Filipino is turning them out as we speak.
Well, I told Sherry never again. I said it's now on things that, like I say, instant gratification that will make the house livable. We go to a place, we see it, we purchase it, they deliver it and bring it home. So anyway, so that's the same way there, and so I'm like you. There's a time there we don't know who we are, and we've come to the conclusion. You had gotten up, blindly wandered into the shower
and missed the earthquake.
And missed the earthquake.
Betty even called in, said she felt it, and people were feeling it, 100 miles away. So, wow, big event, and I missed it.
Well,
I commented earlier. I love eclipses. Meteor showers,
any of it.
Space station flying over at sunset so you can see it. I really kind of get fired up about a full moon.
Sure,
really.
Right.
And, so it's it was down. I was down. I like not that I like them, but the interest in tornadoes and hurricanes and all that kind of stuff, that interests me a lot. But
of course
I don't want to get too close.
Those of you on TV that missed it, I was there to comfort Bubba, though. I said, good news, maybe there'll be another earthquake in Alabama. You've only got to live to be 140.
Yes.
So
that's, and we got caught really with our pants down here on the show, no pun intended.
Yeah.
We did not have any earthquake theme music. So Speedy, can you try to put some of those together for the next time?
For the next time, because we may still be on the air 80 to 100 years from now.
Sure, sure.
So, especially the way we're going through the money, so it looks like we're going to be doing this a while.
Look, it's either here or greet people at Walmart. Come on.
How about this? I came to a horrible conclusion that my wife doesn't want me to retire anytime soon. Nothing about she doesn't, where she wants to buy, spend, or whatever. Even though we're all enjoying that, she just didn't want me to be home. I was like, she said, what do you mean if y'all work and retire in the next 10 years, what am I going to do with you? And I said, well,
look, I'll get out of your way. Don't worry.
Yeah. I said, well, I'll tell you, how about I retire then and I won't be here, but I'm not at work either.
Yeah. I'm just gone. I'm just gone.
Not that this is real work, but anyway, so.
Other than getting up and missing the earthquake.
Bubba, I had an interesting Saturday this past weekend that will spawn a little question and answer on the program today concerning the television part of this program.
Also, Rick, we'll have to tell you about our golf game yesterday. Speedy and I went out with some friends to try to tune up, and hey, I am pitiful, okay?
Are you horrible?
Look, wear protective gear. I'm awful.
That's right, baby. Here we go from the Big Boy Studio. Somebody say, give me shelter. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, you got another hour. Here we go. Speedy, Greg, Adler, all here today. Bubba out, should be back tomorrow. Some things that we'll update you on. So coming up, a lot coming up in 2025, including not one, not two, but three Man Church conferences. It'll be Birmingham, Panama City, and also just outside of Atlanta. And if you are looking, I want to update you on what's already happening. So tickets went on sale only about 10 days ago. And as far as Birmingham is concerned, the early access tickets are all sold out. So this is the kind of response. Now, there's still early access tickets available for Panama City. And do you say it, is it Decula, Georgia? Is that how you say that? Decula, Georgia? It's
Dacula.
No, you don't say Dacula. I don't think. I think it's Decula. Decula. So anyway, and of course, general admission is still available at all of them, including Birmingham. So some of you have been asking. You can go to themanchurch.com and just click on it, and wherever all the ticket information is, the facility information, everything you want to know is there, including the list of speakers at each conference, and they aren't the same. The only ones that are the same is Andy Blanks and I from Team Man Church. We speak at all three. Birmingham is Granger Smith will be there. George Wright will be speaking. Hugh Freeze is speaking in Birmingham. Let me tell you, he does not pull any punches talking about the difficulties he went through and what that has now meant to his faith and how his marriage was saved and all that. Really impactful testimony if you've never heard it. But anyway, so that's the lineup for Birmingham. Panama City, Dean and Sarah. You know, remember we studied The Unsaved Christian, incredible book by Pastor Dean and Sarah from Tallahassee, Florida. He's also written a new one about the church. If you haven't seen it, it's really good. He'll be speaking. Rich Wingo will be in Panama City. And also from Olive over in Pensacola, one of my favorite pastors, Ted Traylor. The redhead, he is a fireball, and he'll be speaking too. So that's Panama City. Then over to Georgia, it will be, have you ever seen Jeff Struker? Black Hawk Down. Have you seen him speak? He's incredible. Great speaker. Scott Dawson, who will be on our podcast this weekend, he's speaking over in Georgia, and also the pastor there of Hebron Church, Landon Dowden. So that's the lineup. You can see all that by going to themanchurch.com and getting your tickets. Early access for Birmingham sold out. General admission still available. Early access and general admission for the other two still available, and you can go grab those. And we look forward to seeing all of you, Lord willing, in 2025 in those three locations. And then this week, I'll be in Rossville, Georgia, speaking Sunday morning and Sunday night at Shiloh Baptist Church. We'll do a man church that night, and then I just speak at the normal service at 11 Eastern Time on Sunday morning. Scott Dawson will be in Sevierville, Georgia, Saturday morning with Connect Church as they are rolling through the men's discipleship strategy, so you can see him. And ladies, yes, Sherry will be speaking in Pensacola at First Baptist Church next Tuesday, the 24th. So make plans to be with us on these upcoming events. All right. So I mean, we're not trying to brag, but looks like we fixed the truck.
Speedy may open a mechanic shop.
Thanks. Here's your damaged piece.
Yeah, thanks for all your help on this, audience. I was ready to walk away. Still wanted to walk away in the second attempt when it started looking ugly, because as one of the texters pointed out, I don't know why you care if they get this right, Rick. Have you ever even looked at this mirror while driving?
Probably not.
And
That's probably why you didn't notice it broke.
I would have been fine just like it was. But you guys kept telling me, and Bubba was telling me too, that as weather changes in fall and winter, it's going to get worse. I need to fix it.
Yeah.
Because, this is how funny it is for me. I kept thinking it was broke here on the smaller mirror, but it actually was broke.
You couldn't even see the brake.
Well, I just looked over there and saw a
You
small
never
hole.
walked around over there to look at it.
I never did.
Not one time.
Wow.
I don't get over
You just looked at the view from your seat and said, okay. And you were actually looking at the part of the mirror that wasn't even broke.
All right, so how many times in my truck am I getting in the passenger side?
That ain't the point.
There still might be
when
loose
someone
pieces
tells
of
me
glass
I've crashed your mirror, then I go look.
Right. So you don't look to your right at all.
I use my rear view mirror.
Well, you can't just depend on that.
I look.
But you're missing the point.
I'm sure I've looked to the right a few times.
Rick, the point is, a man said, "I broke your mirror." You never thought to go look at it?
I went out there and I saw it, and I went, "Nah, it's not that bad."
Okay.
And then I climbed in my truck and drove away.
Please look.
So the people are sending us Greg and Speedy in coveralls. But you know what? You can today, Speedy, do that famous thing. Yeah. Hey, honey, your wife talking to you, Terry. How was your day? Well, I mean, we did the show and everything. Fixed Rick's truck. Yeah, the mirrors broke. I went out there and fixed it. You can do that.
Yeah, Greg and I were talking about maybe starting our YouTube channel where he gives instructions and I try to poorly do it.
Yeah,
and somehow we get it done.
Yep.
But nobody thought it was possible.
Well, people send us challenges.
So
things we need.
You know what you had to do? You just had to go in there and get it, and you couldn't baby it.
You had to. You're right.
It got to a point where I was like, okay, this thing is destroyed. Let's just go in and get it.
Yeah, that's the way I felt when I saw that my mirror was now worse.
Good gosh.
You okay? What just happened?
My hand hit
You're probably gonna start bleeding.
You okay?
I was scratching my head when I pulled my
I thought
hand
you passed out.
It
was another Ryan Greenwood.
You know what I thought? Well, there goes a mirror. I will tell all of you this. I got in the truck in the brake, cranked it, used the controllers to move it around. It did move. It did illuminate for a minute to let me know that I'll take any ice off this. The heater's working. It appears the mirror is functioning the way it should. So I want to thank, unlike Greg, I want to thank I don't want to say his name because everybody will give him a hard time. I want to thank.
I think you should.
Dale that I go to church with, and he's in the Wednesday Bible study for owning that he broke it. No big deal.
I'm gonna focus on his shoulder and see if it's really hurt.
Buying me the replacement mirror. Thank you, Dale, Greg. And thank you for owning it and not just walking away and leaving like Greg suggested.
That's
that's
Greg
my
would have
advice.
done. That's what Greg would have done.
Dale, next time you do that, just let it go.
Greg, that's
we
not
live
what,
in a society, Greg.
Yeah. So then
What's that even
thanks,
mean?
thanks for contributing to our disastrous society.
I'm just saying there's a lot of things that would have been avoided.
Thank you, Speedy, for being willing to go out there and try to install it. Thank you, Adler, for being such an encouragement.
That's what I do.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, for going out and coaching and
being there for moral support
and giving us the camera work. And thank you, audience, for not letting me walk away when everything inside me said run.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything said walk away.
Honestly, let's just be straight up here. If we hadn't have forced this, that little mirror would be in your office for I don't know how long.
For
years.
I think that envelope sees 2025.
Yes, and you know what you would do? And when it gets cold, like Bubba says, and everything starts frosting over, whatever, you would complain about the broke mirror, but the new one would be sitting in there.
Right. Yeah, there's no doubt. If we hadn't thought, hey, this might be good for the show to do it, it would be in there, honestly, years.
Yeah. So it's done, and thanks to all of you for the help, and thanks for going on the journey with us. As we have said for years about this show, you just never know. It's life as it happens. We'll come back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show, other topics to cover today. We'll also get into your phone calls before the day is there. So it's Dacula, Georgia.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Feeling
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Fat men alive.
Hey, 15 minutes past the hour when we are back. 877 We Be Big. Bubba, we didn't talk much about our weekends yesterday because we wanted to get the folks set up to be inside the ropes at the Bruno's Memorial Classic coming up this Thursday. It'll be on TV and radio. I will do the play-by-play action as Speedy and Bubba tee off from hole number 1.
Have you got an earpiece, by the way?
I don't know.
You got a DC cord, though.
Yeah, I got that. I don't know. I did it one time, so I'll look see if I can find it again. That'll happen. I like that phone. I was on top of the car, and I don't know what happened with the.
Well, I'll just check and see if I needed to find them.
Yeah,
I think I've got a few.
If you do, it'd be great. But I'll look so I can find mine too. But so we didn't get to talk this past weekend. It's always a busy weekend. I'm in that mode where I've got 2 older kids that are moving and shaking and going to events all the time and involved in a lot of stuff. And then you got just the day-to-day care for a 4-year-old and soon-to-be 2-year-old little boy. And, in those 2 worlds are completely different. And so this was my daughter had decided this year that she would go back and pick up softball again on top of everything else she was doing. And she was really into it for a while, then had taken a year away from it. We were like, well, she said, I want to go back and play for my school. And we were like, oh, that's great. And, well, it had been kind of a weird year playing softball because she was like playing for the school. This time it wasn't City League or anything like that. And they'd gone through a bunch. Remember we went through the torrential rains when because as we know, as I found out that high school and school ball, so it doesn't get in the way of traveling teams and summer ball. They start in March. That kind of stuff. So they rained out like half their games. Umpires didn't show up for 2 games, and really in the regular season they probably didn't play 8 games. So the last thing going on, and they'd had kind of a 500 season, and they would be a decent team one time, then they'd look terrible the next game, and inconsistency, didn't gel. It just really was a kind of year. And so the last weekend they said, well, it's the county tournament. That's every school in their county that was in what's called Jeffco, and that's the county thing. So we go, okay, county tournament, and so we go out there Friday, going to play some Friday night games, and all of us as parents, no offense to the girls, we're just going, well, we're out of here. It's a 2-game into the house, and nobody's into it, and it's been a season. Let's just forget it and put it to bed and all that. And so it rains, Friday night, and of course Saturday, is day off for early morning guys.
Yeah.
And so
you would hope.
So I enjoyed hearing them run out and go, well, we got to get the whole tournament in on Saturday. Hey, Gresham, which is where my daughter plays, see y'all at 7 o'clock in the morning. And you go
7 o'clock,
and where we play was about 45 minutes from where I live, and I'm going.
7 o'clock.
Well, that's when I need to be
warm
there.
up.
Then they're gonna play at like 8. So
okay,
we're
got to be there.
Yeah. So I get up, and of course I get the duty of getting the daughter there, and so I get up, and we're all the parents. We start arriving. There's all kinds of jokes. Concession stand ain't even open. What we gonna eat? That kind of stuff. And we're yucking it up, and hey, we'll see. Hey, where y'all want to go for lunch? You know what I mean? Because we're 2 games in half. We're gone, and everybody's laughing, and we're cutting up, and I'm telling even my own daughter is going, hey, something I want to go to this afternoon. I said, no, we're having family time and none of this kind of stuff. We're gonna have a big family day, and we're all out here. And Sherry's called, and I said, look, we'll be home probably before y'all even get up good, and all that. It's just hasn't been that good a year. And so we lose the first game, as everybody thought. You know what I mean? We go, hey, now the jokes are really kicking up. You know what I mean? Like, hey, it's been a good year, and all this. And
see y'all around.
See you around. And Sherry's got an appointment at 3 o'clock for a hair thing. I said, oh, don't even sweat that. I'll be there. Boomer and the boys are at home. And so all of a sudden, out of nowhere, in the second game, we're down again, and everybody, here we go, and all of a sudden a little something gets kicking, and we come back and we win, and we go, it's a fluke.
How many teams are in this?
Bunch. I'll just say bunch. So all of a sudden,
now, did you get on any umpires or anything, or just?
Oh no, because I didn't want any calls. You know what I mean?
Right.
'Cause, I mean,
you're wanting to go peacefully.
And then this dilemma starts. There's just a little bit of panic you can see in the parents' eyes. Is
well, one win.
One
you were
win.
in the losers bracket.
We're down there in the losers bracket now.
Sure.
I mean,
you can't climb out of that thing.
We're back 20 minutes past the hour. So, other things to cover today. We've talked quite a bit. I don't know if y'all know this. There's an election coming up in November. Maybe you've heard about it.
No.
Some of you may have heard about it. But anyway, continuing to look at the state of things. So, Greg, you being the person on the program, the only person that has ever been in a union, you can speak to this firsthand. Now, Speedy and I were close,
23
and
years.
Bubba, we were close to being in a union because we covered this back when we went back to where the show began, the original studio, and as we were tracking back on that trip back home to where the show started, we pointed out that there were 2 buildings, one that housed the AM station, Big Wax, where we started, the other, the Southern Supergiant Q104. And there was a catwalk in between the 2, and it had to be that way because, believe it or not, there were still broadcasters on that AM station that were union.
Really?
There was a union Of course, that didn't last much longer after that, and so I've never been in a union.
I've been in 2 unions.
Yeah, so you've been in.
When I worked for Food World, United
wait a minute,
Commercial Food
wait a minute.
Workers.
You were in a union at Food World.
Yes, United Food.
When you
Workers.
worked in the meat department.
Yeah, or as a bagger.
You were in a union as a grocery bagger.
Yes,
I did not know.
United Commercial Food Workers.
I did not know that.
Hey, everybody else was making minimum wage. We were about a quarter above it.
Okay, so
Pretty good.
To that point, unions, as a lot of things, start out as good things because you need an advocate between you and the employer sometimes because you want to get the best deal. And you
both of them, especially the IBW. It was
right.
It was a good thing, good bargaining.
The problem is when it turns into something it was never intended to be, and they want everybody in the union to be robots.
Right. Yeah, nobody was going to tell me how to vote.
Well, yeah, and you remember, Greg, you were probably the first ones. You know, it's come a long way, and this Trump election looks like it's even turning more. But you actually were in a transition period when you were working for the Southern Company. You know, one of the first people to come onto the stage with this crazy climate change religion was Al Gore.
Yeah,
and so he is a Democrat. So I remember some of the people in your union, throughout centuries, that union had always gone Democrat.
Yeah,
because the Democrat Party has changed dramatically.
Yeah, it was different.
Yeah, it was different then. And you were one of the ones with other voices that said, "Hey, now wait a minute. I'm not sure we can just all go in on a party that now has a candidate that is out to get us."
Yeah, like I said, you got
it's. I mean, we're the power company.
we got a lot of coal-fired plants out
Right.
there, and he would shut those down tomorrow if he could.
So that was.
You might want to think of that.
So you made a good point, and now we're seeing something similar.
And that was Big Al Gore. That's who that was.
The Teamsters are not going to endorse anyone for President Adler, or they're just not. They're not going to come out for Kamala. They're not going to endorse anyone.
There's not
Right.
make an official candidate like they normally do.
Yeah,
But then they also released their poll
There you
numbers
go.
showing. So this is their way of saying, "Hey, we actually like Trump, but we're not going to officially do it because the Democrats would make us pay for it." Essentially.
Yeah. So they did their own poll inside the Teamsters, and when they got these results, they're not going to endorse anybody.
Right.
So
Just
here
go
we
vote for you want to. Keep it to yourself.
Here we go.
Whatever the critics out there, and they're very few in the leadership, whenever I get an opportunity to highlight the American worker, especially the Teamster worker, I'm going to take any and all venue. We asked both conventions respectively at the same time, and the Republican National Convention immediately responded to us, didn't try and edit any of our messages, and I was hopeful that the Democrats would do the same, but they didn't. I'm not upset about it, but I can tell you this, my rank and file members who have been lifelong Democrats are not happy about it.
Yeah, I know there were some members of the union who spoke, but that's not the same as having the leader of the organization speak. Very quickly, did you choose to speak at the Republican convention, which is a pretty unusual move for a union leader, because you feel that Trump has been more pro-labor than past Republican nominees?
No, not at all. I spoke there because it was the ability to highlight how important we are. It was the ability to call out the people, the corporate elitists, who forget who built this country, the American workers. You know, people like to, have their own opinions on why we were there, but I was there to talk about the American workers. It wasn't an endorsement for any and all Republicans. It was strictly a message about how important and how valuable we are, and to let the people know that fight us every day that we're not going away.
Well, the Teamsters.
Yeah, with the Teamsters. We did a poll. There's a lot of them went for Trump. I mean, what can I say?
The workers.
The workers.
Yes.
So anyway,
I think that's the way it ought to be.
Yeah, what an odd concept.
Just vote who you
People
want to be.
voting for who they want to vote for, and being able to look at even their job that may in the past have supported one party and say the way the parties look right now, I believe it's possible. I would say it is that the Trump plan for the country is more woke than the left, who's trying to turn us into a bunch of socialists and believe that feelings supersede all things. So, and then another weird story today. So the headline says, "Mystery as Trump supporters suffer odd medical condition after sitting behind former president at Arizona rally."
Yeah, it's a weird little
This
deal
is
here.
a weird story.
Their eyes are irritated and stuff, and about half a dozen, as you say. I just I don't know if there's any end to it as to why, but it's just weird that they're experiencing that.
And when they went, some of them went to get looked at. The emergency room staff from the triage nurse said was asking, did anybody get sprayed with something because your symptoms look like you got hit with some sort of pepper spray or some sort of spray of some kind.
Huh.
And it's all in this one section where Trump came out.
Yeah.
It was almost like a Latino section of Trump supporters there. And
You're talking about Latinos for Trump.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Here's a quick news package on it if you guys want to
Strange story,
jump in.
Okay, this is where thousands of people came out to hear former President Donald Trump speak last week. There was a group of 48 people allowed to sit on stage behind Trump throughout the event. They were split into two groups on each side of the stage. One side seemed to walk away without any issues, but multiple people seated near each other on the other side tell me that they had to go to the emergency room after they left the event. Here tonight, for the first time, the Trump campaign is confirming that they're investigating this situation.
No taxes on Social Security benefits for our seniors.
More than 2,000 people filled up the Tucson Music Hall Thursday to hear Donald Trump's first speech in Tucson this campaign as Election Day nears. Some of his biggest supporters were allowed to sit behind him on stage. Supporters like Myra Rodriguez, a former director of Planned Parenthood with a notable shift to being pro-life. In 2016, she sat behind presidential candidate Hillary Clinton on stage at an event. Now she supports Donald Trump. She enjoyed the rally, but once she left, everything changed.
As soon as we left and I stepped outside, I started feeling like my eyes were burning.
At first, she thought it might be allergies. She lives near Phoenix. By the time she got home, it was so bad she decided to go to the emergency room.
The emergency room staff keeps saying, from the triage nurse to the PA, and are you sure you don't get spray anything? Your symptoms look like you were sprayed something.
The News 4 Tucson investigators spoke to her the morning after the rally, Friday last week. That morning, she was nearly blind.
I can't see anything. When I try to open my eyes, it's like a white cloud covered. It hurts. It hurts a lot to open my eyes.
You can't
have this
see?
cold cloth that I put on and I take off all the time.
Wow.
Good night.
Good night. So she's talking the whole time she's talking. Those you can't. She has her eyes closed the
And
entire
then she put
time.
like a cloth over
a
her
cold
eyes.
rag. Yeah.
So that reporter's name was Chorus?
That's what you took
That's
away
what,
from
out
it?
of all that.
Greg,
His
we were trying to
name's
figure-
Chorus.
Greg, we were trying to figure out if this was another attempt to spray something on Trump.
That's what you got out of
His
it.
name was Chorus, Greg. His name was
Chorus?
Chorus Nylander, Greg.
I'm blind. I cannot
So
see.
your takeaway is not somebody's trying
I
to
couldn't
spray.
get past his name. I've never seen a human named Chorus.
Okay.
I haven't
that's
seen
not-
my kids in 2 weeks. It's his name, Horace.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Are we sure she's not faking?
More of the Rick and Bubba show coming
That
up
was a lot of people, Greg.
right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, when we were sitting there all in the stands at 9:30 p.m. for the championship game, as they went on a 6-game tear and rolled through the tournament,
9:30 at night.
beating teams left and right. I'm talking about last inning heroics, diving catches, hitting the ball a yard out of the park, throwing people out. I mean, just
Rick, what made them mad? What made them mad?
We don't know what happened. It's like we're all looking around going, and I can't tell you all the number of times throughout the day we as parents would go, well, this is it. They've had a good run. They've won a couple of games.
Two outs here. This is it.
2 outs.
Get the kids.
Look,
gather your stuff.
2 outs, 2 strikes. We're down by 2. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Boom, into the gap. A row. Woo. Yeah, and like we were going, and look, and then there's that dilemma. There's a point that you roll, and all you parents have been through these tournament things know. There's a point where you say, "Let's go home," and then the momentum begins to build. You go, hey, let's win the championship. Then you start kind of getting into it. You start pulling your Gresham shirts out and putting them on, that kind of stuff.
Well, you've been there for 12 hours, Rick.
How about this? And what I loved is everybody was out of money. I mean, listen, we got to a point, I'm not making this up, we got to a point we would play a game, the team would leave the field, go home, another team would run on, and we'd go again.
Yeah.
And I mean, and look, 2 times.
Losers bracket.
They had time limits on the game. Listen to this. 2 times, the time is running out. We're down by 2 runs. They realize that we can't complete the rally with 2 outs, and they would get out on purpose so another inning would roll, and they'd come back and win it at the bottom of that inning. It was unbelievable. We won 2 games like that. Hey, this is it. Time limit's out. Oh, my God, we got some out. And I said, what just happened? I said, she just ran off the back so she'd get out. And we go, oh, so we can roll another inning. Because as long as
if you don't get them out, they round the bases.
Right.
Wow.
So I mean,
there's some strategy for you.
I mean, look, we're squeeze playing. Boom. This is a team that ain't done jack. And all of a sudden they're
9:30 p.m.
they're going nuts.
How did the call back to base camp go?
Well,
I call, especially when you have a hair appointment, because I know that missing a hair appointment, especially if you're a blonde, is, second only to the Battle of Armageddon.
Well, listen how stupid I was. Guess what I said? I said, I'm gonna come on home and get the killer bees. Going to the appointment. I said, look, Sherry, this can't continue. I said, God love them. I said, now we're getting into the winner's bracket again. I said, I'm going to come get the kids. I said, probably by the time I come back, we will have lost the game we're in now, and I'll just pick Brandy up. We'll all go eat and go home. Well, the Killer Bees stay with me for 4 games.
What did you do with those 2 boys for 4 games?
Well, it just got to the point where you just had to start inventing things. And at one point, I don't know how this happened.
Did you do hey, look here.
Yeah. At one point, Big Love declared out there with all of it, and I've got an email here from people who met him, he declared his name was Broccoli. I look, he's got all these girls sitting around him over there, and they're saying, what's your name? He said, Broccoli, and they'd laugh, and he'd look at me, and he'd like, hey, they like this Broccoli thing. So I kept running into people who said, I met your son Broccoli, and I said, his name's not Broccoli, And then
well, it starts with a B.
Yeah, so then I watch, and he's got all these girls from all the various teams that have been put out, or a team that's waiting to play, and he just sit over in the middle of them and hold court. Well, I noticed his big brother Boomer, who had declared, I'm ready to go home. Can we go home? You like that? All of a sudden, it gets time. Sherry gets back from her appointment. I said, I'm gonna take Big Love home, or Broccoli, and he goes, no, let's. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And also, I noticed he used his little brother's bait. He'd throw him out there, and these girls would all gather around, and he'd kind of ease in there, too. I said, I thought you was ready to go. Then I don't know what's going on, but I won't let it go. Right. I said, no, we going now.
Now, he didn't tell people his name was Cheese, right?
That was what was strange. And I thought that was, I thought, well, y'all got a little, what are y'all, some kind of vaudeville act, Broccoli and Cheese? You know what I mean? So it was funny to watch Boomer have to tell me why he wanted to stay. I said, what? I thought you was ready to go. Now, let's go and go to the house. I'm going to go drop them out. No, I think I'm going to stay out here. What do you mean you're going to stay out here? What are you talking about? I said, oh. I said, you got
girl softball, Rick.
You got some girl softballers around? Well, I think that gives people hope. All right, so we're back. Thanks for being with us today. No Bubba. He'll be back tomorrow. HelixSleep.com/bigbox. Boy, I'm going to tell you. Now, why do I need to use that URL or go to the sponsors button at rickandbubba.com? Well, I'll tell you, because it's going to save you some money. You get 25% off, and you can get free shipping on a custom-made mattress, and that's the key. Most of the time, we go to a place, we get a mattress, and, it's pretty much an attempt at a one-size-fits-all, but that really isn't true. We all sleep differently. We're all built differently. And if you're looking for something that, it fits the way you sleep, then maybe this is your answer. It's been good for you, Greg, hasn't it?
Yes, it has.
You and little Lisa snuggling up. Yeah, it's fit for you.
Yeah.
So, do you and Lisa sleep similarly? I mean, I know that they try to take both people there and take that into account.
Yeah.
Does she do side and stomach and all that like you do?
More side and back, I think.
Oh, she can sleep on her back? I wish I could.
I can't either.
Terry does too.
So, HelixSleep.com. Yeah, /BigVox right now. Get a customized mattress. There's a sleep quiz. Doesn't take long. They're going to ask you questions like we're talking about right here. They manufacture their mattresses in their own facility here in America, and they ship it directly to your door and give you 100 nights to sleep on it. And, boy, they're getting awards. I mean, everywhere you look, GQ and Wired magazine recommend them. Many leading chiropractors and doctors of sleep medicine, this is their go-to solution. Their mattress for kids, it continues to get praise.
Adler loves it.
He does. It's the one he sleeps on and sleeps like a baby. HelixSleep.com/BigVox or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors for 25% off and free shipping. So take care of that. So I know we were talking about it. I think I brought this up earlier, maybe, a month or so ago, is throughout the years of doing this show and us celebrating all that this year, we tend to, over the years, end up at different places. And so how we've said this a lot of times, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and try to do this for us. We've all talked to the person. This is not a new topic. We brought this up before on the show. And they just seem to have conflict everywhere they go, and the only constant is them. Where they work changes, who they're around changes. And, some of those are church hoppers. It just seems every church they go to, the church is the problem or doesn't do something right. And then there's the multiple divorced people, every coach doesn't like me people, or every teacher doesn't like me.
All the teachers hate me every year.
And then we'll go, well,
you're a jerk. That's one.
It could be you. Yeah. It could be you. And so I think it's time for us to do that, because we're the constant. We have been in multiple studios. We have worked for multiple companies. And it just seems like wherever we go, people struggle being around us, and sharing buildings, sharing studios. You remember when, we were early on, there wasn't, in the old days of radio, you would work for, a mom and pop radio station, and everybody in that station would all be working for the same goal. Mm-hmm. Well, then, like Bubba has pointed out on our letters from the audience, not this past week was different, but the week before, how the industry changed with, corporations coming in, and, we had deregulated a lot, so you could buy as many stations as you want. And as Bubba and I have both said, the very appropriately named cluster was born, and that means I've got a hall full of stations, all different formats, and really, as we've pointed out a few times, which may lead to some of our issues, wait a minute, if the other show beats me in the ratings, how does that help me? So we're all trying to, and so that led to some people thinking we were too loud and a little rowdy.
Too loud, too proud.
Yeah, and all that. Speedy can speak to this because he's been there the whole time, and you've been here long enough to see it. But then it gets into the location of the studio, and then people around us begin to say, we didn't really care, for a camel to be here today, and we didn't.
We bring baggage.
We didn't like y'all's St. Patrick's Day parade with little people through the halls and
real loud.
And,
monkeys riding dogs.
Monkeys riding dogs. What is this loud music playing? All of this.
Oh my goodness, the high school bands out there.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of noise.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think it is us.
Yeah.
And I mentioned this a few weeks ago, maybe about a month ago, and now it's happening again. We just experienced it again. Mm-hmm. Now, I do know that people in general, and we've talked about this, have become a little more antisocial. The staring at the phones, there's a generation that doesn't seem to know how to look people in the eye and actually have a conversation and carry on. But there was a time, especially, everybody agree with this, especially in the Deep South. I remember people coming from all over the country, and they would say, here's what I love about the South, and I'm a New Yorker or whatever, but here's what I love about the South. You walk down and through there, and people always say, hey, how are you? Or hello.
What's up?
Very cordial.
How's your mama and them? That kind of stuff. And
have a good day.
And I've noticed that
good morning.
We still live in the South, and I've noticed has the rudeness got here now?
I think it has.
You're right.
Are people becoming socially rude, or are we just not likable? It's one thing to look at because
I think it's
There's
both.
one way to look at
I
it.
think it's both.
because I've had experiences, and we just had another one a minute ago.
Mm-hmm.
Not somebody looking down like, "Hey, how are you?" Not looking down and going, "Hey, okay, that might be I'm shy." That might be.
Yeah.
I have been experiencing a, "Hey, how are you?" and the person just look at me and say nothing.
Yeah, just look
just
at
keeps
you like,
walking.
and give nothing. I mean, I just like no response, no
Breaks my
I
heart.
got that
fine.
yesterday when I was going to my truck. I
Yes.
was like, hey, how you doing? Zip.
And they don't say anything.
Nothing.
So are these people just socially awkward? Are they in a bad mood? Or is this sort of a disdain for the way we are?
Of course, I just turned
Are
around.
we the problem?
Yeah.
I just turned around and told him, I said, I really didn't care. I was just trying to be nice.
Right.
Did you? You couldn't stand it.
Well, you
maybe could they just maybe they're deaf.
Yeah.
Well, you know, that did happen to me one time.
I know, and you had to be called out.
That was a terrible moment.
No, we had kind of like that. There was this deaf guy that would walk around. He had this card. He would lay it in front of you, and he wanted you to buy Band-Aids from him.
I remember that.
And when he turned to walk away, I screamed at the back of his head to make sure he was really deaf, and he was. He didn't jump.
You know what, Greg? Though
Mm-hmm.
that I don't really mind that because I think you were just saying, let's be sure we
Yeah, I
don't
just
have
want to be sure.
Yeah.
So
We
from
don't-
that point on, I bought
don't have-
Band-Aids from
Yeah.
him.
Now I don't think everybody that we encounter is, but,
No, but
I try to give them a. But
I
it
think the
happened to
odds-
me yesterday morning. Happened to all three of us when we're out there.
Yeah.
And then it happened to me just again. I stepped out to get breakfast,
And it kills you because you love a good
breaks
greeting.
my heart.
He loves a good greeting.
Oh, he loves a
and
greeting.
we were the only two in a hall. And hey, good
That was
morning.
it?
Hey, good morning. He looked at me and then just kept on going. I'm like, wow.
I had one of those happen as I was going toward that famous bathroom
my
that we
little spirit.
that famous bathroom we're talking about.
Yeah.
And for the love of all that's good and kind, stop putting paper towels in the urinals.
Yeah, yes.
Whoever,
let me tell you.
whoever you are, I just wish I could catch you doing it.
We got two of the urinals that are bagged right now
Yeah, I know.
because of crap like
We-
that. I saw that paper. What grown up? And I hadn't seen children in this business. So this is a
No.
grown up.
Right. Yes.
Drops anything in a urinal.
Yeah,
Nothing.
I was forced over to Adler's urinal.
Right.
You know, the one that's
The little
real-
short one.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
not the one I use.
Right. So we got two in plastic bags right now, and
I
that happens
know.
all the time.
And then something in one. Now it's just a little tiny one.
But I was-
like you saying.
I used to clean toilets for a living, and there's nothing worse than people that put stuff in a
I
urinal.
know.
A urinal does not, you don't put nothing in it but pee.
Let me tell you
That's it.
something. If I could speak Spanish, I would warn that woman that goes in there and cleans because I see it in there and they see these paper towels and I think she's going to be so mad.
Right.
She's going to think I did it for some reason.
Yeah. It's so. Anybody know how to say paper towel in Spanish?
Let me see here.
Yeah.
So
Let me see here.
Paper toalla.
no, I don't think that's it.
Hey Siri. Let's see. How do you say paper towel in Spanish?
I got it.
In Spanish, paper towel is toallita de papel.
That's too fast. What,
Here, look at it.
Can you put it on the board?
Toalla de papel.
Toalla de papel.
Just like I said.
Because I always give her a buenos dias, which I think she appreciates. One time I messed up and was still here working on something, and it should have been noches, and I stayed with Diaz. I think she gave me a pass. But toalla de papel.
12.
Buenos dias. De patada de papel.
No.
Is that it?
No,
she will not
Patalo,
have
patalo,
any idea
patalo.
what- She'll know.
Toalla? Toalla?
Toalla de papel.
Toalla
Is that
de
it?
papel.
Yes.
Toalla de
Toalla de
papel.
papel.
Yes, that's
Toalla
it.
de papel.
No papá de papel. No te tila papá.
Now,
No, that's some fake words, Rick.
Oh,
You're
sorry.
saying
Oh,
fake
man.
Boy, it
words.
sounds better though, doesn't it? It sounds like I know what I'm doing.
Unless
Toalla
you
de
speak
papel.
Spanish, and it sounds like gibberish.
Toalla de papel. Got it.
But I'm going.
Toalla de papel.
I'm going. That's funny. I'm going out into the lobby, and I'm talking about. This was one of those moments you can almost get away by somebody snubbing you if you're moving on, but me and this guy literally stood there looking at each other. Hey man, how you doing?
And he gave you nothing.
And he just looked at me, and I thought, well, at least keep moving.
Yeah,
and he
just ignore
this
me.
is awkward. You're not even moving.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, like I think the odds of this many people being hearing impaired pretty low.
Yeah.
And
1 out of 10.
Yeah, and we're
Wow,
seeing
that's a lot.
multiples. And the guy here today, when we were working on the mirror, he seemed
That
really.
was very strange.
Well,
Now,
I mean, he
it would
looked
be-
at us like, why are y'all talking?
It would be uncomfortable for me, but I'm willing to go knock on all the office doors and ask for the office manager of that company and ask them to take a quick poll on if they like us or not.
Okay.
And we could always go that route.
Well, be careful.
find out.
It's Sweet 200 because you're going to be there a while.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
There's like 60 places in there.
Yeah.
Rick say, ¿Por qué toalla de papel? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
We'll take your phone calls next. Hang in there.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
brother bring them in for you? And you huh? Is that it?
Using broccoli as bait.
And then Taz, of course, I lost him a couple times, and people returned him, and it just went on and on and on.
And now at
on.
9:30, you've worked your way back to the championship.
Yes,
game.
I'm out back.
Now, is it double elimination? Do you have to beat the team twice?
Yeah, and they waxed us. So that by the time we
the
got
first game or the second game?
No, the first game. By the time we get there, it's
so you could have been midnight. Can't you bless it?
The best thing was 11 o'clock. We're in the car driving home. Now we'd been there since 7 that morning, on and off. Now I did leave once to go get the kids and once to take them home and came back, but we're driving home, and I look at Brandon. I said, "You know that thing you want to go to? I think I'm gonna let you go. I changed my mind." And she goes, gives me that look, but she'd kind of gotten into it. So,
well, she had played what, 8 games, I guess.
Yeah, they played 8.
Can I just admit something to you that has drove me crazy since the early days of baseball and softball? I hate the double elimination tournament because you get to the quote-unquote championship game and you got one team that's very good and one team that is wore out.
Well, that's what this
was.
was.
It's never a very good game.
And the team that was there,
every now and
the team was there, Pittman, they had won it like 4 years in a row, and they'd been done since about 3 that afternoon, just waiting.
Can I tell you my favorite is the 2 brackets, and however you get to the championship game, it doesn't matter who wins that takes it all.
But
don't you think that's a better deal?
But I'm
more exciting.
I'm gonna tell you, the girls
not
aren't
fair, but exciting.
By the time they got there, they were absolutely. I mean, they were loopy in that game.
Oh, sure.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, people were like, "Hey, I'll pitch," that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It just was crazy by that point. But for them to come back and finish second in that tournament after all, I mean, if you'd have seen all of us as parents trying to, we got marked up with so many step outs. This is it. And then running, and people like pooling money.
I can't believe they came all the way back from losing the first game to the championship. Rick, that is a long road.
And look, we ate everything that concession stand had. if somebody would start to leave and you go, "Where are you going?" They go, because if you mentioned you were going to stop by a restaurant, everybody pile on you.
Sure.
Hey, pick please.
Yeah.
Is there an ATM out there? Please, here's people handing their codes out.
Here's my private PIN number.
I gotta have money. But this is what I want to pose to the, I mean, it was insane out there. It truly was, but a lot of fun. But I want to mention this too, as we come back. I counted this so I'd be sure. I started counting when it became almost like epidemic. I was said to me at that tournament and over the weekend 6 documented times. Okay. You look a lot better in person. And I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, I watch you on TV." And I said, "What do you mean by that?" I had a number. Are we like really struggling on TV? Is TV? I mean, because it started out somebody said that, and I thought, well, I guess that's a backhanded compliment, and then it just kept. It was epidemic. Hey, are we real ugly on TV? I mean,
well, that's basically what they're telling you.
Yeah, I mean,
they said you look like a dog on TV.
Well, and let me ask this: is it because?
And they start, barking at you.
Is it because we do a show? I said, well, I look kind of monstrous when I first wake up.
That has a lot to do with it.
That has a lot to do
because they were seeing me that later. And now, keep in mind, it's bad that somebody said that after we've been through, 16 hours at the ballpark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I was like, I have to ask the question: are we ugly on TV, like real ugly? Those of you that like seen us in person and have seen us on TV, I mean. Undoubtedly, we really look bad on TV, or I know I do, because I'm serious. I had it happen, and then it hit me again on Sunday. I see somebody. I said, "Hey," at a restaurant. I said, "I'm surprised you look a lot better in person." And I went, "What? What do you mean?"
Almost like it's the running deal,
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, you do look better.
Yeah, it's kind of like when people say you don't look like you sound. You go, "Well, do you like the show?" And they say, "Yeah." And I go, "Oh, so I sound good and look bad." Are we scaring y'all on TV? Are we butt ugly on TV and I just don't know it?
Well, TV puts on what, Bubba, 10,
105, 10, 100 pounds.
I mean, I got that a lot over the weekend, like they were shocked in person. And then a lot of this, you look younger. Hey, is TV age just real bad? Is it because we're up early? I know we're not the prettiest things in the world.
When you see the TV anchors, what do you think?
Well, they wear makeup, though.
Yeah.
So really, some of them look better on TV than they do in person.
Call us washed out.
here we go. Phone calls, the real Greg Burgess, everyone's favorite phone screener. Now standing by with his all-around good attitude, ready to take your calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. I see some of you on some text stuff today, some questions we'll do here in a moment. But phone calls are coming in now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. And can I also ask a question before we get to the phones? If you are in our audience, and we have a number of people in our audience that are of Latin descent, I think we all, this is going to make you very uncomfortable, Speedy.
Why don't I say it?
No way someone with secondhand embarrassment likes when this happens. We've all seen people, white people, get around black people, and they start, kind of like Kamala Harris does wherever she is, and they start trying to talk with a little bit of,
man.
And that has to, you don't even know what to do with that.
I don't know what to do with that.
So here's my question. In my mind, when we interact with people in our building who are Spanish, in my mind, me saying Buenos Dias is being kind, but do they see it that way?
No.
Do they wish I would just say hello?
Yeah,
Probably.
they're like, I know what hello is, buddy.
So I should just stop doing that?
Yes.
So that isn't trying to be kind?
It is, but it's not taken that way.
But it makes them uncomfortable? They'd
Right.
rather me just speak English to them?
I think so.
And say, hello, how are you?
Yeah. I think they know that much.
Yeah.
You know what I'm doing? I rotate my Buenos Dias. I don't do it every day. Some days I
that's what bothers them.
Some days I give a hello. Some days I give a hi, hey, and then I'll drop in a Buenos Dias so they don't think. And if I interact with, like, I see a dude, I'll drop down a que paso every now and then.
Okay.
That's
Is
interesting.
that bad?
I think they're just from Coleman, Rick. I don't think those people are even Spanish.
Okay,
Right.
That's a good word.
Right. And we got to play one. Senorita Kamala showed up yesterday.
I know, that's funny.
Yeah.
To the phones we go. Maxwell is in Pearson, Georgia. Maxwell, go ahead.
Hey, guys, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, my friend. What's on your mind?
Hey, buddy. Hey, I was just listening to y'all. I actually work for Cook's Pest Control while I'm servicing the house.
Well, looky. Here comes Cookie. Cooks Pest Control. All right, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. But, I was listening to y'all talk about how, kind of not necessarily, I guess, disrespectful, but kind of just how standoffish people are nowadays.
Yeah, nobody's
And
warm
I'm
anymore.
I'm only 23, and I obviously live in South Georgia. But, I've always had people tell me I was raised very good and very mature, and I take pride in that. But, I mean, you should see the kids nowadays that are, younger than me that, are like teenagers. And, I think they had that. I think it's just cool now to have that I don't care attitude.
Yeah, it really
You know,
comes
and things
across.
like
Yeah. Does it really bother you, Maxwell? It does us. This thing where parents are letting their kids get away with being disrespectful to them and have that rude attitude toward their own parents.
Don't get it.
I wish y'all would stop that. That makes us all real uncomfortable, you letting your kid do that.
That's right. And
some of us, if it was old school and Chilhow Acres #1, another parent would intervene if your own kid was disrespecting you.
For sure.
Because they would try to straighten the kid out to honor you. I know now you can't do that without somebody calling DHR on you or something.
We'd get straightened out and then tattled on.
Yeah.
Then they would call down to to the house and tell my daddy that they just got on to me, and then I would get on. Then I'd get in trouble again.
Right. Yeah. Travis in Baton Rouge. Travis, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I was going to see when Adler's going to put his big boy britches on and join the kickoff hour. Let them make fun of him a little bit more. I loved it.
Adler, do you think 4 hours is plenty of the Raz?
Yes. I came one time, and Speedy had some weird scenario where Tom and I are embracing or something, and that was the last I was going to ever come in.
Well, he fixed a piece of equipment, and you were like, Tom. And it was a big moment because we didn't have TV.
There it goes again.
I missed this.
We didn't have TV. I do wish you'd kind of come in from time to time and just surprise us.
Well,
like a happy,
Juan, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
Really good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good morning.
Good. I'm fighting everything in my being saying Buenos Dias right now. But go ahead.
It's really funny, and especially how they pronounce the words. Yes. But for me, if somebody say good morning, the first thing is it's really kind, and how they pronounce it. Try to say some words in Spanish, and you add the O in the end. It's funny for me, and you know what? I don't know if these people really know how to speak Spanish. English is my language, and I've been here for 10 years.
Yes, sir.
And I'm working really hard trying to pronounce words in English, and it's really hard. But every time when somebody says something, hey, how you say this? And I say them, just put the O in the end.
Yeah. Juan, can you help me? At what part of the day should I transition off Diaz to Noches?
Should be around to 7 p.m. to 8 when it's dark.
Okay.
That's really confused because it's morning, evening, afternoon, night.
Yeah.
And we have días, tardes, and noches. It's just completely different.
Oh, I forgot about tardes.
Yeah,
Where does it
tardes.
belong? Midday? Is that midday?
Yes, it's like afternoon. It's buenas tardes.
Okay, that one I don't know. I'm not confident with that one at all.
I don't think they're looking for this, Rick, at all from you.
Especially, one of the things is the people who speak English, they cannot pronounce the R.
Right.
Because you have to say R.
Yeah, you have to roll it. Ricardo.
You got to roll
Ricardo.
That's right.
Yes, yeah, I know my R's, Juan. Don't you worry about that.
Do you say hello or hello-o?
No, it's
Okay.
and que pasa is very
Hola.
casual, right? Que pasa is, hey, what's happening, right?
Yes, que pasa?
Que pasa? You know what I found out back sadly in Nicaragua? You know what I found out sadly is I didn't know the difference between caliente and calor, and that led to an awkward moment.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
It is. It is. It's like it's hot. It's about temperature. It's about the spicy.
Yeah.
It just is really confused.
Yeah.
And it is every day when I drive in to work, I listen to y'all. And thanks to one of my friends, he worked with me. I was listening to the show like 6-8 years ago.
Yes, sir.
And every day I listen it, and it's just funny every single day what y'all talking about. And the other thing I need to say, so I got friends from Texas. And you know how the people in Texas speak.
Oh, yeah.
Really dry.
Sure.
English.
Yeah.
So one day I say, hey, yo, how you doing? And my friend say, what you just say?
That's good, though, Juan. I like your effort. But I guess you now have done what I do, the opposite. I guess maybe we should both stop. Juan, thank you so much for that. That was kind of you. Yeah.
Number one.
Yeah, I told you. Now that's what you say to
He's
Asian.
a number one caller.
No, that's what you say to Asian people, not Spanish.
Oh.
You remember that terrible moment in
oh my goodness,
in Nicaragua?
Yeah.
When all the females kept laughing and running away, and I said, "What's going on?" The guy says, "Are you trying to say it's hot outside?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "You're telling them you're spicy." And I'm like,
Sir,
oh,
isn't this a mission trip?
oh, that's gonna make my gospel handout awkward. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How you doing? What's your name?
Tracy.
Tracy, how are you today? And you?
Pam.
Pam, welcome to Rick and Bubba, the TV show. You know we're Grand Marshals today.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful day for homecoming.
Yeah. If y'all don't get blowed off the car, everything will be real good.
Well, with our weight, that's highly unlikely.
Have y'all got any food left? Y'all finish everything?
Is there anything left on your table over there? You just now throw it away, because if I hadn't touched any other garbage, we'll eat it anyways. Well, what you got there, sir?
What'd you get this morning?
Got a biscuit and gravy with an extra sausage biscuit and
Who's that extra sausage biscuit for?
that would also be for me.
Sure you could do without it maybe this morning?
Do you mind if we just get a bite? Just give us something to take a bite of?
Just a bite.
Okay.
Okay, just one small bite.
Just one small
Little
bite. Because we're about to get in a parade.
I can cause, that can cause some real problems here. As many people that want to buy it that are here, no way.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Thank you for your honor.
Thank you. You may get discussed. 34 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Good morning, 877. Jim in Huntsville, Bubba, is saying that the comment that I was getting at the ballpark for the 16 hours that we were all there on Saturday. Jim,
yeah.
So do we?
I'm a little shiny.
Do we look real bad on TV?
Yeah, you guys are just going to have to give up this whole manhood thing and go for the dust on the face. Put the makeup on, man.
So-
you look pretty.
So we're shiny and washed out on TV. Is that our problem?
I'm really shiny.
And we're fat, which doesn't really help.
Well, I told him I'm one of them fat boys, too, but, I'm not on TV, so I don't have to do the makeup thing. But you guys are just going to have to give it up and put a little bit on.
Well, let me tell you what's embarrassing, though. Like, we have to go a lot of times places right after the show.
Yeah.
And we've, had to go places and meet Mark Prater or something.
Yeah.
And he's on in the morning, too. And we run into Mark, and he's still got his makeup on, and it's just a little uncomfortable.
It's like, and then, that makeup, it looks good on TV, but when you leave, you look orange.
Yeah, it does. It looks
And
a little orange.
the little hairs on your face or whatever, the makeup's caked on it,
Gathered,
and it's...
So, that's our dilemma. Do we look washed out on TV so we don't have to deal with the rest of the day?
Roxanne have any base in there?
That's the problem, man. You guys are washed out.
Yeah.
I need some
Thanks,
powder,
Jim.
man. I'm just greasy.
You know what I
today,
mean?
huh?
When somebody says something one time, you go, okay, you don't even think about it.
Right.
Then all of a sudden it keeps happening.
Right.
And you're going, wow, is this a big deal with everybody I just didn't know about?
Rick, I've been getting that for years. You'll learn to live with it.
Yeah, but I mean, we had the TV thing. I knew that we probably weren't made for TV, but I didn't know it was such a... To see us in person, it was that big a difference.
Well, the alternative is we could start wearing masks every day.
Dave in Hickory, North Carolina. Oh, yeah, Mr. Personality. Hey, this mask thing.
By the way, I watched that last night. I got a comment.
Hey, where is she from? Somebody said, the one guy left said, I'll see you around in Georgia or something.
No, really?
I might have to look that up.
Dave in Hickory, North Carolina. Dave, what's up?
Not much. I just saw
get through
your
the earthquake
homecoming classic.
Yeah, the homecoming.
Video clip.
Is
Was that on today?
Was that on again today, or was that
Yes,
yesterday?
it is.
Oh, okay.
Well, that was precious.
They're showing vintage footage from the first Rick and Bubba TV show, which ran 8 episodes.
Yeah, if you're watching on TV, you're going to see a few of those.
Some vintage classic Rick and Bubba in the breaks. So what's your comment?
Well, I like you guys. Well, looking at you now and looking at you then, that you guys look better without the facial hair.
Really?
I'm in the same boat. I'm a truck driver, and I get told the same thing by my girlfriend.
It's funny because my wife wanted me to shave mine off one time because she said she was tired of it, and I shaved it off. And she said, "Oh, grow it back." So I mean, it's Dave.
Well,
thanks. Now, I mean, not that we've ever made a living on our looks, but I just if we're scary on TV, I mean, it's just, or maybe the good news is we can say, "Come to see us live." And then we look so bad on TV when you see us live, we fool you into thinking that we look okay.
Yeah.
And
you guys look good either way.
All right,
but,
you're a guy, Dave. That's enough. Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
thanks,
but,
Dave.
let's
We're getting uncomfortable with it.
let's go to Teresa in Greenville, South Carolina. Hey, Teresa, how you doing?
Doing wonderful. How are y'all doing?
We're great. We're good.
Well, great. I work in a nursing facility in Greenville, and we set our alarm on our watches to watch y'all every morning. We come off the floor and stop everything just to watch y'all.
Well, thank you very much.
And we think y'all are good looking off TV or on TV.
Well,
It doesn't
Teresa,
matter.
thank you. That's awful nice of you.
Yeah, well, it's most everybody who's on TV wears the TV makeup, and we don't.
Have we not got some of that in
And
here
I don't know that we would. You remember we've done it like we used to do those Marvin's commercials on film.
Oh yeah,
they put it on.
They put it all over. They even put body makeup on it.
Yes, they did. Thank you, Teresa.
You don't need anything. Y'all look wonderful.
How about
you.
this?
And a shout out to all y'all working there at the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Y'all have a wonderful day.
Thank you. We did the shower commercial, and that
Never ran.
It never ran. I wish we could get a copy of that. That was precious.
That one, and when we us getting burned on the grill and all that, I miss all that.
Yeah.
I mean
That's hot.
we even though they would let us do whatever we wanted to, they were still a line they had out there that we would go over sometimes.
Sure.
This will tie into what
we started kissing all the female customers coming in the door. They edited that
Funny
one out.
TV.
Yeah.
Valerie in Homewood, how are you?
I'm great, guys. How are y'all?
We're great.
Here we go. 6 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us. Yeah. All right, so Speedy, Greg, Adler all here today. Bubba out. She'll be back tomorrow. So we are running down the stories of the day and, of course, commenting on all things that are life. So we mentioned this past hour about accents and when people put on accents when they're around certain ethnicities and how embarrassing that can be. And then a lot of you responded, and rightfully so. Well, Kamala Harris is one of the worst offenders of this. Oh, developing a Southern accent, developing a
urban accent.
Thank you, Greg.
Urban.
And so we have Kamala. This one's pretty quick. People are referring to this very short clip as Senora Kamala. So here she is.
This is the longer. I found a slightly longer clip.
Is she talking to?
She's speaking to a group of Latin American people.
Okay, here we go.
Or Spanish people.
Yes.
And I think it's she's okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Oh, it's good to see so many friends. I love you back.
I love you, Kamala.
Yo.
I love you.
Oh,
back.
thank you.
That wasn't that bad.
That was horrific. That's not how she talks.
That one wasn't so. I thought it was gonna be worse than that.
Do you want to hear it again?
She said, "Thank you."
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mucho.
I love you back.
I hear a little bit of it.
I love you back.
I love you back, señorita.
Because since I'm the only one on the show that really knows Spanish,
I love you back. Oh.
Senorita should not be what you speak to a married woman. It's senora.
Oh.
Senorita is a single woman.
That's like Miss and Mrs.
Just that one day.
Just throwing it out there.
Okay.
Throwing it out there.
You're really advanced.
Yeah, well, I know my Spanish.
Yeah, that's one thing about it.
That's one thing we've talked about. But what do you...
Please have a seat. Please have a seat.
Please have a
seat.
I don't
it's good
hear
to
it.
see so many friends.
Just wait right here. Coming up.
I love you back.
I love you back.
I love you.
I love you.
¿Por qué?
I love you, bye. My name is Kamala. Is that you?
Look on
Is that your Spanish accent?
Well, that was her.
Tortilla.
You morphed right into it.
Right.
Holy frijoles, I love you so much.
From San Antonio.
Mucho gusto, mucho gusto.
Okay. Well, you know what? There's no show complete unless we can get a clip or two from The View. I don't know. Are there people that actually watch The View?
They do, but they do it the same reason I would. You just want to see the train wreck, and you just want to see.
Is that why you watched the Golden Bachelorette last night?
Yes, that's why. That was weird.
I don't see how you guys
Golden
do
Bachelorette's bad.
Don't.
It's the woman this time picking the dudes. And here's what I was telling Rick. Me and Lisa, she had it on, so I sat down. And what's bad is I'm making fun. I'm doing this, and then it'll put their age up there, and they're like 2 years older than me. I'm like, I know. Suddenly it ain't so funny. And I don't think I look like that, but I guess I do.
Well, no, you're right, Greg. Raise your hand if any of us in here, Adler, you're exempt. The three of us would have a bind, and Bubba, if he was here today, all of us, when we see this bachelor thing that they're doing it with senior citizens.
Yeah.
We think this is like we're young watching. Going, look at these old people.
One of the guys was in my exact age,
and then all of a sudden, I'm with you, Greg. All of a sudden, they show like people in the previews, and I was like, "Well, that guy's 62."
How old is she?
She's like 62, something like that.
Silver cougar.
All right, all right.
Look, they got some pretty funny guys on there. But Speedy, you don't need to watch it when they arrive.
Well, I can't watch it
when they get out one at a time and they try to be cute and do zany stuff.
You're talking about people that are like our age or older.
Or even
I gotta watch this. I'm gonna watch this weekend.
Oh yeah.
how do you
realize
the Golden Bachelor worked out so well? What were they together?
You know
about 2
why?
months?
You know why this Golden series is such a bad idea? We literally now have an example. The first time they tried it, I know it was Golden Dude.
Yeah.
Being pursued by golden women. Now it's Golden Woman pursued by golden dudes, right?
Yeah.
But if you remember what happened in the
Got
first
a French guy.
Do you know why their marriage did not work? They would leave being closer to their grandkids.
Yeah, now that is
You
right.
couldn't get either one of them to leave.
How about that's a big deal.
I know it. I mean, you can't do this. They're too far settled into their life.
Well, they got a little twist on this one. Let me get this right. The Bachelorette, no.
Greg, can I tell you this? Your fans and your minions
Look, this all
do
comes
not
through
want to hear
Lisa.
you talking about anything to do with the Golden
Well, her
Bachelor or
favorite,
Bachelorette.
the last Bachelor, he picked this girl. Well, when they did the hometown visits during that one, her dad, for some reason, everybody liked him. Well, now he's one of the contestants.
Well, thanks for that update.
I'm just letting you know.
Right.
And he's the same age as me. And I was like, what? So,
Hey, love never ages, guys. Remember that. The Golden Bachelorette.
She have a wanderer?
Somebody says on the text that there's something about her having a wandering eye.
I didn't know that.
Everybody's texting. How did you miss that of all people?
I didn't say
This
that.
is your area.
I know. That's why I'm saying I'm not sure about that.
No,
I would.
she looks fine. She looks
I would
fine.
have caught that.
I'm
Now,
looking
she
at
can see
her
the chickens
eyes.
playing in the backyard off front porch. I get that, but
Greg, what did you just say?
I'm just kidding. It was no joke.
I don't see it.
I don't see it either.
I don't see that at all.
This is two
Might have had a
misses on
little
the show
work.
today.
Might have had a little work.
I mentioned this before. It's a lot of very attractive people actually have that eye thing going on. If you look into it,
That doesn't.
a lot of famous
What are we doing?
models and actresses have a little bit
Have
of
lazy eyes.
a little bit.
Well,
of,
what do you mean? Like that one of them's
Out.
looking left or right?
yeah, if you go in, that's not good.
Well,
If
you're
you go
doing
out,
both. You're doing both. People don't have two eyes going that way.
well. You know what I'm
I
saying?
didn't know.
What's her name? Jennifer Lawrence. She's got a little bit of that
Yeah,
going on.
she
Does she?
Yeah.
Oh. Y'all remember what you did to me with the Rick and Bubba T-shirt? When they printed it, it looked like one of my eyes
Yes.
was going to the right.
Well,
I
you
read
do
it.
have that a little
And of
bit.
course, we duplicated it and put it out, so I looked like Rusty.
Nobody fixed.
No, the whole time, and every time they would sign, oh look at Speedy's eye, and I'm like, that was the print.
No, let me tell you,
It's the
Greg.
way it printed.
We
it's like
put
my right eye be over here.
we put on a shirt Speedy's wondering eye.
Yeah,
It would not change
that I
the
don't
picture.
have.
Yeah.
But
Wait,
if
I
you
do
did,
see it a little bit on the Golden Bachelorette.
now
You do?
Just a little bit.
And also,
Tiny
she
bit.
was
I
on.
don't see
She
it.
was
I don't
on the
see
golden.
it.
She was on the Golden Bachelor, but had to leave early because her kid.
Oh,
had-
thank you, Jesse Palmer.
Yeah,
I mean,
your
what
buddy
it-
Jesse, he's on there too.
Greg, what are we doing?
Nah,
You don't
Lisa
need.
had it
Well,
on.
don't
But
don't
you
do
blame
these
it on
kind of.
Lisa. You
I'm
do that
in,
time.
Greg.
I've watched a few of
You
them.
feel
It's
kind
been
of.
a while.
What do you mean a few of them? I thought it just started.
No, I'm talking about the Bachelorette. Listen, now
Golden
listen. I
Bachelor
don't
is
think
what
she
you're
liked
talking
this last one that they had.
I don't
remember
know.
it being
I
on.
don't
She didn't
know.
like that girl.
I
You know
don't-
how they'll pick one. Well, I don't want to get her.
Right.
I just don't think there should be a senior
No, I agree.
There's a lot
Association
of
like you're
mature
saying.
American citizens version.
No.
AMAC should not be sponsoring a dating show.
But my point was, again, I was ready to sit down and go, look at these old people. And I look, and they're all my age.
Would y'all rather have a wandering eye or a lisp?
Wandering
I'm
eye.
going the lisp.
No, Greg. No, lisp is no. You can't get past.
I think sometimes a lisp can be actually, people go, I kind of like that. It's kind of cool.
Okay.
A wandering eye is
Speedy, you
never
had
cool.
a lisp as a kid. Would you
Wandering eye. We just talked about it. Jennifer Lawrence has a wandering eye. She's cool.
I never knew that. Can you show a picture of her?
Here's
you mentioned,
here's
I
the
think
Golden Bachelorette with a sailor of some kind. I
Yeah,
hope she
this
picks
guy,
him.
he's trying to show
Sailor.
off. He wore his Navy uniform.
I hope she picks him. I've already got a favorite. I'm in. I was deep into the Golden Bachelor, and I'm
Listen,
in on this.
You're going to love his French guy. He's a French guy, and his English isn't great.
Listen to this.
And she's like, I want to whisper French words into your ears.
He's probably faking it.
It wasn't that long ago you were fixing a mirror on a Ram 1500.
No, man, I'm just saying it's just funny.
Hello, baby. I want
My
to
whole
play
argument
boom, boom.
was that I didn't realize that this is my peers that are on here.
Isn't
I was
that
making
weird?
fun. Look at them old people.
Greg, let me tell you what.
He's
No.
57.
Let me tell you what hit. Let me hit you. Let me tell you what hit you. God forbid that you ended up single again, like that other guy.
Oh, good night.
You would meet the criteria, as would I, to be the Golden Bachelor.
And that
Doesn't that hurt?
Yeah.
That hurts.
I bet you they can't finish the crap run though.
No, he
y'all
was,
can't either.
He was
Oh, wow.
70 something. I thought.
This one's 62.
She's in her early 60s. And one of the contestants is the girl I was telling about her dad. I think he's my age.
Well, Greg, you should enter the Golden.
Look, there's Speedy's picture from the old one.
There it is.
Guys,
There's
well,
crazy eyes.
that was cruel what y'all did to me.
Yeah, I know. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard me talk.
Nom this morning.
Man, I tell you, it
Scared
killed
me
me.
and my dog to death.
Bubba, I'm so sorry you didn't hear an earthquake.
Look, will somebody call me the next time one starts?
Yeah.
Be sure I'm on it.
All right. Yeah, I thought it was the rapture. I went and opened my daughter's door to make sure see if she was still in there and make sure I didn't get left behind.
Well, what I do, anytime I think it's the rapture, I call and see if my grandmother will answer the phone.
Yeah, sure.
But guys, the main reason I called, I've met y'all in person several times because every time y'all are anywhere, I'm there.
I'm sorry.
But I don't think y'all look any better in person. I think it's just that you get to know you get to see all of you in person, and you get to really know your personalities, and it's just more of a personal thing. I think you look
So
great
wait a
either
minute.
way.
So you're saying if we had masks on, you would still like us because of our personality?
No, well, yeah, but I like to look at you too.
Oh, well, thank you, Valerie.
So,
Thank you,
Valerie. Anything we can do.
That's right, Val.
Y'all have a great day, and I'll see you the next time you're somewhere around Birmingham where I can come see you.
Thank you very much.
All right.
We'll come back. Mark Prater will join us, and we'll discuss Mr. Personality last night. Speaking of that, that show has weirded me out.
Yeah, man, it is. It's weird.
And they keep teasing us with the footage of her making out with them with those masks on. That's over the line.
Yeah, when is that happening? Did that happen last night?
No,
Did I miss it
they
at
showed
the
it
beginning
again
of it?
it's for next week again. And let me tell you something. That guy in the light green mask, he was a weirdo. I'm glad he's gone. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It's 21 minutes past Rick and Bubba's show. No Bubba today. He'll be back tomorrow. Bubba had to handle had a handle show up. He's fine, but he had to deal with it, and hopefully all that smooths out. All right, so we've covered a lot today. And remember, any of the show that you missed, you always grab or can grab in the daily archives. You also have yesterday's Bible study already in the archives today on the YouTube or the podcast channel. All right, so here is Sunny Hostin from The View. I can't believe that anybody says, I tell you what I'm not missing today is The View. The View is just, it just seems, wow. But anyway, so Sunny Hostin is on The View. Now, is everybody following? I'm not. This is where we kind of need Bubba. A lot of times Bubba's more on top of pop culture than the rest of us. But is there some kind of issue with, I know, and everybody bear with me, I promise I won't go in this and stay. This whole thing with the Chiefs and Brittany Mahomes and Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift comes out and endorses Kamala, and then Brittany Mahomes allegedly or did like something or endorse Trump.
She liked it.
She liked some stuff, and then when people got on her, she's like, "Hey, y'all leave me alone. I can like who I want."
So everybody is upset with her just for liking something that involves Trump.
Yes. Okay. And then Patrick Mahomes came out and said, "I think that everybody should just vote for whoever they want to, and do your thing, do your research, and go with it."
Yeah. Can I touch on? Let me chase a rabbit here for just a minute.
Go ahead.
That's the only problem with this text option is I really enjoy some of the information that comes in. So are there people? How are they so behind on the show? Are they? I thought the archives are not really ready until in the afternoon every day.
On the YouTube Live,
how could they be tracking behind the show so far?
Adler, on the YouTube Live, can when you join, do you have to pick it up live, or can you say start from the beginning or something? Or
you can go back.
Yeah. So I'm wondering. I think people are just behind.
Like there's people now voting on fixing the mirror.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah. So anyway, that was from early in the show in case you missed it. All right. So here we go. So with all that being, I think I have the information correct. Sunny Hostin, who everyone is always waiting to see what Sunny has to say about anything before we make any decision.
Yes.
She is going to go as far as to now say that Brittany Mahomes, and keep in mind, all Brittany Mahomes is guilty of right now is just not being anti-Trump.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So here, listen to Sunny. Now remember, if you think we exaggerate about how emotions and feelings and hyperbole and fake world, how far this all has gotten, and we've got to get back to the real world. We've got to get level-headed again. We've got to stop letting how we feel about something supersede everything, including the truth. Here is Sunny Hostin. Listen how far she takes this.
That this Swift effect will speak to more women about the true character of Donald Trump and will turn them away.
Caribbean.
But
The multimedia?
I know you said we weren't going to talk about it, but I was. It just seems to me that since she is in an interracial marriage,
Here we go.
She should have known that to support
Caribbean.
a racist is problematic.
The multimedia marketplace.
Her children are biracial, and her family is one of the families that in the 70s could not have lived in any of Donald Trump's buildings. So,
oh my goodness,
it just seems
come
to
on.
me
The multimedia
that
marketplace.
maybe she's just not that politically savvy, or maybe she's just not read in.
Granted,
but it's
all we know is that she liked a Trump post.
And she can do that.
Hey, listen.
What's wrong?
Good
She has
gracious,
every
man.
right. How about this? What if because today is today, and based on what I like today, this is what I want to vote for.
She has the right. Maybe Sunny, because she's not living in the 70s, maybe that's not a big concern to her.
Right.
Okay, maybe, Sunny, she hates a economy that is a disaster. Maybe she hates an open border that makes her and her children not feel safe. Maybe she hates that the tax rates are through the roof, and her family are the type of families that are targeted by the left, that demonize them for being wealthy unless they get in line and do whatever they say. Maybe she didn't like that kind of slavery.
Golly.
Sunny.
That's ridiculous.
Thank you for the sunshine.
Like you owe them.
That is so. She doesn't care about her husband or her children because she is in a biracial. See, they're so obsessed with ethnicity and color. Why can't you, Sonny, look at the Mahomes family and just see them as a husband and wife with beautiful children?
Right.
But now you remember that was what Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was trying to get. We get there, and now we're being told that we're racist for not looking at everybody and recognizing their colors. Yes. I thought we were just supposed to look at people and say character is all that matters. Your ethnicity is not exactly your identity. But anyway, so it could be, it really could be that Brittany Mahomes just thinks that Donald Trump is a better choice for her family's well-being.
Yeah.
So now,
this was the post that she liked. It was the 2024 GOP platform, Make America Great Again. 20 things that real Donald Trump, that account, posted. And basically seal the border, strengthen our military, stop the migrant crime epidemic, prevent World War III, keep men out of women's sports, things like that.
Maybe that, since they have a female soccer franchise that they own, maybe they don't like what's happening with biological men coming into women's sport. Sonny, how about this, Sonny? There was a time women couldn't even vote, and now that women can vote, you're going to tell another woman how she should vote? How about that?
Unreal.
Sonny.
In a recent interview,
I don't even know why Sonny's a celebrity. What does she ever do other than be on The View? I know that I'm probably ignorant. Is she some sort of?
Oh, I don't know.
What talent does Sonny have that made her a celebrity? Is it just being on The View?
Being unlikable, incredibly unlikable, I think.
Well, I'm not even saying that. I understand what you're saying, but you just go to places that aren't even real. Just stay in the real world. You know what Sonny can do? She can say, you know something, Burge? I don't like you or Brittany, and I disagree with your ideology, and I disagree with you politically. Perfectly fine. But don't make up things that just aren't so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And don't bring up scenarios that aren't even real.
Yeah.
Brittany Mahomes also responded when she was under the most amount of backlash for liking this post. She said, honestly, to be a hater as an adult, you have to have some deep-rooted issues to refuse to heal, that you refuse to heal from childhood, and you hate to see others doing well.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Somebody on the text line is there anybody been, you're right, whoever's texting that, has there been anyone more misnamed than Sonny?
Yeah.
Does she ever make you feel
right beside her, Joy.
Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Wow, that's true. I didn't even think about that.
It's just
and Joy Reid, and Joy Behar, and Joy Reid.
So the View has people named Joy and Sonny that are neither.
Neither, yeah.
They're the opposite. We'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. The first phone troll of the day is next.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah. That's when we open the floodgates, baby. All 10 lines are available. America gets to speak. And we look forward to hearing from you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you want to chat, dial now. Speedy is headed that way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 877-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Well, it's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com.
Bush, how you doing, guys?
Mark, how about, I wasn't prepared to see you doing a little earthquake report this morning.
Guys, you don't know how far I had to look inside of the computer to find a little earthquake graphic. I've never used it before.
I don't see that one get used so much in that part of the country, does it?
No, not at all, and especially one that's a 4.9 on the Richter scale. That's just not something I really plan on using.
Mark, what I am so tore up about, you know how I love science and weather and, astrological events and all that. I mean, in perspective, I don't think it's going to affect how my day goes, but I missed it. I was up apparently I was in the shower, and as several emailers have noted, Betty called in and said she felt the earthquake, thought it was me falling in the shower, and just went back to bed.
Yes.
So,
well, I didn't feel it either. I was up then too, and I really feel like that would have been interesting. I've never been in an earthquake, but obviously in my hurrying and moving around through the house in the morning that I just didn't notice it or feel it, and I know people close to me did, but I think some folks were in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
Now, let me wake y'all up on this. Let me tell you what we got here. You want me to turn the cold shower on? Are y'all ready for a little cold shower rig here?
Yeah.
We got earthquake bandwagoners. Is what we got.
You may be right.
I felt it too, man. Some of us felt it. Some of us jumping on the bandwagon. So it's become that thing. You want to say you were there.
Sure.
You want to say it happened to you too. It's a Me Too thing. You see it with kids all the time. Hey, I jumped off the ground. Me too. Now I'll start jumping. Watch me jump. You ever seen that? Somebody said, some little kid jumped there. Oh, that was a good jump.
Sure.
Oh, look at me. And they all start jumping. That's what this is.
Mark, is this warm weather?
Earthquake bandwagon.
Mark, is this warm weather snow? I need to ask you.
It
is that? Should we get milk and bread for the next one?
I think we're in good shape, even though what we had today was pretty significant for here. I don't think it's any big deal.
Mark, and I would never do this, but we were talking in the break how funny.
Thank you for not being an earthquake bandwagon.
How funny that it would be if we mentioned or just casually talked about we didn't know if any of the school kids would go to school today, and they might need to call the weather center to find out.
Well, yeah,
That would be brutal.
Let's face it, we'll shut school down for anything now.
Oh yeah.
Somebody said, "Hey, I heard there was an earthquake somewhere. School's out."
Yeah, exactly. Well, in Mentone, you guys are familiar with that area.
Sure.
And right on the state line, I'm sure they got shaken really well. I don't have any question about it, but I didn't feel it. I know that a few of us here at our station in Hoover, just south of Birmingham, didn't feel it.
Well, it's out of hand when now Bill Clinton's holding a press conference saying he felt it.
Yeah,
sure. It's just and everybody's going, what do you mean by that? But
Thanks for the segue, by the way.
Thank you, Rick.
Mark, are you watching this Mr. Personality show?
No, I'm not.
Well, it's on a different network. I didn't mean to throw that at you.
Am I missing something? Or?
They're saying the girl from Mr. Personality is from Atlanta. That's what Brenda and Gaston's saying. The girl who's picking. Have you seen this, Prater?
Is that where they're wearing the mask?
Yes.
Okay,
It was on. Mark, I forget which shows on what network.
It freaks my kids out.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it is very scary. How about this? I foolishly left it on, and that night Big Love came down the steps and got in bed with us and said he was scared.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Caitlin walked in and said, "This is a scary show."
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. My son Broccoli came down and
But I know you guys are on fire about this thing, but I just wanted to tell you I watched the majority of it, and I think it has to be the stupidest show, and in no way am I entertained by this thing. I don't understand how y'all are into it. I really don't.
Let me tell you what they've done. The mask they've added. The hidden cameras they've stolen from Meet My Parents and Temptation Island.
Well, it's evolving. You see that.
Sure. They've gone out and picked out of different reality shows, and you've got a little bit of everything in there.
Right.
And then somebody said, "Okay, that sounds too much like the other show." And somebody said, let's put a mask on.
Right.
Somebody said, "Oh, okay," but it is very strange. Here comes the phone troll music. It means America. The gate has dropped, and here we go. Lines are available. Looks like 2 of them are still active. You can get in if you want to dial us now. Speedy standing by. The beauty of the phone troll is that we keep the line moving. 30 seconds a pop. The buzzer grabs you. If you do a meaningless shout-out, boom. If you do some sort of, hey, shameless plug, you'll get that. Baby predictions, none of those are allowed in the phone troll. It is just, here we go. What do you got to say, America? This is what I'd like to say. Come on in here and bring that now. Field of Greens, been with the Rick and Bubba Show for a while now. This is as life-changing a product as I have ever endorsed and used. I have loved it, the impact on my health. It's not that complicated, Rick. I'm getting the fruits and vegetables that I need, and my vital organs are saying thank you very much for this. You didn't provide this for us very much, Rick. prior to Field of Greens. It's hard to get all that in your regular diet, even if you're trying to do just a little bit better.
Yeah.
And what I know now is that when I drink that Field of Greens, I know I've got that handled. My immune system has seen probably the biggest impact. My energy, clean. You know how sometimes you try to get energy somewhere else and sometimes I get a little jumpy or you get a little bit cloudy. Clean energy. And it has been a game changer. As I've told everyone, approaching 60 on October 3rd, I feel better right now than I felt when I was 40. And I've made a lot of life changes, but this has also
dressing
been
better.
No, I'm not dressing better. I can just wear this shirt now. So anyway, thank you, Field of Greens. It'll work. Look, don't listen to me. They say if your doctor, the next time you get a checkup after taking Field of Greens, if your doctor doesn't notice a difference, they'll give you money back. How about
Come
that?
on now.
Go to use the code BIGVOX, get free shipping and 15% off at fieldofgreens.com. And a lot of you ask me questions about it personally on how to use it, what flavors, all that. You can do that too. All right, to the phones we go. 30 seconds a pop. Looking at the text real quick. Greg looks sleepy. Did he not get any sleep? Can I just tell the texter?
Good.
Greg never gets sleep. There's never a time that Greg gets sleep. So this is his normal look. This is about as good as it can get.
If you see me on Saturday afternoon, you would see a different person.
We continue. Stephen in Kentucky. Stephen, you got 30 seconds. Go.
Yes, I lived in Finland for about 20 years, and I just wanted to say that Kamala in Finnish means horrible.
Does
so
it really?
There you go. So can you imagine going to Finland and say, well, here's President Horrible Harrison.
How about that? I did not know. Good. Of course, it's Harris, but I got you.
Close enough.
Close enough. TJ, Sweet Home Alabama. TJ, 30 seconds. Go.
Monkey grass, guys.
Thanks for the call, TJ.
Yeah. Quick. I'll make it quick. I've spent a lot of time in Guatemala, and while I was learning the Spanish language, typically, like the caller was before, he said, you can add an O, and you think you'd be safe. But I was trying to say I was embarrassed, and I kept saying the story is embarazado. And it actually means I'm pregnant. So I was really getting a lot of weird looks.
Right. You know what they thought? Typical American. He's a dude and thinks he can have babies.
Yeah.
We continue. Wayne in Florence, WLAY. 30 seconds. Go.
Wayne.
Yeah, I was just calling on the Brittany Mahomes thing. It's funny that if you go back to the 60s, that same party that they're wanting her to vote for wouldn't even allow that relationship to happen.
Correct.
But, they're making a big deal of not living in a home. They wouldn't have allowed any of that to happen.
Oh, you talking about the party of Jim Crow? Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. 1964, they didn't want that to go through.
No, they did not. You are correct. They conveniently forget that, but if you've ever done anything in your past, then you're labeled with it for the rest of your life, but not them. We continue. Jarrett in Pinson. Jarrett, 30 seconds. Go.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning, guys?
We're good, Jarrett. How are you doing?
Oh, not too bad. I was going to get y'all's thoughts on Trump going to the Alabama-Georgia game, and if y'all had any score predictions on that game, what would those be?
Well, I'm gonna be there. Road Tide, Jarrett, and I think that Kirby putting this on the schedule was not so smart. Road Tide, Kalen DeBoer. I'm on the Kalen train. We look pretty good against Wisconsin and Badgers, and it's gonna be a tough day for the Dogs. Road Tide coming to Bryant Dandy.
Trump will definitely be pulling for the Dogs because he needs that swing state.
Well, Trump can pull for the Dogs all he wants, and Trump's going to have to learn how to handle disappointment. But no, I think him coming to the game, I would not want to be in the Secret Service going, everybody keeps trying to kill you, right?
Yeah, that's it. Good.
But massive crowd, I think it will be a classic game. And I do want to tell all Georgia and Alabama fans and all of us that are just football fans, and we can't wait for the matchup either. We still got another weekend. Let's not peak too early. Let's not peak too early. Let's just ease our way there. Who do you think is going to win?
I would have said Georgia.
Don't let that Kentucky game mean more than it meant.
I know. It's going to be real close, I think.
Well, I would have, if you had asked me this.
I'm going with Tide. Is it home, right?
The combination, Greg, do you agree? The combination of Kentucky, Georgia, and Alabama, Wisconsin gives me a whole new view of the game now.
It does.
I didn't think Alabama looked very good against South Florida, even though if you looked at the score, you would think so. If you watched the game, they really didn't.
They didn't.
And then, you can't tell anything about the opening games when they just drill people. But I thought Alabama looked fantastic against Wisconsin and thought Georgia struggled a little bit against Kentucky. Now I give Kentucky credit for that. So Georgia did not look as dominant as I think they are, but they had those things last year, and Coach Smart pointed that out. They struggled against Auburn, and they struggled against Missouri, and still ended up just having an incredible team.
And they drilled Clemson, but if Clemson ends up being pretty good, that's really a big win for them.
Yeah, I think that game is probably as tight as one can be this early in the season.
I agree.
We continue. Let's go to Lee in South Carolina. Lee, 30 seconds, go.
Rick, I always try to keep you abreast of the best new documentaries, and there is a new one that just come out, The Uncensored True Story of 80s Hair Metal Bands.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to, as a good brother and believes in accountability, I have to give you a warning. They showed absolutely no love to Cinderella, and I don't know how to process that.
What? None?
No, White Lion got more mention than any mention. No mentions of Cinderella.
White Lion over Cinderella?
That's crazy.
That's blasphemy. And as far as if rock and roll has blasphemy, I guess.
Do you think maybe because Cinderella had the glam look, but their music was more of a harder rock, bluesy type music as opposed to, like, say, Poison?
Thanks for being there for me, but I'm not sure that. I don't know. I can't. You can't do. Well, maybe like you say, maybe they just don't consider them a hair band.
You got to, though.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay. Cinderella. White Lion cannot wear Cinderella's dress.
No.
I mean, come on. What are we
Or
talking
eyeliner.
about? Our eyeliner. We continue. Let's go to, what do you think that name is? Cornolio? Cornolio?
Cornolio.
Cornolio. ¿Qué pasa, Cornolio? Go ahead.
Hey, Greg.
Yep.
Greg, this is for you. What my favorite thing in the world.
Did we lose him?
What happened?
I did not drop that call. It dropped on its own.
Okay. I'm not sure what was going on with Cornholio.
We continue. Let's go to Lee in Louisville, Kentucky. Lee, go ahead.
Hey, fellas. I live in one of them neighborhoods with bicycles laying all up in the yard.
Yeah, good for you.
I got two of the boys, and they're 6 and 7. Last night I was cleaning up after supper, washing dishes. Had y'all on because I always listen to y'all a couple days late. And I sent the boys up to bed, and I hear them going up the stairs singing, "They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats."
They're eating the dogs.
They're eating the cats.
You're welcome, Dad. Kevin. No, not Kevin.
You agree when
Scott.
we said hello up Louisville.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you remember Louisville. That's another one of those places that Radio Goop says, the show just didn't work there. When we had on our radio station, we were rocking the hits. It just didn't work there.
Yeah, too much
And then
talk.
people just flood us from Louisville all the time. Let's go to Scott in Coleman. Scott, go ahead.
Good morning, Biggins. How you guys doing?
We're good. I hope you're okay.
Good. I'm doing wonderful. I just had a quick thought for the day. If Trump wanted to hurt America, he would have done it the first 4 years. And if Kamala wanted to help America, she would have done it the first 4 years.
There you go. That's a nutshell right there.
Well done.
That's a nutshell right there.
Speedy don't care, but yes.
Well done. Let's go to Clark, South Alabama. Clark, go ahead. South Alabama playing tonight. Go ahead.
Jags.
Hey, guys, I heard y'all making fun of the Golden Bachelorette earlier, and so I just wanted to come to her defense. She actually does suffer from atrophy disease.
What does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
I'm scared of this.
That means she's got one eye looking at you, one eye looking forward.
Okay, you're terrible.
Okay.
Clark, that's awful. You ought to be ashamed of that. This is what you create. This is all on you.
How you spell that?
No, this is all your fault.
Let me write that one down.
Kevin in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Kevin, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys. God bless you and peace be with you.
Say it again.
So I know that y'all like classical music. I know you know Mozart, Beethoven. You know they had tons of great hits in their lifetime.
Yes.
But do you know what they did after they died?
Are you setting me up for a dad joke right here? Is this a dad joke coming?
They decomposed.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say it.
All right, buddy.
Kevin.
And one more for you, Bubba.
Of course, Bubba's not here.
That's fine.
But
You're really on top of it, Kevin.
That's the way to be on top of the show today.
That joke we should have.
We'll be back. A question from the text option. 866-932-3244. We'll ponder the question. It's going to be I think I know where everybody will go with it, but we'll ask it anyway. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is very goofy.
I tried, y'all. I tried to watch it. I couldn't. I was like, "Well, this is I mean,
it is.
You know?
It is.
Have you guys ever seen the woman on MSNBC that wears those black glasses trying to be real?
Yeah.
You know, hip?
Yeah. I know
Those
who
are
you're
the
talking
people
about.
that sit around and come up with these ideas at the network. They're like 25 and wearing these little glasses, drinking their cappuccino, you know, from Starbucks, and they're the ones that come up with these ideas.
I can't find Mr. Personality Speedy.
Go to Fox.com and then click on shows. This is the only thing that I was halfway entertained by. Last night, when this cat comes up and he goes, "Hey, I'm tired of this," and he takes off his mask and he tries to tell her why he's getting out of the contest, and Mrs. Monica Lewinsky, all of a sudden she acts like she's got morals, and she tries, and all of a sudden she tries to tell this guy, you know, what kind of sleaze bucket he is, you know, for
How about
acting
it?
this
You know
way.
what? He's been watching The Bachelor. He knows he can quit at that time.
Yeah. Well, it's The Bachelor, Temptation Island, Meet My Parents. It's
all rolled into one.
with masks.
Yeah.
And they got that off, you know, that stupid Nicole Kidman, Tom Cruise movie.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but, you know,
Monica Lewinsky as the host does take any possible credibility it might have away. And then, look, the credibility, I mean, there may be, you know, there's not much of it anyway. But watching that, and it's strange. I tell you what I'm into, though, the storyline I'm into. Can this motivational speaker hypnotize her? Now, that's funny.
Yeah, now that is good. And how about that guy? It drives me crazy. He's almost like he's the cartoon character motivational speaker.
Yeah.
Yes, if I keep saying my names, you'll pick me.
Yeah, and have you seen him get his eyes flared at you and looking at you when he's out of the mask?
And the others are now concerned he's hypnotizing poor Haley.
It's stupid. What about when he's crouched down, watching how she acts?
I know it.
Watching how she interacts with the other. I mean, y'all, it's a.
I mean, Terry and I watched just about the whole thing and thought it was the most ridiculous thing, but we couldn't figure out when it comes on again.
I know it.
It's a Monday night.
It's Monday. Okay.
Surely there's going to be a 2-hour special. But can I tell you this, too, Mark? I don't like they went to the colored mask. I like when everybody was the same mask and you had a number.
You know why? Because the ugly guy is staying in it because he's got a red mask on.
Yep,
red is a powerful color, and her psyche is being affected by the red mask.
I think you're right. I think the colors are unfair.
Because that guy is really ugly. I know she can't see him, but he's even got an ugly voice.
How about this, though? You know, if we were in that house goofing off, would we not get a Clinton mask and put it on and go, "Hey, Monica, how about this mask?"
Yeah.
And how about this? I hate to say it, but one thing has been revealed on The Bachelorette and this. Anytime there's a group of guys, if y'all notice, they always get drunk.
Yeah.
Every time.
Well, you know, but she was sitting there, you know, criticizing somebody for getting drunk, which is wrong, and I wanted to scream, "You're trying to date somebody with a mask on!" You know?
Who's the goody here? Right. Are you that desperate that you want to date a bunch of guys with a mask on?
Are any of us surprised the lawyer couldn't play by the rules?
We're back. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. No Bubba today. He should be back tomorrow. All right. So as we are working our way through the show, once we establish the text option, I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if it was a good idea or not, because one of the things when you're doing a show like this, we all realized the show took a bit of a turn when laptops came into the studio. That's something that can distract you. And then, of course, this text line can distract you. If it can pull you over there, but I think it's worth it because a lot of times we get some really cool things off the text, and it gives you more of an opportunity in your daily life to interact with the show because, we don't really have a full-time call screener anymore. Well, we've never had a full-time call screener. We let interns do that sometimes. So if we're not declaring a phone segment, then there's no one going to be answering your calls. But this allows you to say, hey, I have the answer, or hey, have y'all thought about this? And I love some of the questions that come up because let's face it, everybody loves a good would you rather.
Oh, yeah.
And so I noticed on the text today, and of course we love to talk about music. A lot of times Speedy will come over to the Burgess brothers and say, I would like for you to kind of answer my question about music about this, right? We're a pretty good source.
Yeah.
So, and then...
y'all to break down Sound of Silence for me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll do that with you one time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Also,
the meaning behind it.
Right. If you'd like to, I'll also take on some of the controversial lyrics of Mrs. Robinson. If you want to stay in Simon and Garfunkel.
Okay. If you want to go that route.
But anyway, so when it comes to all of us here, wish we could sing well, and we've all talked about this. I mean, and so one of the texters said, if you were going to be a singer, and they only gave us two choices, okay. Would you rather sing Steve Perry or Freddie Mercury?
Steve Perry or Freddie Mercury?
Now, do I look like them or do I look like me and can just sing like them?
And another question, can I have a good voice or do I have to have his gay with me?
Right. So
Freddie's gay.
I'd ask it a different way.
I want to sing like Freddie, but I don't want to be gay. So if I pick Freddie... Am I picking his gayness?
That's fair. That's a fair question.
His vocal ability, because they were incredible.
That's very important for the scenario.
It's a fair question, and the answer, Greg, is no. We're not taking on
quality.
We're not taking on their lifestyle. Like if I chose Steve Perry, I won't become difficult and refuse to tour.
Again,
you know what I mean?
Again, do I look like me or do I have the overbite of?
No, we don't.
That's
we don't pick up anything from them but their voice.
No overbite.
Yeah.
Wow. No gayness.
No.
So
Greg.
I could sing Fat Bottom Girls and mean it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Based on your parents, I would be against that. I would think that would not be a good moment for them.
I'm going with Steve Perry.
Maybe pick another song.
I'm going with Steve Perry because I like Journey's music better than I like Wayne.
That's really not the question.
But that's what I like.
The question is the voice. Would you which voice?
I like Steve Perry better because Freddie's a little too operatic for me.
Okay, so we're staying strictly with the voice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Too operatic. Incredible voice.
Okay. Adler?
And I can't get him out of my mind the way he...
I
said not to let that be part of it, huh?
Yeah, that's not part of it, Greg. We've cleared up. That's not part of it. The buck teeth, that's not part of it.
Okay, which is good.
You don't have to put on the little white shorts, none of that.
None of that. So you don't have to eat strawberries through a picket fence.
Greg.
Can I use a normal mic stand? Because that little miniature mic stand that he uses does not help.
We're only talking about the voice. I can't be more clear about this.
Okay, I'm just clarifying.
Mm-hmm. What would it be?
What do you go, Speedy?
Freddie Mercury.
Okay, Adler.
I'm gonna go. Fat Bottom Girls to make the rock and roll go round because I
there's so many other songs they did.
Yeah,
so many other ones. Okay, so you're
get on your bikes and ride.
Yeah, that didn't say anything like him.
That was not good.
I'm going to. I think I'm with you, Greg. I respect Freddie Mercury's voice. But as far as me standing up on the stage and wanting to sing to people, I think I'd rather sing like Steve Perry.
I do too. Freddie's was a little, like I said, got the opera feel.
Yeah.
You know I am about that.
If we're asking who has a better voice, Steve Perry, 100%.
Uh-huh.
Really?
What about Freddie Mercury singing Steve Perry songs and Steve Perry singing Freddie Mercury songs?
Not the question.
What about?
I'm just saying, how do you think that would sound?
What about if you lost if you were Steve Perry and you lost your voice, but yet then you got to be Arnell, whatever his name is now, to replace him, and you get his voice.
Y'all taking us down the road? We're not even on. Okay, so the other one,
I think that's critical.
But I would think I would like rocking out on stage with Queen more than Journey. I know that, but they're both great. They're both great.
Pretty awesome. I'll give you
They're both great.
Nothing really matters.
Okay, you don't have to do your teeth like that while you're singing it, Rick.
Okay,
that goes back to the Smell of Success CD.
Yeah, he had some choppers.
Well, halfway through it, we were talking about Freddie Mercury, and then we realized it was overbite humor.
Right.
Yeah,
it did. Now, remember, we just left Queen talking.
Yeah. And by the way, I am not gay. Just because I like Freddie Mercury, I thought we said that was off the table.
You're not bringing.
Now everybody's texting saying I am.
No, we clearly said you don't adopt the lifestyle.
Right. No. Wait a minute. We're getting a ruling. You can only drop one of them. Would you rather be bucktooth or gay?
Guys, and can I clarify?
Hey, tough choice.
Hey, can I clarify?
I think we're going to be in a meeting today.
Clarification, I actually think Freddie Mercury was bi.
But he was. I think, wasn't he married? Or he had that girl he really
And you know
liked?
what?
Remind me of
but
him,
Greg, what I'm saying is...
What's that kind of bother?
Well, I was going to say something that was a terrible analogy, so I'm not going to.
I think I know where you're
All right,
going.
speaking of that, somebody says...
Y'all quit texting that. I just said I liked his voice. That's what y'all said.
We clearly said that, Speedy. Don't let the text just bother
Well,
you.
the minions, though, heard Greg's undertone on it.
Yeah.
He's like, I can't like him because he's...
Yeah, I didn't say that.
He
I
asked
just
a
wanted to know if that
question.
came with
Greg
the
wanted
voice.
clarification. It was a good question.
Did that come with the voice or not?
That's a great question. But back to this, somebody said that on America's Got Talent right now, there's like these old dudes, and they look like they play at a roadhouse somewhere, but the guy sings like Steve Perry.
I see.
Does
Is
he
that
have
the
a great
janitor? Is that the janitor? Everybody's talking about.
Well,
I
you
try to
rather
watch that show, but it's one problem. You got too many acts and
Yeah, I
it goes
can't
on
watch
too
it.
long, and there's so many variety. And I really don't like people singing on there.
Okay.
Oh boy.
See, y'all stop.
I don't like people singing on that show because we have singing shows.
Right, I agree with that.
Would y'all rather
Have you
sing
heard
like,
the guy though?
I have not.
Everybody
but
says
I've
he
heard
has-
about him, but I haven't heard it.
The word I keep getting is he sounds like Steve Perry, but he looks like the janitor at your school.
Yeah, and I think he really is a janitor.
Really?
I made that up.
So would y'all rather sing like James Canuck, or William Hung?
Oh,
I got to go William Hung.
ooh, I don't know. Rick.
I think-
James was packing them in.
Well,
I mean, he
made him pretty famous. I agree with that.
He is pretty famous, and you know, I don't know
Not
how
trying to
many
bring
times-
any attention to myself. That's just what happened.
But
Y'all quit putting my face
Oh, let me
on
tell you
Freddie
something.
Mercury.
These are solid gold.
Y'all
These
stop
are
it.
so.
now I'm glad I chose the other voice.
I know. Well, you got your clarification. I know Sad didn't win all in, but
Oh, you gonna make me home tonight.
Yeah.
It's a great song, guys.
Right.
It's a great song.
You know
So
another
when
good
you-
one. You know another good one. Tie Your Mother Down. That's a good one.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. You've been gifted the voice of Freddie Mercury, not the lifestyle.
Yeah.
And you're going to choose of everything he can sing. Your debut will be Fat Bottom Girls.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting choice.
They make the rock and roll go round, you know.
Tells me a lot. Top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. If you leave us, don't forget the archives today. You can catch all the show on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All up in the house.
We're back. Can I tell you one thing I like added, and I wish there was. I like the hidden camera thing. Because
I do too.
I
I do too.
love watching people get busted and they don't know that they're busted.
But Rick, how can they not know they're doing that to them? Yeah. They knew this was going to be. I mean, if you go on a
Anytime-
reality show, everything's a booby trap.
If you're vying for a woman's love and they bring tiki girls in, it's a setup, man.
Sure. How about this? Some of them probably knew that, and they just couldn't help it.
They didn't care. Of course, a lot of them will take a drink, and
yeah, that appears to be a
lot of folks I know in the southeast were shocked last night after a drunken night that ended up getting him kicked off the show. Were shocked when the man in the orange mask turned out to be Coach Mike Price from the University of Alabama.
Yes, that was a very uneasy moment there, but
Chris, I thought you'd love that one. What are you doing? You're my meter. What will you do? Were you in the middle of something else? Okay, look, we got to have you, man. I mean,
yeah. You're the meter, man.
You're letting us know when we're owning you or not. I'm gonna say it again. Okay, pay attention this time. Bubba, I thought it was kind of shocking last night after he was being kicked off for being a drunk louse when they were all having their pool party. A lot of folks in the southeast shocked and surprised when he took off the orange mask and he was Coach Mike Price from the University of Alabama. Oh, there you go. Okay. Because hey, let me tell you something. I don't care who you are. That was a good one. Okay? Can I say that? And y'all gave me nothing on it.
That was a good one, I was laughing, Rick.
Because I told you in the break. Is that what ruined it?
Yeah. Okay. See, that's why we don't plan anything.
That's what happens when you tell stuff in the break. Well, somebody call and tell me if that was funny or not.
Speedy, will you get an interview with Haley?
Sure.
And look, let me ask you this.
Yeah,
sure. How about we'll wear a mask while we talk to her if that makes her more comfortable?
That mask thing weirds me.
Rick, even if you pick the one that you appear to be the most compatible with, and he pulls the mask off and there's no physical attraction there, I mean, then if she doesn't, act like she's interested, she looks bad.
Let me tell you something. If she picks red mask, my wife declared last night red mask is one that, I mean, he ain't just kind of ugly. Red mask is I mean, he... And she said, why is she being fooled?
Now, he's the one that she went in the dark room with, right?
Yeah.
And didn't kiss her.
Right. But
he's from Atlanta, too.
He's got bad hair.
Michael Collis.
He's got a bad voice, and he's got some grill problems, I noticed. What? Yes. By the way...
I really didn't look at him that close, Rick.
By the way, Don Juan is a model. We all know that, and he's got some grill problems now he's trying to work out. Big step, getting the wisdom teeth out. And, you're worried a little about your bottom grill?
Yes.
I've got an orthodontist that said he will repair Don Juan's bottom grill absolutely on the house.
What?
Yes.
Come
he
on,
said he'll take that bottom grill and he'll fix it.
Yeah, but what is that going to be, though? Braces?
I don't know. We'll see.
And now how often will I have to go and clean this house up?
I don't know. I'm just telling you, we're in the early emailing stages.
Can't look at the bottom row.
Well, I'll tell you the twist now that this, and from the very beginning, this motivational guy has owned me. He's very Tony Robbins-like, and he's always got an angle. If I say my number, so it'll get in her mind,
But do you remember?
I love that.
But do you remember after the first time she said, for some reason, I can't get this 18 guy out of my mind? Do you remember him saying that?
I think that was a hey, say this.
Do you think that was an earthquake bandwagon?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Yes, I do. But how about this? It was funny. And he owns me right now, and that now that the other guys are paranoid that he's hypnotizing her, and you remember the guy said, hey, that's just wrong if he's doing that.
Come on.
If he's doing it, it's just wrong.
And let me ask the guy who's a millionaire. You're a millionaire. Why are you on a mask show?
Yeah.
You don't need this.
No. How about this? And I want to tell the rest of them, too, if, the guy who they think might be hypnotizing her is a motivational speaker. He ain't Kreskin. You know what I'm saying? Now, if Kreskin was behind that mask, look out. Because he could have her jumping around on one leg clucking like a chicken.
Even though I think Tony Robbins is nothing but a modern day with a good suit flim-flam man, let me say this. In Shallow Hal, having him being able to get...
Perfect. Oh, man, it was great.
I thought that was hilarious.
I will tell you this. I don't know if he was desperate for money or he's got that good a sense of humor that he did that.
Look, y'all.
I thought more of him after that, didn't you?
Yeah. I mean, Tony Robbins, you have to pay him to tell you those things you ought to already know.
Have you ever listened to any of that?
Sure I have.
Wasn't exactly the detail I was thinking.
No, let's see. All right, I mean, I just paid the $19.95 for Tony Robbins tape. First thing, you got to believe in yourself. Oh, thank you, Tony. I never thought of that. You got to be confident when you get you got to believe that you are somebody. You got to believe that you do matter and that you are worth. And I'm going, wow, I never thought of that. Thanks, Tony.
Wouldn't you love to have that conversation like out on the end of the dock with Tony when he's being honest, going, man, can you believe everybody bought that?
Yeah, look, I'd love to get him out there and say, okay.
Okay. Hey, it's just us.
It's just you and me.
Come clean.
It's just you and me, 6'5".
Yeah.
No Bubba today. He'll hopefully be back tomorrow. Looks like he will. The rest of us are here, and we're moving forward, and we thank you for being with us. All right, so a brand new hour here at the old Big Boy Studio. Some things to be aware of. Active week coming up. Yesterday, the Wednesday Bible Study Archive is now available. Another Rick and Bubba University, the podcast coming up today. That will include a visit with Scott Dawson. Bubba will not be part of that because of what he had to deal with today. It's nothing to be concerned about. He just had really something that had an end date on it. He had to get taken care of on some paperwork on something. And it's nothing to be concerned about. But he should be back on the show tomorrow. But it did make it impossible for him to be here today, which we understand. So we will do that podcast as well without Bubba. But anytime we delve into our friendship with Scott Dawson and what's going on there, as Speedy said earlier in the kickoff hour, it usually ends up being Radio Gold. So this time it will be Podcast Gold. So catch that. We will talk a little bit about the state of things and something really exciting that Dawson's ministry is doing, but we'll also visit as well. And as you said, one of the things that has just haunted Scott Dawson is what we call the prank that went bad. It's available out there on all the different streaming services.
Boy, did it go bad.
It went poorly, and the sad part is that Dawson goes so many places to speak, and he'll actually be speaking on behalf of the Man Church in Sevierville, Tennessee, this Saturday at Connect Church. And everywhere he goes, he has to hear about it. Like people will come up and say, "Hey, is Gary with you?" And stuff like that. And
you been four-wheeling lately?
Yeah, and our friendship on that one, I wouldn't say it was strained, but it was. What is there a degree where you get to a pulled muscle? And then there's a strained muscle. Is there anything less severe than that?
Kind of between the two.
A tweak. Our friend,
tweak,
you don't want to tweak.
Don't want to tweak.
Well, it was one of those things because of the way we are, and the reason why there was a Guntersville Treaty is we're all so excited that the prank went well. I'm thinking about what a great story it's going to be.
Yeah.
And then I'm glad that no one's hurt and everyone's safe, and the police, have been called off, and then we're all looking around, ready to fish and celebrating, and we look over at Scott Dawson's face and we realize he's not really on that train yet.
No.
Rick, don't forget, you took him to the point that he called 911.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you do that, and I'm sure when he looked at you, he'd probably say, I appreciate a good prank, but I called 911.
Yeah.
Y'all not think that's a little much?
Yeah.
That y'all overdid it?
He fled through the woods on a four-wheeler, slicing his legs up.
Right.
Now you sound like Sherry.
So if I had this right, there were four people involved, right, that were there.
Correct.
Think about, and I think Mark Garnett himself
he was riding his
broke it down
like
best.
a bucking bronco.
All right, so you think of you, and you just said it. Hey, this is great for the show. This is awesome. Gary, it's one of the greatest days of his life because he loves to prank.
Gary
it couldn't happen.
Okay.
Let me give you a Gary quote. I'm not making this up. Hey, sometimes like when a day ain't going real good or something, I'll think about that Dawson thing and I'll just smile.
Right.
Oh,
right,
it's one of his highlights.
Yeah. So you had those two things.
That
you had
makes
those two emotions.
The rat in the cabinet look like nothing.
Great for the show. I love pranking people. This is awesome. One, Scott Dawson thought his buddies were getting shot and killed and trying to get to 911.
The quote on the 911 call, one man down, possibly two.
Right.
So,
and Garnett said he's kind of looked back at things and realized that he froze and he needs to do better when panicked.
See, Garnett took on the right thing. He said, this was a test for me.
Yeah.
I realized that there's some things I need to work on, that I did lose control of my faculties and sadly my bowels.
Right.
And he said, so it gave me some things to work on.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had such an appreciation for how well it was done. He immediately wanted to be on the team that was doing the prank as opposed to being bothered by it.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
But if I've called 911 and these words came out of my mouth, one shot, possibly more, and then I find out it wasn't real.
That's tough.
It's reasonable. It's understandable.
I'm just saying, he probably looked at you like that was y'all could have pulled a prank and not gone.
No, you're right. And now all of you sound like my wife. But there was a moment when.
But it was a great one.
Yeah. I was telling Sherry and I was laughing really hard, and she stopped and said he could have been hurt or possibly killed. And I said, I don't think so. And she goes, driving a four-wheeler that he wasn't even familiar with. He didn't even know how to ride four-wheelers. He grew up in like an urban part of town. He didn't even know about a four-wheeler, and he drove off into, a whole mob of pine thickets. And as Adler pointed out, his shins and legs had skin torn off of them.
Right. Yeah. Well, he made his own trail.
The fact that he came out the other side.
It's amazing.
Without wrapping around a tree.
One of the reasons that I know that Scott Dawson is anointed by the Holy Spirit is him coming through that pine thicket. Because I think that was a supernatural event.
It had to be. Yeah, because you can't even hardly walk through that.
No, you can't. I don't know how he got there. We've gone back and looked at it and can't find where he got through there. No, I don't know how.
Fear.
Yeah, it did.
The Lord.
Right.
Yes.
Thank you. And so that's always a bit of a rough patch for Dawson. I think where he was, and he had a legitimate point, that it could have gone badly, like worse than it did, and that we all moved on a little quick for him to the laughter of it.
He wanted to say,
he wanted y'all for a second to go, man, we didn't mean for it to go that far. I'm sorry about that. And then revisit it.
That thing it just kept getting better. Like when I finally got in the gator that he thought I'd been shot out of, and I'm pursuing him, he now thinks the shooter has the gator, not me.
Yeah.
So even me trying to call off the prank, he thinks he's...
Yeah, so he continues to keep a separation between you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Wow.
And then it goes back to...
Sometimes things just fall in place.
Well, so many great quotes. I mean, you have to give Mark Garnett... there were so many great quotes from it, but do you remember when we did the recap, and it's in the best of bit, when he said, the thing that separates a good prank from a great one. And remember we said what? He said 2 words, live ammo.
Yeah.
Oh.
He said that's a game changer.
Yeah.
It really is.
And we all learned from it. Gary didn't, but I have.
And Gary had his wig on with long hair.
Gary was
and
inspired.
his Bubba teeth, right?
Mm-hmm.
That those little teeth you can put in.
He loves to put those in.
Oh yeah.
Did you know that
talking like that?
Just had a conversation with Gary this week, and he's like, "Hey, there's some things you might need to think about the new show." And I said, "What?" I mean, if Sherry forbid me to do pranks and stuff, y'all gonna need some stories. And I was like,
he's trying to help the show.
Yeah, and I'm like, so are you saying that you want to be released onto the property again to do pranks for the show? Well, I'm just saying.
Trying to help.
He said that last one sure was a good best of bit.
And he's right.
Look, every time I'm walking out after a hunt, I'm thinking of him.
Oh,
like, where is he?
Anytime I get in the county.
My latest battle with Gary is, after young Broderick nearly sliced his toe off, and we don't have a good outdoor illumination.
I've been telling y'all for years, nobody
around
listens
the barn.
to me. Nobody listens to me.
Well, now we've done outdoor illumination. We've repaired that. I don't know why we waited, so many years to do that. And Gary doesn't like it.
He doesn't like it.
He does not like it.
But he had done it different.
And this was his quote. I said, "Hey man, I know I'm trying to test, because we have some of those string lights too, and also the outdoor on and off switch. But we, because it creates a good atmosphere, and we got around, been able to keep the grass cut and the weeds trimmed, and so the only concern is do we need to solidify them a little better for like wind and storms and things like that? And so we had that Hurricane Francine, and the winds got up pretty good and the open pasture, and so I was like, hey Gary, did you check and see if the lights did okay? Mm-hmm. Well, no, I'm working on something else. I ain't got time to go look at the lights. And I said, well, would you just kind of check it on your way by? I think I'm coming down probably this weekend, but would you check on it? Well, I guess. And also I said, text, hey man, how about the lights? Yeah, they still up. They made it. Looks like a bunch of gypsies live here. And I was like, I said, he can't let it go.
Is it the straight line? He doesn't like it.
He doesn't like it.
You still ain't put a light at Camp House?
No.
Yeah.
Now I will say this: it is dark between Camp House and Little White House.
Just put a booger light out there, just with a dust of dawn light come on, off and on. You won't even have to fool with it.
We'll be back. 15 minutes past. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
know you're bigger.
You're tall. You're a good-looking guy.
And we will do that.
You got your suit working like you need it. It's in America.
We did that to Oliver North, didn't we?
Look me right
we
here.
got it. We got him alone. Said, all right, we want to know.
And I said, look me now.
I want to know.
Can you believe you're a multimillionaire because people bought tapes for you to tell them they need to believe in themselves? Come on.
How about in Shallow Hal? What a good job he did, and he must have big hands.
Very
he just palmed that guy's head. You know.
Funny. I mean, look, I don't fault.
Did you love how he went from 0 to 60 on that? Just talking to him. You know the whole.
Well, to me, the way I look at Tony Robbins is kind of the way I look at this show.
Now, wait a minute, Rick. What do you mean?
If you paid money to Tony Robbins and you had a good experience and you had fun,
sure,
and you believe it made a difference in your life, there's no victim there. You know, like on this show, you know, we're not exactly.
Does Tony scare you though a little bit?
Yeah, but you know,
are you always afraid that the next tape is going to be drink Kool-Aid? Yeah. We're all going to get together and chant around a fire and drink Kool-Aid.
Well, you know, I got in trouble.
Do y'all feel that way?
I got in trouble on the show one time because I declared he was the devil. You remember that?
Well, that was a long time ago. You also declared Barney the Antichrist, but that's Rick. That was a long time ago.
I know, but let me tell you something.
And everybody knows it's Tony Blair, but anyway.
See, if I'd have said Mike Price without you knowing, it would have, because, see, I didn't know you were going to say that, so it was really funny, too.
I know. Well, I was just, you know, I like just reading the tabloids. But, oh, gosh.
So anyway, we'll see how Mr. Personality turns out.
Will you get an interview? Will she do the interviews before it's over?
No, probably not. But see,
well,
some of the others,
the Bachelor and all did.
Hey,
remember
get us an interview with her.
Remember
Speedy?
when we were sure who Tristan was going to pick, so we were dogging the other guy, and that was the one you picked.
D owns the ATL. He says he can call his sister.
Yeah, see if y'all can get her on.
Doesn't John Perry own the ATL?
John Perry, why can't we have this girl on the show? Let me say this. I know that
she doesn't go to any Braves games.
Yeah, well, nobody does, and we'll discuss that when we come back. But let me say this. I know that you hate the show but can't wait till it's on again next week. See, but go ahead and get through that and see if you can get her on, all right? Okay. If nothing else, you know, get her on the show for all the old reasons.
Because we think she'll bring breakfast?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sure.
I tell you, I used to if you was a good-looking woman, but you were on the show quickly. You remember that?
Rick!
Well, I mean,
that's not true.
It all began to come apart for him when he couldn't get that Charlie's Angel girl on. What's her name?
Kate Jackson.
Kate Jackson. That's when that genre of let me tell you something. Speedy at one time was the ultimate hypnotist. You know what I mean?
Yes, he was. Yeah.
he was the motivational speaker. Let me tell you something.
We'll tell the funny story one day about Speedy's back. That on day, the morning I came in and said Speedy's back.
Yeah, that's really. Let me
I thought he was going to die.
Let me say this. He's a married man. He's in love with his wife. He's a wonderful father. But I'm gonna tell you what. There was a day that son of a gun could have on an aqua mask and be owning that thing right now.
Sure.
You know what I mean? How about the rest of them would be fools compared to him? We'd all be laughing at how he'd be running the store right now.
It'd be like Nebraska during a good year.
Yeah, sure. Back when they had that beer.
What made you come up with awkwardness?
Because I thought that would work against you, but it would still work out.
It'd clash with your red goatee.
I try to think of a color wasn't being represented.
I mean, Haley would just stop the contest and go, I'll take Aquamask right now. Give me that Aqua Velvet man.
And we'd all be screaming Aquaman, too.
Yeah. And we could all tell it was Speedy because the shoes were from the buckle.
All right, we come back and an open discussion with Atlanta Braves fans. What are y'all doing?
By the way, the new game here on TV, for those of you watching, catch somebody eating with their mouth open.
Yeah.
And get a tight shot of it.
Well, we'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please.
Okay, we're back. 21 minutes past the hour. All right, so I was about to feel bad for Bubba being out today, but now I realize there's plenty, and we have a freezer, so he'll be all right. So him missing this today, You know, there's a lot of things that Bubba really looks forward to during the show.
Yep.
But I don't know that any bring more excitement than when we are told by the sales team that Bluebell is dropping by a new flavor.
You talking about Bluebell?
I see you're going to fill in for your eating buddy Bubba today,
about-
Greg. Thank you for that.
Man, that looks
It
good.
gets in it so quickly.
You know, does it, Greg? Do you think that you?
I won't eat the whole thing.
Really?
Greg, don't you have diabetes?
Yeah, he does.
No,
Type
I
2. Type 2. You know what type 2 is? You can control it by lifestyle.
Yeah, and that's what I do.
All right, so
You're eating ice cream right now.
Top 2 people aren't supposed to eat that.
That's y'all are wrong.
Listen to the flavor that Greg's eating, and it's a great one.
God,
too.
it's got everything.
It's a great one too, Bubba. You're gonna love this one if you're listening. Bluebell has just dropped off chocolate brownie truffle.
Yeah.
Oh.
My goodness.
I'll reply with yes.
I mean, you talk about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Did you just lick the thing?
It was coming down the side.
Okay, Greg, we're doing the show.
I just
Right.
didn't want to make a mess.
Gene Simmons over
What's
there.
the name of it? Chocolate truffle?
Yeah,
Chocolate brownie truffle.
brownie truffle.
Okay.
So it has the milk
Got
chocolate.
brownies in it.
It's got brownies. It's got dark chocolate,
Wow, it's really frozen.
flavored truffles. Oh my goodness!
Oh wow.
And a chocolate icing swirl.
Good
Okay.
night.
That sounds great.
Good.
So if you're out and about and you're looking for something delicious, Bluebell's brand new flavor, chocolate brownie truffle, and so
All those pictures are coming in.
Okay,
All right, please stop photoshopping Speedy on into.
Yeah.
All right, here's what I'd
This
like to say.
last one went too far.
I'd like to say
Went way too far.
I'd like to say this textures.
Yeah.
Let's
Are
show,
we done with Bluebell?
Yeah, let's show a little
I ain't.
let's show a little class, and let's not put things on the text
Yeah.
that would borderline on. Well, I don't want to go. Just,
Well, we don't.
you use some
Act
sort
right.
of use some sort of discernment.
Right.
You can have a little fun at Speedy's expense, which of course we're all for, without being grotesque.
Yeah,
Okay?
graphic.
Yeah. So just, I mean, do that for us. I mean, we can block you easily, but just, just show a little class on that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That's too much.
All right. So chocolate brownie truffle. There you go.
In. Count me in.
Okay.
It's got chunks in it.
that looks so good.
Right.
You know I like it chunky.
Oh yeah, everybody heard that.
Somebody texting. Greg doesn't like being number 2. He wants to be top 1.
Oh, that's great.
That's a good one.
Do y'all get excited when your wife looks at you and says, "Hey, look, tonight it is
So far, yes.
it is movie night."
Okay.
And I picked up some ice cream. Do y'all like to eat ice cream when a movie starts and you're sitting there just eating it?
You know, I honestly don't. I don't ever do that.
You don't?
I don't.
I like
you're
that
missing
little
out.
Cool Whip to it.
No, I'll do that.
That's good stuff.
Y'all don't do that?
I don't.
That's fine.
I mean, I don't really eat ice cream.
Why are you looking
much
at me
all.
like that, Adler?
I'm not looking at anybody.
Well, you have
like
small
anything.
kids, so you have no night to yourself. I got that.
Yeah, it's terrible.
But yeah, it's fun.
Right, okay.
I just thought I'd let you know that.
Yeah.
That's what made me think of this.
Oh, you're talking about literally eating ice cream.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
thought that was y'all's code, and I was saying that's not the code we use.
Thought that was like a safe
You're
word
right,
or
yeah,
something.
okay. Sorry.
He doesn't need any help, bud.
All right,
We have
sorry.
a song. So this one, I saw people, putting this all over social media. There's a singer named John Conn. Is that right? Like Wrath of Khan?
Is this going
I
to be
think
like
so.
Richmond from Richmond, and everybody's going to keep sending it to me and all that?
Buddy, swallow the ice cream
My
if you're going to talk.
goodness.
Good night.
Greg, there's something about being negative with a mouth of ice cream.
But you know what
It's
I'm
a new touch.
Is this going to be the latest when everybody beats me? Have you heard this?
Greg, I will warn you.
Let me be
I
Greg.
haven't
Hold
heard it. Right. Listen, I haven't heard it, but I will say the fact that the topic of the song is Trump and the name of it is Fighter. I think people were going to go crazy over the song, and yes, I think they will send it to you a lot.
Yeah, have y'all, and act like we haven't heard it.
Yeah.
Right.
I like you holding your spoon like
So
it's
how
a
long
pointer.
how long is this?
I mean, we can. What I think we should do is probably listen to the beginning.
Work all day.
Okay, it's a different song.
Take a bite. Look, Rick, he did that and said, he took a bite. His hands are
We've-
shaking.
He's out of control. He's out of control.
All right, so I would say let's text
Very
the yes
good.
or no on the keep it or coaster.
Okay.
And that we could fly through that.
All right, let's use the text
I'm
only
tired of-
option.
Yeah.
866-932-3244. Keep it or coaster on this song by John
All day.
Conn, different song called Fighter, about Trump not backing down.
And it starts kind of slow, so when y'all get bored with it, I'll skip ahead and see if it picks up.
Okay,
Okay,
Greg's already bored with it. Go ahead and eat, Greg.
Have y'all heard this?
Just-
Okay, you can eat during
you
this.
can now eat your ice cream without having to look up.
it's real slow. All right, here we go. Please start the
Up and down.
Oh, God.
Count it out.
Whispering.
Smiling through the taste of blood in my own mouth. I got bruises and broken bones, but they don't know I ain't in this ring alone. I'm a fighter. No one can say that I'm a running hider. I was born to be a do or dyer, a make it rider. Don't throw that towel just yet. Don't cash in that last bet, 'cause I hit harder when I'm tired. I'm a fighter.
All right, so
It's
there,
good.
there's.
I'm talking about the ice cream.
Oh,
Greg.
Good night.
And the dollar ain't.
Is there more? Is there,
all right, I'll
some-
skip ahead. Let's see if it gets big at the
Hey,
end.
this is what we're at 15 coast it and 6 keep it so far.
It ain't horrible.
No one can say that I'm a running hider.
Okay, so I guess it's chill the whole time.
Okay, all right. Well, I appreciate the sentiment.
Mm-hmm. Wow, they're coming through.
But it's not doing well with the people.
It ain't no chocolate brownie truffle.
Well, thank you,
It's
Greg.
in his mouth.
Thank you.
If you're watching on YouTube, they're playing it, and you and Greg were just tearing up ice cream.
All right, there's so many coming in now we can hardly
I know.
keep up with.
That's.
But now some keep its are picking up now. We have some keep its picking up
It's
now.
about a 2-to-1 coast it
It's
right
not
now.
terrible.
No.
What the
ice cream or the
No,
song?
the ice
Greg?
cream's excellent.
Yeah, right.
All right, Danny.
We did not offer the option not terrible, even though Greg has said it. So sounds like Robbie McCurdy. That's a good one.
Yeah, that's good.
It's I think we go thumbs up on the sentiment.
Yeah.
Half a
See,
thumb.
that's the part that bothers me.
Half
I
a
hate
thumb between up and down on the presentation. Is that what it is?
It was just a little more chill than I wanted.
It never
to be.
kicked
It's
in?
like, where's the snare drum? Let's go.
Are you saying if you want a song about Trump being a fighter, you think it should be upbeat?
Yes.
This is a little more pull at the heartstrings. I've had a tough go of it, but I ain't gonna quit.
Yeah.
And there's
Trump
nothing wrong
needs
with
one
that.
where he can do that dance. He does.
No, okay.
I'm a fighter.
So it never like kicked in like.
They needed something like. Bah, 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 bah,
I tell you
So
what,
you're kind of like, well, I'm a fighter.
Yeah, halfway through it never did that. It
Rock
never
and Roll
picked up.
City will work it up. tomorrow.
Here's the very middle, and from
You got
what I
like
can
10
tell-
seconds.
There's a little bit. Okay.
Can say that I'm a running hider.
All right. Well, there's
And
a little
I like
bit.
Bluebell ice cream. I'm Greg Burgess.
I'm Greg Burgess.
And I like it chocolate.
There's nothing you can do to my tattoo. So we'll be back.
Chocolate brownie truffle. That's pretty good.
I didn't like it. I'm gonna stand up before we go to break. Greg, sit down till the break comes on.
I like
We'll be
it.
right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Disney, if he was alive, would be pro his characters on ice skates. I don't understand the intrigue of anything on ice. Now, I understand competition, Olympics, that kind of stuff. Who was the person, okay, who said, you know, I like Mickey Mouse and Goofy, but you know what? Why don't we put them on ice skates?
Slide them across the floor at 50 miles an hour and listen to people cheer.
Didn't they freeze him too?
Correct.
I think he is.
I think Walt's frozen.
I heard that.
Let me just
Freeze
say this:
Walt?
he was spinning in his ice chest. that they took.
Look, I'm going to tell you, some of the things that's happened would have already made him spin. But
Yeah.
Stay tuned, because more Rick and
Shepherd, I'll tell you how she's back.
Come on.
A shot through the
know. JD will know.
Okay, we have to ask this now.
I don't know if JD's all right now.
Yeah, right. He's probably on the phone with Kurt Jarvis. But look, let me say this as we get back, the Atlanta Braves. Okay,
Bravo.
The Bravos.
What's the problem?
Why don't y'all want to go see the Braves?
Is it because you've won so many games in the last 10 years?
Have you people forgot the 70s and most of the 80s?
We were watching the Braves back in the Rick Camp days.
They shouldn't have won their division for the last 100 years and still have seats behind home plate available.
What? Is there some new mall opened and you're spending your time over there?
How can the Braves be having crowds of like 10, 20,000?
There was more people at your daughter's softball game.
Well, I don't know the exact figures, but I've picked up several newspapers the last few days, and it's going the headlines are where are the people? You know,
Saturday night had a good crowd. They had like 27,000.
That ain't a good crowd.
It was for them on Saturday night.
Yeah, how about the Braves ought to be sold out every game?
Doesn't Turner hold about 45 or something like that?
And I mean, I'm telling you, are y'all just done with the Braves? Well, I mean, why don't we care?
You remember when they were real bad, and then they got good?
Yeah.
Everybody, I mean, you couldn't wedge in their sideways.
That little fake run in like '82, I think it was.
Well, it was a warm up.
Yeah, and then came the desolate desert again, and then the '90s is when they got on fire.
And then actually, like built and planned and long term.
But this has been happening for years because as they're in the pennant race every year, and they go. They get closer and closer to winning before they choke. It gets to a point where every other place they go, it's crazy. People are standing up, they're clapping, they're going nuts. You go to Turner Field and everybody's just sitting there.
But why? Well, when you're the Braves,
but why?
When you're the Braves and you're the dominant team for many years in the National League, and you go to other fields, that's when everybody wants to come. It would be like the Yankees coming to town.
The Yankees are going nuts. And they're just as dominant.
That's a good example because, all right, that's true.
I'm saying on the road, they get that.
Right, and that's true.
But at home,
if that's happening...
Has the new wore off?
Well, here's the thing. The Yankees have been good on and off forever.
Right.
And they have won more championships, yes. But you would admit, they go on the road, everybody comes out to see them, but when they go home, it's packed too. Why do the Braves go on the road? Everybody else is excited about seeing them because they're a baseball dynasty for the last decade, but they come home and their home crowd doesn't care.
Yeah, but that's the part we're trying to figure out. Let's talk about the pennant race and the playoffs, though. Everybody's just excited in every league, every city you go to. I mean, if you're the Yankees or you're anybody, you're San Francisco, whatever. If you're in a pennant race, each team's just excited as the other one. But it seems like when it's at Turner Field, and I hear, hey, you can't afford it, but every ballpark's expensive, and those other cities are excited. It just seems like nobody's going or nobody's pumped up about it.
Why?
I don't know.
Why are y'all down on the Braves? Because I mean, it's not a win issue because people were starting not to go last year, and they went all the way to the chance at the World Series again.
Just a couple of days ago, they had won like 9 of 10 games.
What
is it? I mean, if Tom Glavine is not on the team, is that it? I mean, is it bust or?
Guys, it used to be. Listen, my little league team in the '70s went to see the Braves, and we actually ended up playing the Reds. We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Well, as we all know, and we've been singing about it and everything, November. Big decision before America. amac.us/bigbox, the Association of Mature American Citizens. We're all there now, except for Adler. And let me tell you something. If you were like us, we didn't have any interest in being part of AARP. No. Don't like their lobby. Sorry, you're leaning a little bit left for me there, friend. And then you thought, well, I guess I won't get the discounts. I guess I won't have one of these organizations to be part of. But then we found out about the Association of Mature American Citizens, over 100 different discounts with companies that share our values, an array that will save you big time when you travel. You'll get a subscription of the bi-monthly AMAC magazine. In 7 weeks, we have a big decision to make. And guess what else you get? You actually get a lobby in Washington for those of us that are conservative. So if you'd like to have a real impact, you can join right now for 1 year for $1. and you can be part of this powerful movement, and you get all the benefits that go with it. So how do you get that 1 year for $1 with everything I just mentioned? By going to amac.us/bigbox, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so we moved past. The song did not do terrible, but it didn't do great with the audience. I think a lot of people thought.
You talking about Fighter?
Yeah, I think a lot of people thought that as I said, the sentiment and the lyrics, for the most part, some of it a little bit corny, but overall the lyrics were good and the message was good. They just didn't particularly care for the presentation and the style of the song.
Who was that singing it? John Cafferty and the Beaver Brown Band?
No,
you remember them?
No, yes I do, but it was
They sound
Dark
like-
Side's coming now, nothing is real. No, this
Eddie
was
the Cruiser.
John Conn. So
Oh, it was Macho Man.
So there you go. But on that, then here's a Trump his newest ad. It's only 16 seconds of it, but
No,
here,
this is funny.
okay. So here's a new Trump ad. Here we go.
Now they have pledged to carry out the largest deportation, a mass deportation, in American history. Imagine what that would look like and what that would be.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
That's funny. That is funny. Yeah, I think she just.
I'm a fighter.
That was a message on why to vote for Trump. 14. You know this whole thing where some of the weirdest people on the planet started declaring that if you were conservative, you're the ones who are actually weird.
Oh, yeah, weird. That's weird.
Yeah,
Hey,
of
you
course.
ain't ready for this.
Yeah, so here is a man on the street asking people what is something weird about conservatives.
Now, you're going to have to tell radio what this person looks like after they speak, okay?
All right, now who?
The
Which
person that he's about to give him a reason
So-
why we're
He's asking
weird.
it.
So is Hoodie asking the question?
Yeah, Hoodie is man on the street, and
Okay.
he's about to ask them why are conservatives weird, and
All right.
when he goes to them,
Okay.
you're going to have to let him know, because if not, you won't get it.
Will I talk over what they're saying if I start describing them?
Once they start,
can
when
I
you
let
pause
them finish?
it,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Here we go.
All right.
There's something weird about conservatives.
Oh my! All right, so this person has green hair. Looks like painted
the Joker.
Dressed up. Really looks like more of like the new member of Kiss that nobody's heard of.
Insane,
Or like a juggalo.
insane clown.
Yes.
Pop. Is that who that is?
ICP, Insane Clown Posse, Juggalo, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are saying.
That's
What,
okay.
What are you
shouldn't-
saying?
You shouldn't know.
It's
anything.
a
I should
weird
know
man.
that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, clown face.
Piercings everywhere.
Sort of. Piercings everywhere. Some sort of leather belt across the chest.
Yeah.
Is that a backpack?
Yeah,
Yes.
it looks
Oh,
like
across
it.
the shoulders?
Looks like it.
Yes.
No shirt on.
Yeah.
No.
And now he's going to call anyone weird.
Yeah, he's going to tell us why we're weird.
Okay, good. I'd love to hear
There's
that.
something weird about conservatives.
There is almost a cultish vibe, I feel. The way they operate within themselves, they refuse to listen to outside people, they're refusing to learn, essentially. I think that is a large part of it.
I'm not sure what we have to learn here.
The comedy is they're telling us.
Right.
Was that Nick? Did it not look like him?
It did. It did.
Yeah, so
It did.
Yeah, doing a bit, hopefully.
No, but that was.
Yeah.
You know
That is
what
what-
though? I think that was actually. I think that's actually a woman. I think that's
is
a
it?
woman.
Yeah, because that's why they had
Is it?
Bandages.
bandages around the chest.
Are you
so
sure?
she could be shirtless.
That can't be a woman.
No, that was a woman, and I do think it was a woman.
Original woman, or now I'm a woman?
Original woman. Original woman. And now I'm going to be a juggalo man.
Okay.
A what kind of man?
Juggalo.
Juggalo
That's
man.
the,
That's-
that's the insane clown posse.
That's
Okay.
the insane clown
That's
posse.
all their.
But they're not weird?
Oh,
Right.
they're very weird.
But you hear that voice, and it is truly sad
Oh, that
that
ace bandage I'm looking at?
when women, yeah, you got ace bandages on the chest there. When women start these this testosterone regimen and
Oh.
trying to change their their outward expression of their gender, it totally annihilates their voice, and they get that weird
Yeah.
that tone to their voice. It's so sad. There are videos of women being like, here's me 1 week on gender affirming drugs. Here's me 1 month, 2 months, and then over the course of 1 year, their voice is totally changed forever for the rest of their lives, and it's sad.
All right, so let's go now to when we talk about immigration. Now, you're seeing Kamala try to go to a little more toward, oh, yeah, we're all about the border to some degree, even though there's no proof of that since she's been the border czar, and we know the state of the border. You know how it's affecting your city. You know how it's affecting your country. Here comes a throwback to supposedly one of the heroes of the Democratic Party, or the Democrat Party, Bill Clinton. Here is his speech about immigration.
I loved it.
That got a standing ovation.
Wow.
Now, keep in mind, Donald Trump is giving this exact same speech, and he's being called racist, a threat, xenophobe, everything under the sun, okay? Here's Bill Clinton giving almost the exact same speech to Democrats and gets a standing O.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more, by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
Standing O. Now, what Bill Clinton just said is walking around chewing gum, common sense, and there was a time that we all agreed on this because it's just logical. What he said, Bill Clinton, a Democrat, what he said is exactly right. And now the same thing is being said, but there's an R by the name of the person saying it, and the Democrats have become such this, I don't know what they are now other than Marxist, and just anarchy. Law and order is not adopted. It's demonized, vilified. Vetting people coming into the country is vilified, not celebrated. And it's going to be, as Bill Clinton pointed out, to our own demise. And let me tell you something, America. There's a lot of issues at stake. The open border is a biggie. The economy is a biggie. And those two things alone should make this decision in November very easy. And if you're a Democrat, I would say, why don't you vote for a candidate that believes the same thing Bill Clinton did about illegal immigration?
Yeah.
I'm with Bill Clinton.
So there you go.
I am pro-legal immigration.
We'll come back. Phone calls wrap up the hour. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you about anything that we have discussed on the program today. Maybe something you'd like for us to discuss or answer before we go. We'll look to see any stories we might have left when the Rick and Bubba Show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah,
I mean, y'all.
Sure, yeah.
I mean, come on. I mean,
can I tell you too? We saw when I was a little guy. I had to be 10 years old. Went to see the Braves. Ralph Garr was lead off. Hank was still playing, and I'll never forget Mike Lum hit a home run.
My gosh, I forgot about Mike
Lum.
And
it bounced right. It hit top of the fence and went over. And we all wanted to see Hank Jack.
Oh yeah, I remember going to a game and like giving Darrell Chaney a ride to the stadium.
Sure.
I mean, this was. Y'all, come on. I mean, how can
What's the problem?
I mean, and seriously, I remember as a kid, we went, and this was a big deal. We went to see the Braves play the Big Red Machine. And I remember there were more people there from Cincinnati than they were from Atlanta.
Well, it's because, there again, that's what the Braves say now. They go on the road, the place is packed because they're an item. But you come
why
back
aren't
home,
they item in their own stadium?
Well, the people will know, Rick. There has to be a reason.
All right, let's go to Augusta, Georgia. Tommy standing by. Tommy, how are you?
Hey, Rick, this is Monkey Grass.
Tommy, welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, Tommy.
I think it boils down to the two C's, complacency and cost. I mean, when you get all this regular success during the regular season, but you fail in October over and over again, that has a dampening effect. And the cost for a family of 4, you almost have to take out a small business loan.
No, I agree on that, but it's that expensive in every town.
Yeah, but look right here. I'm wearing an old Todd Jones Detroit jersey. If Detroit could get into October for any amount of years, I mean, the new Tiger Stadium, they have big crowds anyway. Imagine what they would have if they were actually winning on a regular basis. At least you're going to the stadium. I like being part of a team, even if they're not winning it every time. I like going knowing my team is going to win most of the games and they're going to be in the hunt.
Do you think it's, too, the lack of personality or the lack of something that everybody... You remember when Mark, what's his name, Fidrich pitched for the Tigers, you know, and he went back and talked to the ball and everybody thought he was nuts. And he was really a very average pitcher, but all the hoopla surrounding him made him real good. You remember in Al Roboski, you know, he'd go behind the mound, you know, and do all that bit. And you used to love to see him come out and pitch.
I got it. Now, here's the answer. This'll fill the seats. Bring back Nakahoma.
Yep. Or Rick, let me tell you, and you know what, and this always works. We see this, a lot of Chamber of Commerces do this. A sighting of Bigfoot and or a UFO abduction.
What if
that will bring the crowd
What
back
if somebody said a spaceship brought back the spirit of Nakahoma? So you combine the two.
Sure.
He's got his teepee back there again, or his son knock a single, whatever. You know what I mean? If bring that back.
How about this,
You remember how fired up you'd got when that teepee? Now, granted, when we win, he would be like asleep in the teepee.
Sure.
Because there was no teepee.
It was like he'd gone to take it.
Yeah. He was taking a teepee in the teepee.
Yeah.
But let me tell you this, because you never saw him because he had nothing to dance about on the mound.
And do y'all remember how psyched up everybody got and the Braves were winning? They actually needed those seats, and they moved his teepee, and they started losing. Everybody freaked out. Do you remember that?
Well, yes.
You remember how dramatic that was as a kid? Everybody at school talked about, oh, my gosh, they've moved Nakahoma, and they're losing.
Let's go to Cliff, Dalton, Georgia. Cliff, how you doing?
Home of carpet.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Hey, Cliff, what's up?
Yeah, main reason I don't go anymore is because we know they're going to choke. Speedy answered his own question.
You're saying the domination of the regular season and the inability to win the championships has turned you off?
Yeah, definitely.
So you're wanting to see some postseason fires, what you're wanting to see?
I mean, that's the only time I watch them now.
Cliff, all of us being armchair quarterbacks or managers in this case, what do you allow for that? What's causing that?
Yeah, like I said, constantly now. First it was we never got to the playoffs, and now we're constantly getting there and choking.
But why, you think?
Why? Personally, I think it's money. Every time they start doing good, everybody wants more money. So we have to trade everybody to get less players.
But they don't negotiate that during the playoffs.
Oh, they do at the end. Yeah, right at the end. They start trading for better players in the playoffs.
Oh, you're talking about when they close out. Okay.
Yeah, that's the only sport that gets to do that.
You know, the thing that's always amazed me, just from a pitching standpoint, and I know some of the diehard Braves fans will get on me about this, but I really believe it's true. You watch the strike zone that Tom Glavine was allowed during the year, okay? He was getting calls off the plate.
Here we go, 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Thank you for being with us. Phone calls wrapping up the hour, and we'd love for you to join us. Lines are available. The real Greg Burgess has those lined up. About half of them are full, but I think you can still get in, and we might be able to squeeze you in before the hour is up if you have something you'd like to talk about. From the text line at 866-932-3244, a couple of comments to respond to. One person saying, can you believe that the right called Bill Clinton a radical leftist? Not on this one, not on this topic they didn't, Texture. They disagreed with Bill and thought he was too far to the left on many things, but not on the border. So you're kind of using a blanket statement. Believe it or not, the common sense that Bill Clinton talked about was a belief from a bipartisan point of view. That was not one of the things they pointed to about him being a radical leftist, so you're being a little disingenuous with that. And then also another Democrat, I guess, texted in, Bill Clinton also believed in accepting the results of a election and not trying to overthrow the government. I wish Hillary would have felt that way, his wife, in 2016, because she didn't. But thank you for those texts. We continue in the overthrowing the government, a bit of an emotional reach. We continue. Let's go to Eric. Eric in Birmingham. Eric, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Yes, I just wanted to call and apologize to Speedy for the text message.
You should. You ought to be ashamed of yourself, some of the things y'all were sending. I mean, you're better than that, Eric. Or do you feel bad about it? Okay. Thank you.
I just want to go back to when I chose Freddie Mercury, it was because of the voice. That's what y'all said.
Yeah, Greg made sure we clarified that.
Okay.
We continue. Ron in Mississippi. Ron, go ahead.
Hey, Rick, you kind of stole my thunder there. Yeah, was it not Hillary Clinton? Was she not one of the main characters when Trump started talking about the border that was spewing everything, all the things, the name calling that you said earlier? Was she not one of the main characters?
She was, and also questioned the results of the election. Remember, she kept saying she actually really won. Don't forget that one.
She sure did.
We continue. Let's go to Pat Montgomery, I-92 WLWI. Pat, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to let you know this was in response to something y'all brought out a couple of days ago on bicycles being out in the yard and kids getting out and playing and running around like they used to.
Yep.
Well, there's a town in Rushville, Indiana that is like that. I used to live there, and I could go to bed at night with my front door standing wide open and nothing but the screen door closed.
So now you said when you once lived there, is it that way now?
Yes, it's still that way now.
All right, good. That's great. Yeah, I love when you see those little communities.
Oh,
like
yeah.
It's almost like things are still okay there. We continue. Let's go to Pat in Birmingham, listening to ZZK. Pat, go ahead.
Yes, good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're good.
Good. Well, I just want to call because I am a Democrat, okay, and I listen to your show periodically because I like to get the sides, get the take on both sides.
Yeah, of course.
With this immigration matter, and even hearing the commercial, the new commercial from Trump, and him saying about the deportation and different things of that nature, and how that is going to look. And I hear you guys saying, enough said, and saying just seriously, and I'm not being facetious, I really would like to know, why is that like a joke? Because there's so many people here that are here legally. I mean, I was born and bred here, been here all my life. I am an African-American woman.
Right.
And I am it is very disheartening to hear what's going on. And I know, even in my heart, I wasn't raised this way, but hearing all the rhetoric, it really changes my heart towards people, and it's not a good feeling.
All right, so I may not understand fully what you're saying about. Are you talking about you two are concerned about how many people we have here unvetted, and you don't like the way it makes you?
I'm concerned about the fact that, like it's being made like it's a joke, like he said about just picture how that's going to look with all of the, Kamala Harris, the Vice President Harris stated, and he said, now how is that going to look? And, it's not a good thing to think that that's okay, that all these people will just be deported from this country.
Yeah.
I mean, those that are here legally, because there are a lot of people here that are here legally.
Pat, we're not talking about deporting anybody that's here legally. If you're here legally, we've had legal immigration for a long time. You're not going to be deported. They're talking about people that have broken the law.
I know I'm not.
No one is. No one is.
I'm concerned about myself.
No one who's here legally will be deported because the word legal is on your name. We have legal immigration, and it's been a wonderful gift to our country, and it's made us great. But what makes our country unsafe is when you have a wide open border with people pouring in. Of course, inside that group of people are still wonderful human beings who just want a better life, but the highest percentage of them are not really seeking asylum. They're not really looking for a better life. Some of them are a drag on our infrastructure, like some of these small towns. The others are criminal. There are some who are terrorists. This is not up for debate. I mean, I'd like for you to sit down in front of the poor people whose daughter went out for a jog and was brutally murdered by illegals who were criminals who stuffed her body in a drainage pipe. Now, would you like to tell them it feels bad to send those people back? I bet they don't agree with you.
No, of course not. And I mean, I'm a reasonable person, and that's why I
so it's reasonable to have a
more reasonable.
Yeah.
No. But let me just finish my point.
Yeah.
In a sense, let me just get this part out.
Okay.
But even with this whole thing with Ohio, this small town here, and you're talking about Haitians, and the fact that it doesn't matter about the fact that they are there legally. They came in on a program, and they are there legally. And to put that out there, you have these people over there who are fearing for their lives at this particular point, and all these different things. I'm just saying, let's just come to, we just have to, even with you all talking the way you're talking on here, I get some of the things that you all are saying.
Yeah, I try to say it logically,
Every African American is not like on board with all of these things. Every white person, we all have different views. We have to respect one another's views.
But would you agree?
And,
would you agree? Would you agree? And I think you do. I actually think you do. Let me be clear about something else, and I want to be clear. Anybody who's here legally, regardless of program, is in no threat of being deported, okay? And what one of those people are saying in Springfield, we were actually clearing up some of the things they were saying about the Haitians that were not true. They are not eating people's dogs and cats. That's not true. And what we were what they were saying is, but we have if you had any people from anywhere by busloads dumped into a small town, they said our infrastructure, we're not prepared to have any group of people dumped in here in these numbers. And then back to this again, do you think it's reasonable for a country to have a border where we don't keep people out, but we vet who's coming in to make sure that they're not criminals, they're not sick, they're not terrorists, so that we don't make our country less safe? Do you think that's mean to have that attitude, or do you think that's just...
I don't think that's mean at all.
That's just logical.
I think that's very logical.
That's just logical.
That is something that we should do.
Right.
But it is just that, when you go to hearing all the... Sometimes...
I understand.
Say your name for me, please. What's your name, please? And I'm going to get off here.
Rick.
I don't want to overstay my...
Rick. Yeah.
I don't want to, but some of the speech, and it's just sometimes it's just so harsh the way people say things.
Yeah, you're right.
And it pushes that hatred behind it.
I agree.
I'm just saying, I was born in now you have to go.
Yeah.
But I was just born in a little city, and we had a place where it was called, like we couldn't go over to the white folks.
I understood. And I understand that, Pat. And I actually agree with you that I think right now we need to have level-headed, logical conversations and a little less rhetoric and, I got you and the name calling and demonizing people. We don't get anything done that way. There's a way to disagree and communicate, and we are losing that. And I do agree with you on that, but I think we agree. You're just saying there's a better way to go about it, and I bet you and I would agree on more of that than we would disagree. Thanks a lot.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.